and welcome along and welcome back to the Old Stream Farm. We are going to be making a whole load of money today. In fact, the grape juice is ready to get sold. The price of it is right up there at the top. In fact, it's slightly higher than the best price at the moment. Let's see if we should be all right in here. So let's lock that down. Yeah, we are heading up there with the JCB to try and get that loaded onto this trailer. I've actually left the JCB running. So let's turn that off and turn this on. And before we head over there, let's just have a quick look at these prices. So today, for our grape juice, you can see our best price at the moment is 3,239, and dropping 3,238 is the best price. So yeah, we want to head over there. We got ready for this last time. We knew this was coming, and that we were going to have to do this. So that is actually really, really good. I'm very pleased by that. We've also got a good amount of grass on the farm at the moment. So if we find at the end of this that we've got time, I think we're going to get our Vulture out and see if we can't get some grass and some hay cut. We need to give a little bit of feed to our sheep. They're not doing too badly, but could do with a little bit more. We actually need to give a bit of feed to our... Oh, so close. We actually need to give a little bit of feed to our chickens as well, but we don't actually have anything to feed them. So, yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. All right, let's fold the sides down on our trailer. We can turn the tractor off. And, the landy off. And disconnect our truck from the trailer, and now we can just unload this, and yeah, we're gonna load the whole thing up, get as much of this sold for the best price we can, and then we're gonna be able to make a lot of money, hopefully enough money to get the rest of the vineyard planted in a couple of months time, if not more than that, and get that top section done. That would be great if we could get the top section done as well as the bottom of the vineyard. That would be absolutely brilliant. We're on the cusp of it costing us a lot more money, a lot of extra money to actually get everything harvested each year. So we need to add a lot of grapes this year, really, in order to do that. Trouble is, we might have trouble adding a lot of grapes if we don't have the cash to do it. We've got a huge number of grape juice here. I'm still stacking it on from inside the factory. We got the massive amount. Whoa. We got the massive amount on the other side as well. Bring that out a little bit. There we go. So you can see just around the corner, there's the big stack we've got there. And I'm not going to go more than 2 more on here. I think that's a little bit high for our trailer otherwise. And yeah, probably a little bit more than the trailer will take if I go very high. And we know from yesterday on No Man's Land just how much of a chore that is. If you get a trailer that's overfilled and not able to take the weight that we had with the potatoes. So this is going pretty well. We have a lot of grape juice here. It's not quite 1,000 litres every 2 pallets. It's 864. So roughly 3 pallets. Well, just under 3 pallets is 1,000 litres. See if we can get this on here nice and stable. Yep, like that. There we go. Look at that. That is so much grape juice. And we're still not finished. We've still got all of that there and all of that back here. So that is immense. At least an entire another trailer's full. Right, let's close up the sides. If I can do this. Start her up. Oh yeah, we have to have the engine on to do the sides. We don't have to have the engine on to tip the trailer though. Let's head down. Where are we taking this? This is going to the restaurant. The price is dropping all the time. So yeah, the sooner we can get all of this delivered, the better. Where is the restaurant? All right, not too far from us. Just back and around the corner here. And then round here. Yeah, there it is. We have delivered stuff here before. Just down the side. And if I bring it here, there we go. Away goes the grape juice and in comes the money. And clear. 16,682. That's really good. That's one load of grape juice has paid for the harvester. That is huge. So yeah, this is great. We know we have at least another load, probably 2 to get off here. So this is gonna easily pay for the harvester for the year, and probably be enough to pay for the extra hours that we know we've got as well from having extra grapes next year. This is about the best result I could hope for. It looks like we're going to have another trailer and a half to deliver. The factory is out of grape juice. We are taking the last 2 pallets out of there. We then have another entire trailer full, I think it is, round the other side. So that then is going to be enough to finish off this trailer here and do another half a trailer. So we get this down here. Oh, I got one off. I need to get both of them off. Right, there we go. Like so. And so yeah, we've got 6 onto here. I think we have another 12 over here. Yes. 2 rows of 3. So yeah, 12 more over here. So we'll get these loaded up and in as well. And that is going to earn us about another 16,000. So we've probably got another 24,000 pounds worth here. That is huge. I mean, that is massive. As long as we don't get something really expensive that we want to buy between now and April, when we're looking to plant the next set of vines. Although I think we can plant from March, can't we? Let's have a quick look in here. We can plant grapes. We can plant grapes in March. So we can actually go and plant those sets of grapes next month, which would be brilliant. That would then mean in April, we should be able to cultivate between everything. Oh, well, we should be able to mulch and cultivate between everything, and make sure that we have the highest ability for fertilization and yield that we can get from these crops. And yeah, that will make a massive difference to what we get from our grapes this year. If we can get the full yield off everything, that again is going to improve how much we make overall. So that's pretty exciting, actually, that we're actually going to have the money in place in time to make the most of it. Is just brilliant. Our grapes from last year are going to fund our grapes from next year. All locked up. Let's turn that off. Put the sides of our trailer up. And away we go to the restaurant again. Providing the restaurant is still the best place to sell the grape juice. It is just. It's getting closer. But we're still going to sell it for a really decent price. Still 3,200 1,000 litres. So let's pull up into here and see how much we make from this as they sell again. And there we go. That is another £16,600 from that. We're up to 74,000. We're gonna break £80,000 today. I think we've hit the point on this farm where where everything is self-sufficient, where the farm is now making money, and in fact making good money every year. We've got our loan. We'll be able to start paying down our loan in the near future, and that is huge. For a start from scratch setup, we are now well established. We've got the grapes working well and expanding. Our vineyard is just going to expand from here forwards. And yeah, the next thing is to expand our production chains with the sheep. We've got a large number of sheep on the farm now. We've got a whole load of lambs, and we're going to be able to sell the wool come April. I think April's the best price for that. And once we do that, we're also going to be able to sell... well, we should then be able to buy the spinnery with the proceeds from that. And then we're looking at probably getting the clothing factory if we can after that. And then, yeah, that's when we'll start making some huge money. Because the clothing factory... I think it's like 15,000 per 1,000 liters or something out of there. It's massive. I'm not expecting a massive amount of stuff off there for the amount of wool we put in, but it still should pay hugely from there. And then we're looking at being able to pay off the loan really quickly at that point. Final 2 crates of grape juice to get on here, and I'm slightly worried. I don't think I've left myself enough space this time on the trailer. Can we squeeze it in the end without knocking anything off? Yes, we can. Fantastic. Right, there we go. So, just get that one back on a little bit. Right, doesn't want to easily go on. Getting stuck somewhere. I think it's on though. Yeah, that will do. Right, so we'll just leave this here for the moment. We've got this last set of these. So let's fold up the sides of our trailer. And then in a moment we can come back and get our skid steer and get that back to the farm. First though, is it still the best place to sell? Is the restaurant? Yes. But look, it's dropped another £10. And so bring in the last 6 crates of grape juice. And sell them off. And there we go. Another 8,268. And that's impressive. That is a huge amount of money off here. So let's have a quick look at that. And see exactly how much we've earned off selling crops today. Where are we? There we go. Sold products, 41,554. Sorry, 544 pounds of sold products today. That is absolutely fantastic. We've made a very large profit off of our stuff today. So that means we're gonna head back down to the farm. We'll grab the skid steer, head back. And we've got a few bits and pieces to do around the farm. Make sure everything is working as it should. Because we've got a very busy couple of months ahead of us. Now, there's a lot of cool for me to get a pressure washer. And yep. And I asked you guys actually to suggest last time where should we put one. And the overriding suggestion seems to be to do it down here somewhere. So either on the end here where we used to have the... methane tank, so that it's nice and easy to wash, or down the other end here. Either way, just sort of keep this area as a good place to go. And I think I agree with that. I think that would be a really brilliant place to go, especially if we're looking at moving or putting more of the greenhouses around here where the pigs used to be. So I think that's probably a good way to go. I think that shed over there, we might move down here somewhere. Certainly, if we've got the money, we're going to be making changes to the farm that will allow us to increase our profit even further. That's the crazy thing, is that one advantage we have with this farmyard is the sheer amount of space we have here. It is huge, and as a result, it is very, very open to us developing it more. If we can develop this more and get more out of the yard, that would be fantastic. Because at the moment, we are not using this space to its full potential. I mean, massively not using this space to its full potential. So I definitely want to do that. We also need to put a workshop in. Oh, no, we have a workshop. Yeah, somebody suggested we put an open-air workshop in this area as well. And to be perfectly honest, we don't need to. Because if I drive over here, we already have a workshop. It's here. So we got plenty of space for workshop and stuff like that at the moment. So as I mentioned, there's a few bits we need to do around the yard. We have a look in here. We've got 2 full pallets of wool that we need to get collected. So let's sort them out. It's fairly tight in here, but I can get around and get it. Trying to keep this nicely emptied at the moment. These are 1,000 pound or 1,000 litre, sorry, pallets of wool that we're pulling out of here each time. And we have a lot of wool. We are absolutely drowning in wool at the moment. When we come to try and sort the spinnery, I think we're going to find ourselves in a really good position with the amount of wool we've got here. I think it'll take a while, actually, for all this wool to process. Is one thing. If we don't... yeah, we're not going to get all this through. What we've got... these are rows of 4 or 3? 4. So that's 4, 8, 12, 16. We're looking at 20,000 litres of wool here, which at our current price for wool, or actually our eventual target price for wool, I should say. Spinnery is currently 1,700, 2,188. So we're looking at over 40,000 pounds worth of wool here. Now that is enough, almost enough to buy the spinnery. If we get another 5 bundles of wool out, then yeah, we will have enough money to buy the spinnery, because it's only 50,000, I think. So that is, again, that is huge. We want to take note then maybe and hold back 10,000 for from planting vines if we can, because that will then give us exactly enough to buy the spinnery. I get an odd error with this teletruck sometimes. I currently can't move the mouse and look around. I can look up and down. I can't look around. If I jump out and jump back in, suddenly I can look around again. It's an odd little error, and there's nothing in the log files or anything to say why it's happening. Does anybody else have that with this teletruck? Does anybody else come across that? And it doesn't matter if I'm inside the cab or out of it. It seems to happen when I switch between in cab and out. I now can't do it again. It's very, very strange. Right, let's switch out our forks for our bale forks. So that up there, this here, and that there. I don't know why I have the bucket anymore. I don't actually use it. It's been sitting there for over a year, full of lime actually, because I sat it under the bag of lime, so it just filled with lime. And that's how I know I just haven't used it in a year. You grab a couple of bales off here. Yeah, let's grab the small bale ones. There we go. I've been watching how round bales are stacked actually recently, and I'm stacking them slightly wrong. I need to offset the higher layers, so we'll get slightly fewer stacked in it, but it'll be more stable stacking it that way. Right, and then these down, and that should take. Yeah, okay, we don't need the top one. We'll leave the bottom one in here. If I leave the top one in here, I won't be able to get out the actual wool. So yeah, we'll leave the bottom one in there and go and put the top one back in the shed. So I'll switch back to the pallet forks because we're going to be using those more than the others. And then we need to check on our productions and see what's happening. Let's just jump back there. There we go. And yeah, I think we're going to use... we're going to use our little tractor for this. I really have not used that Vultra much since we got it. It's just this little tractor for doing these kind of jobs. It's actually more useful. Once we get back into doing some stuff with the grass, I think is when that Vultra is going to start coming into its own. At the moment, though, it's not being used because I don't have the equipment to use with it. I think we might look, if we've got the money, at upgrading the equipment we have and maybe getting a larger mulcher and a larger subsoiler. We got the ones we did before because they were fairly cheap. Somebody did say that you want nothing larger than a 2.4 meter piece of kit. What do we have in those two pieces of kit? So our mulcher, that is a 1.4, so we can go an extra meter on that. And our subsoiler similarly is 1.2. What we'll be targeting with a 2.4, yeah, is this one. So this, I think, is the mulcher we want. And actually, looking at that, that is perfectly set up for use on a on a vineyard like this, and it's adjustable. So yeah, I think that's the mulcher we want. And then subsoiler wise, what do we want in here? There's that one, which is 1.5. No, that's everything there is too wide. So yeah, nothing I want in there. Power harrows, 3 meters, 1.8, 2.3. This, the Sigma, will do us fairly well for doing for working the ground around them. There's nothing else. I think the rabies are 2.5, so we could use that, but that is the only one. So yeah, not looking to go much larger on any of those than that, I don't think. So both our greenhouses have run out of water and therefore need refilling. So we'll get this backed into the old stream that gives this farm its name, and get at least a couple of tanks into each, I think. We'll see where we are at that point. And this is the last load of water we've got for these two. So let's unload this, and then we can go and have a look at what the condition of this one is. Like it is again producing lettuce, and yeah, there we go. 11,000 litres, you know, plenty of water, plenty of seeds, plenty of solid fertilizer. What we want to do now is start running these down. So whichever it runs out of first, seeds or fertilizer, we will then stop the stop this at this point, and we're going to replace it with one down in the lower yard. Same goes for this one. What have we got in here? We've got 11,000 litres of water, And yeah, plenty of seeds and plenty of fertilizer. So yeah, all of these will be run down. We might need, or we might just do the new ones down the bottom if we have money before we move these old ones. But I think this area up here, we can double the size of the grape field, of the vineyard up the top here, if we move all of our stuff off the top. So it's a little bit of a no-brainer, really, to use the space that we've got a little bit more effectively, and to do that and reconfigure things a bit. I think that is definitely a good way to go. All in all, though, we've got everything done for today. Our greenhouses are good. Our chickens are okay. Oh, actually, that's before we go and do anything else. How are we for chicken pallets? Right, we do have a job that needs doing. We need to get those 2 pallets of eggs moved. And this is why we put the pallet forks back on the JCB. Because we need to move some pallets. So these are the last pallets that need moving today. It is the 2 sets of eggs. Don't know when egg prices are the best, but we want to kind of prepare for that. Let's have a look at that. Eggs up there. So November. Well, these eggs might be a little bit off by then. But yeah, we're in a position now where we can hold on to produce and crops and things until the best price comes along. And so yeah, the eggs will be going under. Wow. Trouble is, this wool keeps coming. We're going to have no space for eggs. I'll have to put the eggs down here. I'd like 5 more pallets of wool. We'll have enough wool then to buy the spinnery. But we're still 2 months away from finding out how well that's going to pay us. There we go. Right, so that is the eggs off, and that is all of our jobs done for today on the farm. Today, we've got a few bits to do in preparation for getting ready to plant the new grapevines. We're going to get the wool out of here because tomorrow as well is the best day to sell wool. So I want to keep piling this up, preparing to take it out. Let's just check the level of my forks here. Oh, a little bit lower, a little bit higher. Can be a little bit tricky to get the forks just right, but that seems to have got it. And trying not to hit the doorway. So yeah, we've got a couple of new pallets of wool, which is great. In fact, we've got another half a pallet nearly done. So we're aiming to have 25 pallets in time for selling it to the spinnery next game day, which should be absolutely fine. I think we're going to hit that. Actually, 24. I think we are after 20. Actually, thinking about it. Love how close we can get this in here and then just do that. This is just a fantastic piece of kit, this JCB. Right, and that ladder there, and in and on. Perfect. So yeah, the wool is all going to be going next time, so that's perfect. We've got 80,000, which is about enough, I've worked out, to build half the grapevines we want to build. So ideally we need to get hold of another 80,000. We can't borrow that money, and well, all the money we're going to earn from this wool, from selling this, that is going back into buying the spinnery. So yeah, that isn't going to be much help. We can get about an extra 10,000, about an extra row's worth of money for the vines from the lettuce we've got. So we're going to load up the lettuce we have today and get that sold as well. That will bring us in some extra cash too. So that's really useful. And the other thing I want to do is, we've got the mowers and everything. I think we might try and create some more hay today in the remains, or the bits of the cow meadow we've got that currently aren't or currently don't have any vines on them, I think would be really useful to have those turned into hay and go from there. So this whole area here we have, I think we can cut this, bale it. We could make hay bales from it, but I'd really like to make silage bales from it. The trouble I've got is that the cost of something to wrap, looking at the bale wrapper here, to lease this would easily be covered by the price of a bale. So maybe that's what we want to do. We want to lease that today, get the grass we've got around the farm cut and baled up, and then we'll be in a position to make a decent amount of money from that. Might even squeeze a few more hay bales, a few more rows of vines out of that. So in that case, what we're going to do is we're going to grab the Vultra. We haven't actually used this tractor since we bought it yet. So perfect opportunity to get this running and going. And we're going to put our mower on the back. Now, this mower should have the ability to get it to straight up windrows. So, save ourselves a bit of time. Let's see if we can't take this mower into our workshop and get this updated or upgraded. Again, worth spending a little bit of money on this. We should get a decent amount, as I said, for any silage bales and stuff we have. Now, a lot of people didn't realize that we've got this workshop here. And in fact, in the whole time of this series, this is the first time we've used it. So, swath plate. There we go. Oh, wow. It costs nothing to add the swath plate. Perfect. So, yeah, let's customize that. Yes. Okay. Then we'll reconnect it up. No, like that. Right, and we can get cutting with this. This little tractor, I think, might have enough horsepower for us to get a front mower as well. This particular mower has a power requirement of just 60 horsepower. For us to get a little front mower to go on, so probably something like the little Sep here. This only has a 40 horsepower requirement, and that tractor well above that, 110 horsepower. So yeah, we'd have 10 horsepower to spare. So that would work pretty perfectly for us, actually. Right, I am going to go around and cut my headlands. I want to cut the areas around my grapevines as well. The other thing we got coming up, of course, on our existing grapevines is we need to do the mulching and the cultivating. So we've got that to do as well in the next couple of days. Oh, I could have gone the other way. Right. Actually, we will. We'll go the other way first, and then we'll be able to cut in and round. So, unfold you. Bring this here, like so. And we'll cut right up to the edge. So, turn it on, drop it down. And this is set up to swaths, so we should immediately be able to bale this up, which will be great. Will save us a whole load of time. If that, it's quite tight at the end of this field. I'm not sure. I think I might have put these vines a little bit close at this end here. I'm not sure if I can delete off a single section of vines, though. I have a horrible feeling it would delete the whole row. And that would be a big problem if we went to do that. Right, let's just cut along the end here. And we're going to do this at on our other vines as well at the front of the farm in field 5. Because that makes sense to do. Right, there we go. And now I want to cut down the side of the vines over here. And then we can work our way into the field. And after we've done this, we can roll it, and it will give a full set of fertilization to this field, which is perfect, because then we can plant vines straight into it and have this field fully fertilized. We have a huge amount more space at this end of the field. Wow. That's why I found it so much easier to turn around with my harvester. Because, yeah, this is just worlds different with the amount of space. I can fit my mower down here at least twice. In fact, there's some extra space at the end. Which, yeah, we'll need to get the mower to run along that end again. So it's worlds away from the amount of space that we've got at the other end. And it may even get wider as it goes down here. I'm not 100% sure. That may just be how I've cut that. Right, and then we've got a much squarer part of the field now, and I can get this finished off. This little Valtra is perfect for this job. Absolutely brilliant. It is just sailing through it, and we are creating a decent amount, actually. No idea exactly how much, but it's handling this mower fine. It's well within its power limits, this little mower. So I'm not surprised it's handling it fairly well. There is a section of grass you can see at the end of the vines there. I'm not going to be cutting that simply because it is just too fiddly to get in there with the with the baler and the wrapper if we were to end up dropping a bale down there. So I want to keep things fairly open and easy for me. What I am thinking of doing is possibly ploughing up some areas here and creating a new grass area in our main yard. Just sort of reusing that space a little bit better down this bottom end would certainly do fairly well for us. And just sort of using the yard in a better way than we are now. There's no small fields or anything I'm looking at and going, oh, I should use that area, or that's a bit too fiddly to get the vines in. We'll use that for grass instead. So as a result, I think that this area we have around the yard at this end here would be a good place to do. Otherwise, we're talking about putting productions in there, something like that maybe. Might be a good place actually for the greenhouses, and have a grassy area in the lower part of the yard there, but I'm not sure that would work either way. Anyway I look at it though, I think we're not fully using our yard to the full advantage yet, so we need to take a look at that at some point and rework that. I've been saying that for a couple of episodes now, and people have rightly pointed out at the moment we don't have the money to do that. Planting grass wouldn't be so difficult, other than needing to get a plow to do that bit and to create the new land. But now we have got our grass cut. We need to get the baler out. Oh, getting the baler into that end is gonna be tricky. Let's drop this off. Goes at the end over there. I think I need to unfold it to get it under the roof. Yeah, there we go. Right. And then down. And we can unhook it. Yeah, this little tractor works brilliantly. It's going to be absolutely wonderful for what we want to do on here. Right, baler is next, and this is the thing. Whereas the other tractor was having trouble with this baler is going to be perfect for us on this Valtra. Oh, it'll also do well on that roller. So we had some struggles with the roller as well, so I'm quite happy with that. I don't think I can get it on the subsoiler. I don't think it will get close enough to the vines if I put the subsoiler on it. And this should immediately change it to grass. It does. And yeah, we're gonna have to reverse this into here, I think, to get this to work. Otherwise, wow, we could do with smoothing this out a bit, maybe. Good to see that we pretty much got a bale already. I mean, we had half a bale before we started, but that is going to produce us a nice grass bale, nice and early. This tractor works so much better on this baler. It's absolutely ridiculous how much better the whole thing's going using a slightly bigger tractor for this. I'm really happy with this. This was a very good purchase. I mean, it's got 30 hours on it, so it's not overly cheap to run. But it definitely is better than when we were running with the methane tractor. We could have possibly continued with the tractor methane one and replaced our little one from the Antonio Carrera pack with this. But I think having the tractor we got from the Antonio Carrera is the better way to go. I think where we'll probably go with the Kubota pack is to try and replace the Antonio Carrera tractor with a Kubota tractor and run two small but slightly larger tractors on this farm as we look to expand out and as we look to make things bigger. I think it's certainly going to be more useful to us to go that way, especially if we're able to get between the vines with this. The sprayer that I want to get and I want to try out to fertilize the vines this year is going to require a bit more horsepower as well. Let's see, and there we go, 100%. So that's going to be something that's going to require a little bit more care, and hopefully I've got enough space, especially on these vines over here, to deal with that. Right, is that picking up again? Yes, that is. Good. So we've got 5 rows to go, and I think we've already got 5 bales. Our final full row of grass on here, and we've got a decent number of bales off. I think it's worked out pretty well for us. There's a few bits and pieces to pick up around the field. There's the odd missed patch, so I'm going to go around and grab those. We're 78% full, so there is a possibility it could give us enough to give us 1 more bale. If not, it's not a huge problem. What we got? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 bales off here. It would be nice to get an 8th and make sure that we get a decent number off here and make a decent amount of money from them. Again, this is probably worth another entire row's worth of vines onto this field. So yeah, getting this right and getting the most we can out of here will really pay off. It doesn't look like there's enough. However, I do need to cut around that field there. Field 5, we've got the ends that could do with cutting, so we might go and just run them around that, see if we can get another bale's worth off there. I think we probably can. And then I don't think up at the top we've got a lot of space. Wow, it is beeping though. The vines at the top very much go up to the ends of the rows, so or up to the edges of the field, with no real space for us to go and do some extra grass around the ends. So that's not really an issue, or not really a possibility there. That's lifted. That's why I missed that first bit. Oh, trying to get up these last few bits is always quite a pain. And that is the last of it. Oh, no, there's one last patch down here. Look, it's not going to be enough, but we are only 10% shy of another bale. So let's lift that up. And we're just going to go and drop this off and go and cut the grass on field 5. Because if we can do that and get another couple of bales, because if it completes this one and gives us another bale off there, that would be great. So let's drop all of that off. And then we can bring this around here. I think I might start separating some of our equipment. We've got... Well, it's getting quite busy in this shed. Insofar as it's a bit difficult to move everything and place everything. So I think I might have to do that. I don't know if we own that patch of grass over there as well. That would be good if we do. Yeah, the patch of grass to the side of field 8. If we own that, we might be able to cut that as well. The grass here is a little bit spotty. It's not the best seeding job I've ever done. But it was just kind of trying to make up the ends of this. So we could probably turn it more to side grass. Right, there we go. But it does give us that extra little bit, should we want it. There we are. That cut up there. I don't think I need to worry about rolling all of this grass. This is more just something we want to do occasionally. Running the baler up and down here, probably a good idea, but is that going to get all of it? Just about. Actually, I'm fairly happy with that. That is a good enough cut for this end of the field. And then we're going to go and do the same at the other end. So lift and turn off. And then we'll go round the end here. And it's about 2 swathes or 2 mowers width that we want to leave at the end of one of these fields then, by the looks of things. I think we might go a little bit shorter on the rest of that field then, just to make things easier on ourselves overall. Lift that up and turn. And yeah, that's a good distance for us to have to turn around at the end. So down. We could actually shift those a little bit. And then I might test and see if I can delete just a section off the vines. See whether we get any money back for doing that, or whether that will just cause us to lose an entire set of vines, because that would be bad. I don't think you can extend them either. Okay, back with my baler. Down, and that's gonna fill up fairly quickly, but that doesn't look good for getting another bale out of here, I don't think. We'll give it a go though. I think it might get quite close. Close that up, and around we go. I did make things a little bit tight up this end to try and get this all baled in. A little bit of careful manoeuvring, and hopefully we won't go into the stream. There we are, and then turn. Will we get the whole end? No, we won't, so we'll have to back up. And yeah, we'll see if we get another bale out of here. Interestingly, this field here, Field 5, has yet to be ready to cultivate. So I think what we might end up... well, I think we need to wait until all of our fields are ready to cultivate and mulch. And I think that might be happening because of when they were planted, interestingly enough. So, yeah, we'll wait till that grows up a bit. We might have to... Oh, wow, 86%. So, yeah, we basically got a single bale off the ends. That's really interesting. I think we might end up having to wait until this is all grown up and ready to actually do. I mean, it's not going to be enough to finish this row, but it's a little bit more. There we go. So one bale off there sitting at the other end. I think we'd have been just under a single bale cutting those ends. We'll go and park this up, and then I think we're going to have to head up to the shop and see if we can hire a bale wrapper for a little bit in order to get these bales wrapped. Now, as I said before, this is going to cost us about £1,200 in order to lease this bale wrapper. As a result, it will eat into the overall money we have slightly. I've worked out it's about 75,000 for 5 rows worth of vines. So we got a little bit to spend anyway. Nothing in the shop, so that's fine. Let's go bale wrappers. I'm going to lease this one. Wrapper design standard. I think we'll take... We're probably going to spike these to load them, but we'll take it with the end-on turner. And I think we'll go with the green bales. No number plate because this is leased. And yep, I think that will do us very nicely for this job. Leasing that will cost us... Oh, no. We want to keep the price down. Let's take the end-on turner off. Lease that. 1,122. Yes. Okay. And we'll easily make that from at least one bale. So that means that we should be in a good place to make a decent amount of money off the 8 bales that we have done. I am going to be keeping my eye out for some baling contracts this year. If we can get all of our stuff done with our grapevines early on, then that would be great. Because we're then able to get any grass contracts that come up and any harvesting contracts that come up fairly early on. So, let's get this back down to the farm and start getting some bales wrapped. First bale I pick up is actually going to be the last one I baled. I'm going to grab this one here because it's going to be a little bit fiddly to do. So unfold this. Especially as we're probably going to have to reverse out of here. There we go. So reverse out of here with this, and then we can just transport this into the yard. I think I'm going to put these to the side of field of our former cow meadow. That shed there is actually quite low on that overhang. You need to drive in from either side. Right. Now, do I put them in here, or... I think the way I'm going to have to do it is drive around and then just put a line of them along here like so. Or actually... No. I know how I'm going to do it. We're going to put them against the wall because we're going to come in from the end with the JCB to grab them. So that will work out better. And then we can just unload like that. And hopefully that will sit against the wall there and make it easier for us to get the rest of these picked up. Perfect. And if I can do them 2 by 2 like this, that will make it really easy to pick them up. So that's how we want to do it. And then they should go really easily onto the trailer as well. So yeah, that will work out best for us. We've got 1 more down the far end, 2 more in the middle, and the one that we're wrapping now. Our final bale. Just need to squeeze it in here to pick it up. Load it in. There we go. And then that is all 8 bales nicely placed here, ready to get picked up by our JCB from the side. Yeah, that's going to make really easy access to those bales, which is perfect. And means that we've cleared the field off and we'll be ready That's got it. We'll be ready to get this rolled, I think. Let's fold this up, and I think that can be returned now. We don't want that kicking around for any longer than we need it to. So just disconnect that off and get it returned. We only had 8 bales, so easy enough to get rid of that. Return that, yes. Didn't realize we rented this trailer as well. I don't think there's anything in it at the moment, is there? No, so that can go back. We don't need that either. Let's head in here, select, return that. Yes, please. Okay, right, perfect. Now we just need to hook up to the roller, and I'm only going to roll the main part of this field. We don't need to be any more precise than that, because it's just, yeah, not a big enough field to do that with. What's going on there? Are you not going to connect up to this roller? Wow. Okay. Back a little further. Are you not capable of connecting up to this roller? Now that is odd. That is not a problem I expected to have. Alright, that's fine. It will connect up to the other tractor. But it's, yeah, it's a little bit weird. We'll have to put the roller on the little tractor and connect it up there. But that is very odd. Start her up. Let's see if this is going to work. If not, I think we may have a keyboard selection problem. But that's all right. We'll find out soon enough. If this hooks up, we know all is okay. If it doesn't, well, no, because we've hooked up other stuff. So this should be absolutely fine. Wonder why the... yeah, there we go. I wonder why that wouldn't hook up to the other tractor. It's okay. We might as well get the TFG 10900 out and give it a spin today. I mean, after all, its main job has now been taken, or one of its main jobs has now been taken by the Vulture. This is not the fastest of jobs with this little roller, but it does at least get the job done, and it wasn't overly expensive. And to be perfectly honest, we're not looking at having a large area of grass like this for much longer. The question I really have is where we go from here. We are expanding out each year. We've got, you know, more and more vines going down, and we're filling up the space we have with more and more vines each year. But, you know, do we continue to put more vines in? For example, if we bought field 4 and or field 2 or 3, I think field 6 is absolutely somewhere where I'm targeting. I want to extend field 5 into it. I really want to know if it's possible to extend a set of vines, to be honest. Because if I can do that, then I can buy field 6, square off the vines on field 5, and use the rest of field 6 as a really useful area for us to maybe put a bit of grass down and make sure we always have enough feed for the sheep, or possibly even put just a small field of wheat or something like that down, because the biggest struggle we have on here at the moment is keeping the chickens fed. We don't have an arable side to the farm beyond the grapes, and as a result we're very reliant on a contract coming up that might have some, you know, that might be something that we can feed the sheep, whether that's wheat or barley or sorghum, or I think those are the main ones. Yeah, wheat, barley, sorghum. You know, we want to be able to get the sheep fed on a regular basis, and at the moment we don't have that in. We have to go and buy the chicken feed, which is always really expensive. Our final row, and this should ensure that we're now planting our new vines into fully fertilized soil. Should give us a nice easy boost for the first year, so we want to keep an eye on that. Oh, we're a little bit off the ends here. Let's get it right up to the side of the existing vines. And as I said, we have about enough money to get 5 rows of vines planted. With the silage bales we've done, that should take us up to 6. I mean, what is the best price for silage bales? Or when is the best price for silage? I think... No, that's planting. We want this. Here we go. Best price for silage is... It's on the way up. But we are heading to a low. In fact, by the time we're looking to sell in May, we'll be fairly low. But it's at 325 at the moment, which is actually fairly high. In May, it's looking at being maybe about 300-ish per 1,000 litres, and I think our bales hold about 3,500 litres. So we're looking at about about £1,000 a bale, which will be good. That will give us a nice big boost. Should give us about another half a row maybe off there, which is great. Right, there is only one other thing I want to do today before we finish. And that is get the last, or the few bits of lettuce that we have up at the top. We want to get those sold. So we're going to hop in our JCB, get the landy up there with the trailer. And it's only about 5 pallets. We may have 6 now. But they will give us a nice little bit of extra cash for when we go to sell the... wool tomorrow. There's a lot more lettuce here than I thought there'd be. We've already got, well, over half a trailer full here. There's still a fair few left beside the greenhouses. We are going to get all of this loaded up and sold. It's just going to take me a little bit of time, and it'll probably be fairly dark by the time we're finished. But getting these in today when the price is still fairly decent is going to be a good time to do it. And then next time we can fully just concentrate on getting the wool sold and the new vines planted and go from there. The final pallet of lettuce. On we come. To reverse it out. And then we can get round here. Oh, look at that. It is the perfect amount. We have exactly 1 trailer's worth of lettuce to go here. It's going to be a fairly late night delivery to either the farm shop or the restaurant, whichever is more wanting of these right now. Oh, no, there is another one there. Any other rings I've missed? No. So that's perfect. Just going to put the teller truck over here. And then I can sort that out later once we're all done. Oh, let's turn its lights off as well. And yeah, time to go and get these sold to finish things off. Wow, that's dark. And it's the farmer's market that wants it. So we're just going to pull in here to sell it off like so. Make sure everything is in. Front one's still selling. No, that front one isn't quite selling. Just get that in there. Yeah, that's all going. And then we've got the bit at the front there. And there we go. Decent price. I think another 5,000 on top. I don't know how much we've sold in total today on that. We'll have a quick look at that, I think. There we go. And undo all our straps. So, how much have we sold today? Let's go into here and have a look. We made 17,000 in sold products. And the only thing we've sold today is the lettuce. So that's brilliant. So that's, yeah, another 15,800 made today in total because we obviously spent money on leasing. And we got our normal outgoings. But yeah, that is all good and really great. So that's probably added another row or two onto our vines for tomorrow. Today we're going to be selling off, or we're going to be starting off by selling off the wool. It is the best price today, and that should work out fairly well for us. We've got 3 extra pallets of wool here, plus 1 on the way. This will take us up to a total of 25 on here, which is pretty amazing to be heading up to the spinnery with. Just need to widen those a little bit. I'm not going to spend too long actually showing the loading up because we've been doing a lot of pallet stacking recently. But I want to get the trailer loaded up pretty quickly with all of these so that we can go up there. We should have enough money from this in order to actually buy the spinnery as well. So we'll start producing stuff from that. And then we're going to be looking to go and do the clothes after that. What we then need to do, because we have a good... well, because we have 94,000 in the bank, is we're planning to go and try and get our vines planted today. It is mid-April. We are middle of the planting season for the vines. So yeah, we're planning to get those done today as well. So I'm going to get these all loaded up and then we'll head up to the spinnery. One of my chickens has become perched on top of the wool piles. Just sort of got really comfortable in there. I don't know what she's doing. I'm not sure we're going to fit all of this wool on this trailer first go. So I'm loading as much of it as I can on here. We may have to go up to 2 stacks high. But that will be quite... Well, that might overload our trailer a little bit. So we'll see how we do. But at the moment, it's going to be quite good. I'm really hoping with 25 of these, we're going to be in a position where we can earn a considerable amount of money today. Any extra money we can get for the vines would be fantastic as well. But yeah, we got a lot of wool from our sheep. Sheep seem to be a really profitable way to go if you are going into production with them. Our last one that we can fit on this row, and we have another 7 left. So we're just going to stack those on top, I think, rather than come back and do a second trailer full. It is... Wow, I do love this trailer. This trailer has been an absolute godsend on this map. Same goes for this telly truck. This little telly truck is absolutely awesome, and I think I'm going to be using it in a lot more places. It just works so well as a little forklift to stack things and to move things about and load things up. Works the best bits of a telehandler and a forklift together so well and is so versatile. Right, let's strap that down. Yeah, we should get them on top of here. No problem at all. And look at that. The rain stopped as well. Just one more pallet of wool to go. We'll get this on the back. I'm intrigued to see how much we can make from this. We are at best price at the moment for the wool. So we'll get this on there and then we'll have a quick look before we go and transport it. But that is just absolutely wonderful on there. Those ones have started to get a little bit lopsided from the rest. So we'll try and get this into the middle. Yeah, it's sort of a little bit left hand. Yeah, you can see definitely a wonky bit of loading there. But all good otherwise. So let's back this off. Stop that there. And that has made that job really, really quick. How many litres of wool? 25,000 litres of wool we have. And looking at the prices, we have for wool. No, that's the planting. We want wool here. Yeah, so we're aiming for 2,127. Current price is 2,194 at the spinnery. So yeah, let's go and get this done. That is higher than the best price. So will this be enough? 50,000 off everything as long as this goes in. Is it going to be enough for us to buy the spinnery? Or are we going to have to cut into our vines or our money for our vines a little bit? Where is the spinnery? According to my map, the spinnery is ahead of us somewhere. I'm fairly sure we visited it before. It's flashing in front of me. There we go. There's our green beacon. Okay, I think the entrance is just down here. Yeah, down the side, in fact, of our grape factory. There we go. Oh, it's exactly the other side of the wall. So, we want to drop all of this off here. See how much money we make from all of that. I think everything's unloading. Or almost everything's unloading. Get the rest of it in. And there we go. We're at 149,000 off that. Let's have a quick look at how much exactly we did earn from that. Looks like we made 54,000. Yeah. Sold wool, 54,914 pounds. Absolutely perfect. So where is the place where we can get this purchased? Oh, there it is. Right. Okay, so we want to... there we go. 60,000. So we're going to have to spend 6,000 of our vine money to do this. It's going to be well worth it, though. I really, really want to get this processing. So we'll go yes to that. I would purchase the building. And now we can make fabric, wool, and fabric cotton. Oh, right. So, yeah. We want to deactivate the cotton. In fact, up here, I just noticed grape juice. We'll deactivate that as well. So we are now producing fabric from here as well. Hopefully, this will give us enough money in order to... or enough fabric to then go and buy the clothing factory. And we can start making money from that as well. Means we're left with 89,000 to go and plant our vines. So, yeah, let's head back to the farm and get some vines planted. I'm really pleased with that. That has gone slightly better than I expected. I thought we were going to be a long way short of buying the spinnery. The fact that we were only 6,000 short and had to put a little bit of the money that I'd put aside for the vines into that is not too bad. Could have been much, much worse. We've got just shy of 90,000 now to do this. What I will probably do is we'll quickly look and see if there are any contracts, because we have another day that we can do some planting as well. So let's have a quick look in the contracts here. We do have 3 baling contracts. Tedder, and Tedder. So they're not too big either. So I'm thinking what we'll do is we're going to pick up all 3 of these. Looking at the setup for them, all of them have smaller equipment, so they will all work fairly well with our G-Series Vulture. In fact, I think all of them offered G-Series Vultures as their setup. So what we'll do is we'll get some vines planted. I am going to adjust our vines a little bit. We don't really have enough space at the end here to properly turn around our harvester. So I want to remove the end bits of each of these vines. And I did a bit of testing with this after the last video, just to make sure this was possible. So we're going to demolish, and if I click... there we go. Take that out. Won't let me demolish that one. I think it's a little close to where I am. Now, I am going to have to plow the ends, or at the very least replant grass, I think, on the ends there, because Yeah, there's not enough. I am too close to that. So let's move myself out of the way. I will go stand on this field here. And then we should be able to demolish, yeah, these last two end posts. Perfect. Right, so now I want to turn the demolish off. And orchards, and it's 105 per thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we wasted about £950 there with those, but 12,900 a row is quite a lot of money. The other thing we need to do is we're going to have to work the vines as well. You can see I haven't gone quite far enough with this one, but you can extend it. Some of them cost a little bit extra as well. So 315, that's, oh, it's 105 per row. But this is pretty good. We're down to 50,000, but we have put in 4 vines so far. There we go. So we're down to 11,000. So we should get most of a vine in here. There we go. So that is the point we can get vines into. That's not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vines in here. We know from doing those contracts we should be able to get more in. And it looks like we're also ready to do mulching and cultivating on our vines as well. In fact, yes, all of our vines are ready to mulch and cultivate. So we want to get those done probably next day instead. So let's see if we can earn enough to get the rest of these vines done. So it's going to be grabbing our tractor, getting the mower on, and yeah, seeing if we can go and cut some grass and get some more money in. All of the contracted fields we've got are actually really close. 13 and 14 are these two fields here. Where's our way into 13? I mean, we can go in anywhere, but I'd like to start at the edge of a field. So 13 is this field here. 14 is the one that is just the other side of the hedgerow. In fact, the entrance to both of them is here. And then 29 is just out the other side of the farm on the way to the shop. So we're going to get all 3 fields cut first. And then we'll tent them all after that and windrow them. So we're basically going to do all 3 fields at once. And try and whip around them as quickly as possible. The one thing that we don't have that our contract, or that the contracted equipment would have had, is a front mower. We only have the side mower on here, so it's going to take a little bit longer to cut. But I don't think that's a massive problem. I think we should manage to whip round here with this fairly quickly. We're making good progress here on field 14, but I do think that we could probably benefit from a front mower on the farm, especially if we're going to be taking on contracts like this to get the grass. It makes sense for us to try and do this type of contract in order to get hay for our sheep, especially now that our sheep should be earning us a decent amount of money from what they're doing. But it's all down to money. The money at the moment we want to plow it back into the vines. We have today and next game day to get vines planted. So I think it might be a good idea to basically focus on that, especially as we're not going to have enough money in order to do this and buy another front mower until after these 3 contracts finished. So maybe something for a little bit later in the year. Overall, though, yeah, I think it would be a sound idea to speed up doing any of these contracts with a front mower like that. One question I do have for you guys in the comments: do you think it's about time we switched to 2-day months on here. It would certainly give us enough time to get everything cut and run, and give us enough time to get money in to get those last few vines planted and to actually process the vines, which is something we need to do. The other thing I've forgotten, of course, is we'll be selling silage bales next time, because those should have fermented, and that will bring us in some extra cash as well. So I think we're going to be all right, but we are getting to the point, I think, where a couple of days would probably be really useful to get jobs done. Final row on field 14. I got a little tuft of grass to clean up at the end there. But otherwise, that is this field all cut and done by 1:30, which is very good news. We have got a decent amount of grass off here. Getting 3 grass fields done at once should be good. Are all of our grass fields going to the same place? So that is animal dealer, and animal dealer. Yes, they're all going to the same place. Another one has turned up since. Which is our first silage bale one. But yeah, these are all tedders. So that's all good. Let's head over now to field 13. Similarly, we should be able to get that cut fairly quickly. And then we're going to be heading over to 22, I think it is. And getting that cut as well. And then we can start getting these all tethered. This is chomping through field 13 quite nicely as well now. We are at 2:20 in the afternoon. It is going to be quite a push to get everything done today, especially trying to load all these bales up. But I don't think it's going to be horrible to get done over the period of 2 days. I've been thinking, actually, while I've been doing this, we are less than 2 weeks away from the release of the Kubota DLC. If you want to get a copy of that, there is a link in the description where you can purchase it directly from Giants and get an 8% discount and support the channel by using my partner code. But what I'm thinking is, with 2 weeks away from, or less than 2 weeks until the release of the Kubota DLC, I'm thinking we might replace some of the things like the mower and maybe the baler and things with Kubota equipment if we can. We'll see what comes up. We'll see how much some of it costs, because I want to do it within the confines of this series, of course. But yeah, definitely want to get some Kubota equipment on here. It's part of the reason why we're going to keep this series running, because I think this is the perfect place to showcase that DLC in the same way as we have done the Antonio Carrera pack as well. So yeah, what do you think? Should we try and get maybe a Kubota mower or other bits and pieces on here? Let us know down in the comments for that as well. Not a huge amount left of field 13 to go, and it's cutting very nicely. Good amount of grass on here. I have noticed field 12 is not huge, is fairly close to our farm, and would probably be a really good little field for us to generate our own hay for the sheep with. Although, to be perfectly honest, if we're looking at just doing contracts like this for haymaking, we're going to end up with plenty of hay for our sheep anyway. I mean, we have an abundance of it now, and all 3 of these contracts will probably end up selling the excess hay. But it's really good to see that we can get a little field if we wanted to up here, sort of connected to our farm. I mean, it's connected to the woodlands next to our farm, and yeah, we could easily have enough hay off there each year to keep us going. Oh, that's still lifted. Doesn't always go down. There we go. Right. So, yeah, we have got a couple more runs, I think, and then this field will be done. So, there we are. Field 13 is complete. Let's turn that off and fold it up. It is now 20 to 4 in the afternoon. I think we might get this tethered today. I doubt we'll get it windrowed and baled, let alone collected up. So, yeah, what I was saying earlier, I think 2-day months seem to be the way we're going to need to go if we're going to get both everything we want to get done on our own farm and everything we want to get done on contracts and things is going to be. So, yeah, let us know in the comments. And maybe in Sunday's video, we'll switch over and we'll start doing 2-day months. Now, field 29 is... Oh, I know how we get to field 29. There's a gateway here, I think. Yep, with a fjord. Across there. Yep. All right, let's close this. Again... Is this all field 29? Do we need to cut this side of it as well? I think we do. We'll have a check. I think we'll start off though cutting this side of the river, or this side of the old stream, and then yeah, we're probably gonna have to go both sides of this. I think. Let's see. Yep, this is also part of field 29. So we need to cut both sides of this. Right, this should finish off the bottom half of this field. And then just cross the river. And we can go and cut the top half of this field. Wow, that is quite steep, that. But into here. And away we go. I love how maneuverable this mower is. It just makes things really, really easy to get done. And actually, I think that's one advantage of not having the front mower on here. We only have one mower to worry about and make sure that it's not missing things. Which, used properly, it's very easy to make sure that doesn't happen with this. I think our time constraints are actually going to end up making us a little bit more realistic. It is, what, 20 past 5? I still need to ted these fields as well as rowing them and baling and transporting them. So, yeah, it's fairly realistic. If we can get these fields tedded today as well as cut, then, yeah, it's fairly realistic for us to leave it to dry for a couple of days before we bale it up, row it up and bale it up. So I think that works out pretty well for us. Just this single row left. We should be able to get all of this in our mower. Yes, we can. Fantastic. And then we're going to go and switch the mower out for the tedder. Whip round these fields quickly. Get them all tethered up so that they're drying. And then, yeah, we'll be able to row them up, bale them, and collect all the bales next time. We've not got any animals in this field, so we'll leave that gate open for now, because we're going to be back here in a moment with the tedder. And back we are. Right, let's just get into here. Unfold the tedder. Oh, that's not unfolding. Oh, no, there it is. Yep, that's going. Right, I can close the gate so it's not in our way. And we should be able to do 2 rows at a time, so we can get all of this stuff tedded twice as fast as we originally got them cut. In fact, the fact that we left a windrowing function on the baler, on the mower, means that it'll be very easy for us to take 2 rows at a time while doing all this tedding. So yeah, there was method to my madness with that. See, we've whipped around here really fast across this bottom area. Very pleased with that. Just this little bit in the middle to do. And yeah, leaving this to dry, as I said, makes sense from a realistic point of view. Let's turn that off so that we can come through the water. And then I want to turn, yeah, take this up to this top corner here. Turn it back on. And then we can crack on with the rest of field 29 here. I think we might get all of this finished pretty swiftly. We'll see where we are, though, at the end of this part of field 29. 4:07, we got 2 more rows to go. It does make this so much easier having these rowed up. We can very, very easily get all of this in with 2. Well, very easily to get 2 rows together and then get them tethered. We're missing. I've missed next to nothing in doing this today, which has been brilliant. And we've just got those other 2 fields to get done. Judging by how long it's taken for us to get field 29 done, I think we should be finished by 8 p.m, which will be perfect. We are beginning to lose the light a little bit, but I think it's going to hold out enough for us to get these jobs done. So yeah, let's head up to field 13 and 14, and we can get those tethered up and drying tonight as well. So field 14 first, because it's the furthest one away. Unfold those like so, and then down and round. Ooh, little bit back. And yeah, we can see the light is beginning to diminish now. It's very much yellowed and is getting very much darker. So I'm really hoping I can get around these 2 fields. We've got about 50 minutes to get them both done, I think. So let's see if we can actually get them done in that time. The light is fading fast now, and we're coming up to the end of field 14. I have slowed the time down because with the light fading as quickly as it is, we wouldn't manage to get these jobs done today otherwise. And it means that I am going to get these done. I just didn't want to end this video massively in darkness. So yeah, I've slowed it down to 1 times. We'll clear the rest of this field off. People ask me all the time why don't you slow the time down if you're struggling to get things done? And I think in this instance, it's probably a fairly good idea. And yeah, we're just going to get field 13 tethered up. And once we've done that, we should be all done for the day. Because yeah, it is getting late, and we have accomplished quite a bit. It's amazing, even at the slower speed, it's still nearly 8 o'clock before we're going to finish this. Just these last couple of rows to go, and yeah, I'm quite happy with this. It has been quite a lot to get these done, or to get these to this stage. It may have been wiser to have taken on 1 and built the money up and done things that way. But to be perfectly honest, I'm not too concerned about that. As I said earlier in the video, if you think we should go to 2 days per month on here, let me know. I'm beginning to think from where we are now and how much we're trying to fit in, it might be a good idea. So yeah, I want to know what you guys think as well. At the moment though, we are doing pretty well. We've got, of these 3 contracts, we should get enough to get at least 2 more rows done of the vines, and we should be able to get those in before the end of May with any luck. We've got some other bits and pieces. We need to cultivate and do the mulching on our vines as well. So we've got all of that to get done. It's going to be a busy old day next time. We are finishing off the contracts from last time. We need to row up and bale the hay across the 3 fields that we have. And so we're going to get cracking on that. We have switched to 2-day months, but unfortunately, for some reason, we seem to have ended up in the 2nd day of April. So we've still got a single day in April to get all this done. We have a load of silage bales here. that are going to need selling at some point. They are only 85% fermented at the moment, so they're not quite ready yet, but they'll bring in some extra cash for us as well. It should help us plant some extra vines too. So yeah, lots of stuff that we got going on, and that we've got to get done today in order to finish things off. And somebody did actually mention that this field here is a bit of a pain to do contracts with, because it's got the river running through the middle of it, so the entire field area is taken into account when it's calculating how much you need to deliver for the contract. And of course the river has nothing that you can deliver from the contract in it, so we'll see how well we get from this. Thankfully we've got the other 2 contracts to pick up any slack, so we should be all right there. But it's yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one from that point of view. Let's unfold our windrower and turn it on. There we go. And hopefully we can get around here fairly quickly with this, because yeah, this is not a quick job with this little thing. It kind of takes a while to get around stuff. This field, or this part of this field, is a really odd shape. It's sort of the crescent moon shape to it. Means that I'm rowing it pretty much the same way as I cut it, which is to get the arc of this crescent and just follow it around. Normally I'd do 2 headlands on the on here, but it just really isn't enough space on this little bit of field in order to do that. So I'm just sort of bringing it in like this, and that's got all of that. But it's, yeah, it is a weird little shaped bit of field that we aren't doing too bad at handling, I don't think. The far end has a bit that's going to be really difficult to get at with the baler, I think, but not much I can do about that. Hopefully the little bits and the trouble bits that we're having at the moment won't be too difficult to, or won't cause us to lose too much of the hay on here. Because as I was saying when we came into the field, at the moment we have, well, we're not sure if we're going to get the full number of bales we need off here. So let's lift that up, turn it off, because we need to get across the water and get the second half of this field done. Oh, wow. Yeah, there we go. Right, and I think I'm going to start at this point here, because that will be easy to marry up and get a second round on the field done. I find when using a windrow like this, the inner track on the headland is so much easier than the outer one. You can maneuver a lot nicer, and you're able to just sort of take it up to the corner and then turn. Whereas on the outer run, or the outer headland, you find that you are you're having to turn around the corner rather than lift the equipment in order to make sure you get everything in, and you don't get any stray runs off the ends that end up causing you issues. So yeah, it's a much nicer bit to do the inner bit, but I think we've done all right here. I think we managed to keep stuff out of the corners. We seem to be in a pretty good place, and yeah, I'm going to go around one more time on the headland. As I said, do 2 headlands, unlike how we did the other bit, and that should allow us enough space to turn around. The heavens have opened up and the rain is falling. It's a proper April shower we're experiencing at the moment. Hopefully it won't last too long and will clear fairly well. We've got hay on the ground at the moment, so it shouldn't affect the hay too much. If I was realism wise, if I had the grass on the ground trying to dry it to hay, that would be a different problem. But having it as hay means that it should be all right, and we should be able to just get this all rode up while this is going on. And yeah, it's going on fairly well. We're into the main body of the field. This part of the field actually really easy to do, and nice and straight, nice and large. And if this is how the rest of today's fields go, I'm going to be fairly happy, because it should be a fairly quick job. It's 9:30 at this point. I think we should be moving on to this next field by about 10 o'clock. Final row. And yep, spot on 10 o'clock. Not a bad estimate for once. My estimates normally aren't that accurate. But there we go. So stop that and fold it up. And we can now head over and get fields 13 and 14 done. And then we can get the baler out, get these all baled up and delivered, and hopefully make a decent amount of money off these contracts. Getting our vines finished today, which would be good, because we still need to do some work. We still need to get the vines mulched, and we need to get them also cultivated, and we need to start getting some fertilizer on them as well. So there's still a lot of stuff to do with our vines, but I want to get these ones planted first. I should note that our first fabric has come out of the spinnery. We have a grand total of 15 litres so far. Now, one interesting thing about it is that April is actually the best month for selling fabric to the clothing factory. So, well, looking at these, it's going to be, the high is £7,010 in April. The low is 4,238 in October. So we're going to be basically delivering wool there on a regular basis. And yeah, trying to get the spinnery to output. I don't know if the spinnery will output at a rate which will be fast enough for us to get all of our wool through. We will see how well it does. I don't know what the conversion rate is, actually. It's 2 wool to 1 fabric. So we should get 11,000 litres of fabric, which is quite a bit. Whether it'll be enough to then buy the... Oh, that's not close enough. Whether it'll be enough to actually buy these, the fabric factory, I don't know. But it looks like that's going to be a year before that happens. Can we get into that corner? Wow. Trying to get under these trees, it's not easy from that perspective. So let's try it from this one. Right. Down with our windrower under the trees. That's got it. Right. So let's get these fields rowed up as quickly as we can. Because, yeah, we want to get these baled and these bales delivered today quickly if we can as well. And we're going to have to get our little teletruck up here. Not absolutely what it was created for, but should still do a great little job on these fields. So, yeah, we'll see how that performs in a bit as well. It looks like the rain is finally calming off. And that's good news, because that's going to make this job a lot easier. And we are just going around on the second headland, or the inner row of the headland. With this field here, that's so thin at this point, it basically just becomes 2 rows that one comes out and the second comes back in. Yeah, there's going to be a spot at the end, but I think rather than going around the end, that's going to be a better way to do it. And then, yeah, we're going to have that bit under the trees in a bit. And look at that. There we go. Rain has stopped. We want to keep everything away from the trees there. And I'm just trying to work out exactly where is the best place to go along the edge of the field to get some nice straight rows. It's a bit of a dog-legged field, this. I think it's going to be along this edge here that is going to be the best way to get our rows out. Train going through. But I think we've got everything under control. Want to get this field finished fairly quickly because we've got one more to do, and then we've got everything to get baled up. I think we're going to try and get the largest bales we can off here, just to reduce the amount of transport we need to do, and hopefully that will speed things along rather nicely. Looking at the shape of this field, our longest rows are going to be by actually following the contour of this top end of the field. It's going to make for some interesting shapes there. It's going to be a slightly curved set of rows, but it does mean that we're going to get nice long rows rather than sort of shorter ones going from the bottom end of the field, and should mean that this area that we've got at the top here is fairly easy to get into the rows as well. So yeah, we're gonna do some nice long rows along the edge of the field here, and with any luck that will make our baling a bit easier as well. Between these 3 fields and the silage bales, we should definitely have enough to get the rest of the vines planted today, which is good. April is smack bang in the middle of the planting season for the vines. So from that point of view, we're absolutely fine. We are getting on a little bit, though, with the actual growth stages on our vines. If I have a quick look in here, and we have a look, and let's see. So yeah, you can see some of our vines are already beginning to move across a little bit. I want to get the cultivating and mulching and fertilizing all done on all of our vines this year. So it's quite a lot of work to get them to be in place at the right time. We do have a bit of kit I want to try out actually this year, if we're able to afford it. It's going to be in the shop here, and it's going to be under, it must be under Grape technology. There we go. Where are you? No, it's not. Probably under sprayers then instead. Yeah, there it is. It's 62,800 for this, but does 2 rows at the same time. Really interesting piece of kit, this. But we'd have to lease it in order to use it, I think. But yeah, I think that might be a really efficient way for us to do our vines this year, if we're able to. And if not, it's something that may be worth looking into in the future. Right, one more field to get rowed up. It's taking us a while to get this done. Yeah, one more field to row up, and then we can get the baler out here and get all of this hay baled up. Oh, I just really hope we can get this all done today. Field 13 here is a much more sympathetic shape. It's easier to work. We should get some nice long runs out of this as well, which will just make it so much easier to get baled as well. Time is cracking on, though. I mean, it's 20 to 3 in the afternoon, and yeah, we still got the rest of this field to get baled up, just this field to get rowed up, let alone baled up. And yeah, I don't know where we're going to be at the end of this. Is this going to go into a 3rd day, or are we actually going to be able to get all of this rowed up today and baled and delivered? That seems a little bit far-fetched to me. I think if we take on any larger contracts than these 3 and want to use our own equipment for it, we're going to have to change our windrower this is taking a fairly long amount of time to get round with this 3-meter one. There is a 7-meter one in a mod that I downloaded that should do quite well. If we have a look at the windrowers here, I don't know if I've actually activated it on here. What ones do we get in here as standard? So we got the Sams, which is 8.4 meters. We've got the Crone, which is 9.7. Yeah, there is a 7-meter one, which is slightly smaller, a Cavernaland, I think it is, that I have downloaded and I will bring in at some point. It's 14,000 to buy, whereas the one we've got at the moment, where are we? Yeah, there we are, and windrowers is only 3,000. So yeah, it's a lot more expensive than what we have now. But as always with Farm Sim, if we spend a little bit more money, we'll take a little less time doing these things. So maybe not something for the farm for this year, but certainly if we're looking at doing more contracts going into the next year, then it might be worth grabbing it. Oh, we're on to our final row on this field, and that will then be everything done and rowed up and ready to bale. I can't believe how long it's taken today to get this job done. In fact, we're not quite done yet. We've got a little bit up here that still needs bringing into this final row. But, yeah, I think an upgrade on this, if we're going to do any large amount of windrowing, is going to be necessary. That has taken us till 5 in the afternoon to get all of these all of these fields rowed up. So I'm going to have to take this back down to the farm. We'll see if we can get at least one of these fields baled up. Because, well, pretty certain we're going to have to continue this next time in order to get these all finished. Not the end of the world, because, of course, now we do have a little bit of extra time to play around with. And we do need to get the final vines in May. If we don't, then we're not going to get them in this year. But, as I said, we should be all right as far as that's concerned. So let's take that off. And, yeah, that off. And there we go. All that disconnected. And we can then connect ourselves up to the baler. And we're going to get at least one of these fields baled today, I think. This should be a lot quicker, especially as... Right, let's go with the really big bales. 150 is the largest this will do. So, take that away, and away we go. Let's go and do field 29 and get that one out the way. Because, yeah, that is going to be the fiddliest of these 3 fields to do. Here we are, field 29. And we've got this first bit to do here. This baler just works so well with this tractor. Absolutely fantastic. And, yeah. This is going to be a lot quicker, this job, than... the windrower that we've been doing, and the windrowing we've been doing today, because yeah, that has just taken forever to get the rest of that done. Looks like we're getting not quite 3 bales off this bottom bit. We're at 93%. Let's turn this off, and then we can get across the river. So into here. And over, yep, and start her up again, back down and in, and it won't be too long before we drop a bale here, I don't think. There we go. So as long as we can get round the end of the row, we'll be okay with that. And bale is out, and away we go again. We've got 4 more bales off the headlands here, so we're 6 bales so far off this field. I think we might add another 1 or 2 to this for a total of 8, which is not bad at all. Also, not going to be too difficult to load up 8 bales and get them delivered, so that will be good news. The sun is setting now, and we do have some more rain on the way, so I think this field is probably going to be it for today. We've got the extra time now, and we should be able to get everything done in May that we want to get done. Definitely going to be getting this, or the remaining bales from these contracts, baled up as quickly as possible, and then we can get them all delivered and get the money in to get those final vines in this year. That's the thing. We really, really need to get those final vines in. And then I want to turn my attention to getting a new tractor. We want to add the Kubota by the end of this week, or a Kubota by the end of this week to this farm. So we're going to have to work out how we can afford that. We might have to lease it for a bit to try it, but I think that we may get to do some work on the vines with it. So yeah, maybe we'll get one on trial and try it out. And you guys can see how well that would work on the farm, and we can target it for a purchase later in the year. However, the sun is fading, and we have just this last row to do. Not going to give us another bale, though, unfortunately. Let's get the lights on, because it's got that dark. And are there any... Oh, yeah. Or is there any more on here? There is. And from what we know, we really need to get every single piece of hay we can off this field. The pickup on this isn't very wide. If you just clip something, it doesn't get it. You have to actually fully run over it. So it's quite a realistic baler from that point of view. Wow. I've left lots of spots of hay all over this field. But I think with the sun fading fairly quickly in the sky, we are trying to get these contracts completed as quickly as possible. We have both these fields to get baled up. Once we've got these baled up, we can get the trailer out here, probably attached to this tractor, and then we should be in a position where we can get these all loaded up, get these delivered and sold. We're going to sell all of these hay bales today, and then with the money we get, because we are now minus 2,330 on the farm, we're hoping to be able to plant a couple more rows if we're lucky. I think we should also have some silage bales to sell today as well. So with any luck, that will go our way too. Yeah, we need a decent amount of cash in. I also need to check on the lettuce because we need to get that sold, and we also have some eggs. I think we got 3 pallets of eggs we talked about last time. Those need doing as part of the whole thing of trying to sell perishables as quickly as possible. We're not looking to hold on to that stuff until best prices. We're looking to try and just keep a steady income going with that. So I am going to crack on baling this field. And then hopefully once we've got this finished and got field 13 finished as well, we can start getting these loaded up. Coming to the end of the 2 headlands, and this is our 6th bale, I think, 4, 5, yeah, 6 off here so far, which is a really decent number. We are, yeah, these piles are pretty good. There's a nice amount of hay in all of them. The other thing about them, or the one issue I have, actually, is the baler's pickup isn't great. If I go over any bumps or lumps, it tends to fail to actually get the hay. It's also not the widest of pickups, so I am leaving little bits and pieces every so often, which is not ideal. We're gonna have to sort of run around the field and get a few of these bits and pieces, but in general it's running pretty well. We're collecting up most stuff, and this little tractor, this G Series Vultra, is absolutely perfect, as we've established before with this baler. It just works so well for the most part. And we're zooming through the field. I think we're going to get probably another 3 to 4 bales off here, including the one that we're currently about to unload. Just a little bit more. There we go. And yeah, then we'll be able to move on to field 13 quite swiftly. Our last row of hay off here, and I think we might actually hit 10 bales off this field if we're lucky. We're getting very close. And 95, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, there we go. Our 10th bale off this field. Just back that up and unload it. Pretty happy with that. That's worked out well for us. And there goes the bale. Down with the pickup. And we'll just get the last little bit that's on here. We still do have a few patches left on the field. Yeah, you can see one just down there by the road a little bit. But there's nothing, there's no big areas or anything left on here to get. What I'm going to do now is move on to field 13, as I said. And from here, we'll get all this baled up. We'll see how many bales we get off here. See if we've got a comparable size. And yeah, and then we start the great process of using our little JCB teller truck to get as many of these bales loaded up and delivered as we can in one go. And we'll then see exactly how many trips it's going to take us to get all of our bales delivered. We're on to the main body of the field. We got about 6 bales off the headland, I think. 3 off each round, which was really good. That, I think, was our 7th. I'm still having a little bit of trouble making sure that everything gets picked up. Oh, no, that was our 8th, actually, because we did 2 rows. And it's taking about a row to get a bale off here. So yeah, we've got a large number of bales coming off this field and really working well for us. I'm stoked. We're gonna have plenty of bales here to make money with, and we're gonna have a fair few to have to load up. But all in all, it should bring us in a good amount of money. We're expecting about 18 grand from these 3 contracts. So the fact that we're getting a good number of bales off here might mean that we actually get some extra money from the excess as well, which would be really good. But yeah, it's going well, and we should have this done momentarily. And then we can get started on loading all of these up and getting them delivered. We're nearing the end of field 13 now, and unless we are only slightly short of a bale or 2, sorry, like 5% short at the end of this, I don't think we're going to go and chase around the field after these stray bits of hay that are about. There's a couple of larger areas, but it's not really worth it if it's not going to complete a bale. Now, we've got a complete bale here. We've got most of a row here, and a row here has filled our baler. So we'll see how close we are. It may be that we get fairly close to this, and then do need to go and just chase a little bit of extra. Oh, I don't know, actually. That is gonna be a long way off, isn't it? I think we might grab a couple of bits like over there. There's a couple of long strips, but yeah, that's only 37% of a bale, so it's not really worth it. Just gonna grab this because there is a fair amount in that pile. Yeah, that throws us up a couple of percent. And we've got the same thing over here. We've got a few bits in here too. And then we can head out over this way and just go and drop our baler off. And what I think I'll do is I'll bring the trailer down to this field on this tractor, and then we'll come back up in a moment with our little tally truck, which should be able to do this job. It's not really something I think is ideal for the field, but we don't have a front loader on this tractor, and so can't really use it. So yeah, let's get things swapped around and get the tally truck up to the field. With everything that's been going on the last few videos, we've completely neglected our greenhouses over there. They look like they need a little bit of TLC, maybe a little bit of water or some extra seeds. I don't want to put any more seeds in because we're looking to move those greenhouses. So don't want to produce any extra lettuce, but they definitely seem to be out of some of their stuff. Now our tractor is over here. We're going to try and do these 2 at a time. So let's get these lined up. I see where that outer spike is. Oh no, that's not right. Oh, it released the bale. They seem to sit there until you get close to them with a bale fork. Right, I think that is fairly good. Let's have a look. Okay, that's not too bad. I'll take that. Let's go and get the rest of these collected up. Oh, this is great fun. Line it up. Right, so... Oh, don't lift it off the ground. There we are. I'd like to get these closer together. Yeah, that is not a great pickup. Let's bring them up to the top of the field here, where it's a little bit flatter. We'll put that one down, and then that one down. I'll just see if I can get these two a little bit closer. Still having the trouble with this tele truck, where I switch camera views and I lose the ability to move my mouse side to side. It's really weird, but okay. So we're currently got our spike pointing upwards. That's what the problem is. Right, up, level things out a little bit. Should be in a good place now to just drive in and pick up both of them like so. And yep, we can take it down and get it loaded up. This tally truck is just one of the most versatile things that's been released for Farming Simulator 22. It is such a versatile mod. It's unbelievable. And Ross N has done an awesome job of it. I think it's the one mod, or the one piece of equipment I look to use on pretty much every save game I'm doing now. Is, yeah... I've not got it on everything. I've only got it on this one, and I've just been sort of holding back from putting it on anywhere else because I don't want to sort of flood what I'm doing with it. But yeah, it is just absolutely brilliant. So versatile, so useful. Brilliant for productions, brilliant for stacking bales like this. I mean, these are not small bales this is dealing with at the moment, and it's taking 2 of them at a time. And not overbalancing forwards at all or anything. It's just works. And I think we're going to fit all of this field onto this trailer. And I think we'll fit a good whack of field 14 on here as well. There's... yeah, if we get all of this field on the bottom road, then we will definitely get more of field... well, we'll get... all of field 14 on here as well, I think. We can probably go quite high because these are only the 150 centimeter bales. Right, back that out. That is gonna want to, yeah. Right, we can get this a bit closer, I think. Like so. Oh, no. We need to get it a bit closer because I want to get another bale on the back of this trailer. There we are. Right. Forwards and down. Make sure both bales come off. We might just get one more bale on the back there. If we do, then yeah, we're quids in. We should be fine. If we don't, it's going to be much harder to get all of this on. If we manage to get even half of field 14's bales on here, then I think this is only going to take us a couple of journeys to get all of the bales from both of these contracts delivered. That is not how I want to line it up. Let's try again. See if we can get it in the right place this time. Drop that on the floor and in. Yep, there we go. Bale is not turned. And we can get this onto our trailer. There is just enough space to get a bale on the back of this. Absolutely brilliant. That is, yeah, we're going to get 10 out of the 11 bales from this field onto this row. As a result, we should get 7 of the 10 bales onto the next row. And we might be able to then put the remaining 3 right on the top and get both these fields cleared up in one go. So let's do this, back it off, and see if this will get on here just as easily as the first one went on, hopefully without knocking the first one off. This little teletruck is so maneuverable as well. There we are. So that there. And then those will strap down on the back like that. Right. We have 1 to grab off this field, which we'll put up the front. And then we have the next field over, which we just need to go and collect up and get on here as well. All in all, though, this is going pretty well and fairly successfully at the moment. I'm quite happy. I actually missed a 12th bale on that field. And so, yeah, this might get a little bit more difficult now. We've got 4 spacers on this row and only 3 on the last row. Yeah, this is not great. It's going to be tough to get all of these on here. Right, let's just undo that so that I can get this on here. Look at that. It's almost vertical at the moment, this. But this is the thing. It does have, because it's a telly truck, the arm extends. So we can definitely get bales on the top. I think we'd maybe put 2 abreast in the middle. We might get away with this, but it's going to be quite a tough one to pull off. Let's bring this over here then. Line ourselves up. Try and get that spike just outside the bale. There we go. And then we want to do the same with this one over here. I think I said there are only 10 bales on this field. So we've got space for 6 on this row, and then that's going to turn that bale. Oh, that's close. That's tight. That is the closest, I think, I've ever managed to pick 2 bales up. That's ridiculous. But we are, yeah, we're going to get 6 of them on this row very easily. And then it's just the extra height. We're going to, whether we can reach that high with this teletruck is the other thing. Certainly going to be something that would overload the trailer. Maybe it's wise to just load these on here, and then we can come back for the last 4 and make our life a little bit easier. I think we should have space for everything left in this field then, and everything on field 29. So shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I think we'll still get it done in 2 goes. I don't think it'll take 3. Right, that's the last bale on. Let's get that strapped down. So yeah, we still have 4 bales over there. So we'll leave our JCB here for now and just park it here. Let's jump in this and we're going to head down. And where are we taking this to? I think this is going to... Oh, right down the bottom end. So we might as well jump onto the road up here. And yeah, it's going to be a fairly long ride around, but we'll get there without too much hassle. And go and get this sold. We've got to go up to the animal dealer. That's where this has got to be delivered to. I'm expecting this to complete 1 or maybe 2 of these contracts with what we've got on here. Both fields produced about 10 bales. One was 10 and one was 11. We've left 4 on the field for each of them. So yeah, that is definitely 80% transported off of both of these fields. So let's bring this round and back it up. Oh, come on. There we are. So back this into here. And then we will drop all of our bits here. There we go. There we go. 29 and 13 finished off of both of that. And we've got, yeah, more delivered for... Hang on, why did we sell bales? Did that finish? Hang on. Did that complete all 3 contracts? That did. All of the remaining bales that we have. So the 4 that we've got sitting on field 14 and the, well, however many we've got sitting on field 29 can all be sold now to make us more money. That is brilliant. Means I need to check where the best place to sell hay bales is because, yeah, this whole remaining bales we've got can just be delivered straight to there. So back down at the field, we'll load these 4 bales up and then we'll go and load everything that's sitting up on field 29. And we're going to sell all of these. They all go to the animal dealer. There is nowhere else to sell them. But we also have 4 silage bales. No, sorry, 8 silage bales. 4 sets of 2 to sell as well today. That'll bring in some extra cash. Those are probably going to have to go into the BGA and be sold there, I think. There's only a £10 difference between the 2. But I want to try and get the maximum I can. Every penny is going to count if we're going to be able to get all the vines we want to get planted. Plus, start saving up a little bit for maybe getting a new tractor on here in a couple of videos' time. I think we may need to do some... well, I think we may need to do some more contracts before we can afford another tractor, to be honest. Right, let's get these on here. Like so. I'm eager to find out how well the auto driving helper is on this map. I've not tried it yet, but we might get this Vulture down to our other field using that. I don't think he'll get in the gateway, but I think he'll get pretty close. So we're going to give that a try. Yeah, this has been really good. This is going to pay off really, really well. We had a similar sort of thing with the silage a little while ago. So, yeah, our contracts are paying so well for grass work is brilliant. And, yeah, definitely the way to go, I think. So, last bale off here. And then we'll be able to head down to field 29. Get the last of, or get the remaining bales collected up, sell all of these, get ourselves some money in, and yeah, be in a really good position. We had 117,000 litres on here in the last load. So, yeah, if we can fill this trailer up again with hay, that's going to be another very large amount that we can make. Why is that not in line What is going on there? I push that. Is that going to push those off? Nope, I think we're all right. I think the others are a little bit lopsided. Yeah, but they're still on the trailer, so that is fine. Right, let's send this off down to field 29. See if it will actually auto-drive down there. So field 29 is there. I am going to set destination and set it on the road there. No. Oh, not enough money. We can't do it anyway. Right, so I'm going to get this driven down to field 29. We've still got no cash. So we've only got 7 bales here down on field 29. So smaller field than the other 2. And we should be able to get all of these onto our trailer pretty quickly. Oh, not if I do it like that, though. They're going to fit on here fairly well and fairly quickly, which is great. And yeah, they're going to make us money. We're going to be able to plant the rest of the vines, I think, because we're going to have the cash to do it, which is brilliant. Really excited by that. It's something I think we're going to end up doing next time. I do still have, as I said, those silage bales to sell. We want to get those loaded up today, and it's going to take most of our time left today, I think, to get these loaded up and those silage bales. And I'm probably going to have a look at my greenhouses as well. Those are definitely not functioning as they should at the moment. They're missing. Well, what are they missing? Let's have a quick look at our productions and see what's going on in the greenhouses. Water, as always, they have run out of water. Not a huge amount of seeds left in there, though. So, yeah, they are getting close to being emptied out. I think it's 10,000 a greenhouse for new ones when we get them moved. So, yeah, we want to get them moved in the near future as well, once we have the money to do it. It's not super urgent to move those greenhouses. I just don't really want to be filling them with lots of new stuff if we're going to be moving them, because obviously it then makes it harder to get them moved. Right, bring this round here. I think the best way to do this, with 3 bales left, we're not going to try and stick 2 on the back. I'm going to stick 1 at the front. And then what I can do is and then we can just stick them in the middle across the center of this. Be a little bit more stable and a little bit easier to manage, and means that we can deal with the one we've got this side of the river here, and then just load the other 2 up once we cross to the other side. So this one up. We'll stick this on our trailer over here. Like so. Oh, no, wrong place. Like this. In and up and down. Come on, in you go. A little bit further. There we go. So right there like that. And then the last 2 go on here like this. Is it my imagination, or is that back one a smaller bale? Interesting. I think we changed the bale size when we were setting up on this field, and yeah, that is a 130 centimeter, that's a 150. So it didn't change it until after that 130 centimeter bale had come out. That's hilarious. Right, let's get these down to the animal market, get these sold, and then we've just got the last set of silage bales to get done after that. So here we come down to the animal husbandry, or it's not the animal husbandry, the animal market, and just bring this in here like so. Whoa, need to watch cutting those corners. But that is just in here like so. And then over and round and into this. Okay, let's back it up. Undo our belts. And away it all goes for an extra £6,412. Not bad. That definitely is pretty good, to be honest. Quite happy with that. Let's get this back down to the farm, load up these last few bales and get them sold. And then we can complete the contracts and we'll be done for the day. So these are our 8 silage bales. We're just going to spike them to load them up. They are all silage, so that's all good. And from here, I'm going to have to do it. Whoa, too close to the end. I'm going to have to use the boom on this to load them across the trailer. So I want to make sure. I'm going to have to get out and check it, I think. It's not too bad. One of them is a little bit further across than the other, but that should all even out. Oh, it would do if they behave themselves. Let's boom out. Down. Come on, off you go. There we go. Oh, sometimes it is fun. At least we don't have to worry about putting them all too close on here, because basically, if we had to worry about that, then this would be a lot harder, especially in first-person view. I like doing some first-person loading every so often. It's quite cool. Just got to be a little bit careful of where you're going. There we go. Is that in the... Oh, no, one of those is not in a good place. Oh, wow. No, that is not how to do it. That is not how to do it at all. Wow. Yeah, first-person bale loading is fun. Doesn't mean you always get it right with it. All right, let's line that up better and get that on there. There we go. Much happier with that. Only 2 more sets to go, and then we can go and deliver these. It is 7:15 at night, so there's it's getting on a bit, but this will allow us to get this last couple of rows we need. We need 13,000 a row, and we've got about 4 rows. So it's about £60,000 is what we need to finish this field. I don't think we're going to quite get that, but we're going to get probably, well, we're going to get a bit towards it. It all depends on how much we make off these silage bales. If we make a decent amount off these 8, we will be quids in. If we don't, then it's going to take a little bit more work to get this where we want to. We do have more of the farm as well that we want to turn into vineyards. So, yeah, there's always more vines to plant. Last 2 bales on, drop them off, and yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about where that's positioned, because we just want to get these. Missed it. Oh well, we've uncovered one. It's always the downside to loading it like that. I'm gonna just park this down the side here, and let's head off to the BGA to see where we can sell this. Is that, what's that? Biogas plant. There it is. Yeah, that's where we want to be selling it to, I think. Silage 294 to 283. Yeah, biogas plant. Let's tag that. Have a look on the map. Yeah, that's exactly where I think it is. So let's go and get these dropped off. I think I went the long way round, but we've got there eventually. It is just the other side of the bridge here. Where's our entrance? There's the entrance. So bring this in here. And I should be able to pull up alongside, I think. Yeah, we can pull up into here. Well, it's marked the biogas plant as there. But I think the place where we tip it is over here. So let's reverse these up. And, well, tip it is the wrong word. Undo our straps. Those going down? Are those selling? No. Do I need to put them in manually? I don't think there's a... Oh, this is not a good way to do that. Yeah, there's no way. Oh, I think we're going to have to sell them the animal dealer. It's either that or put them into the BGA. It doesn't look like the BGA is going to take them at the moment, unless it's there. But I don't think it's there. Is it? Nope. I think we've got to load them in manually into the BGA, which is more work than we have for now. So I'm going to take these down to the animal market for just £10 less per 1,000 litres. That is not a huge loss, and it's just going to make it slightly easier rather than us having to drive our 12-mile-an-hour teletruck all the way to the BGA. It's taken us 3 days to get these 3 contracts done and get all of the bales delivered. But the contract itself, the 3 contracts themselves are now over, and we've now got our bales on the back here, our silage bales to get sold. So there we go, another 8,166 from them. And if we have a look in here, and we'll just complete these contracts, so really good amounts on these. So collect from those 3 as well. So many baling contracts that we could take on and earn a load of extra money. We could literally buy more, 3 more rows of vines from those. So maybe we'll have a look at that in the near future as well. Finally going to get the final few vines planted. We want to get ourselves in a position where we can also work our vines. We need to do some bits and pieces on those. And get them cultivated and mulched. And I think we might try out a new tractor to do that. Unfortunately, we can't afford one, but I think we might be able to lease one for this job. And the reason why I want to lease one and not use one of our existing ones is because something new is coming out in the very near future. And I want to show off exactly how well it works for the... Come on, trailer. Let's open you up. Oh, we haven't connected that. There we go. Right. I want to show you how well it works on here for doing vineyard stuff. So there's a possibility we could sell this, but I'd prefer not to. I think it would be better served for us to actually just lease it, and then we can decide if it works really well. Then it's going to be something that we could add to the farm at a slightly later date. But for now, I want to give it a try out. Let's just drop off our bale spike though and put this on here because we need every penny we can get hold of at the moment. We've got at least 4 rows of vines to place and plant. And what we're going to find is that it's going to be about 50-odd thousand to do that and get all those in. So I'm expecting us to maybe reach 3 vines today if we're lucky. That would be 39,000 to plant 3 sets of vines. So that's what we're aiming for. We need to get about 3,000 off this. So let's just load this up here. Alternatively, I might sell our Antonio Carrera tractor. It is... How much is it worth, that tractor? Straight up, it's worth 29,000. So it wouldn't give us enough money to do what I want to do, unfortunately. But it would give us a bit of a boost towards it. And we get a little bit more money, actually, if we sold separately. But I think we need about 50,000 to buy a new tractor. So I don't think it's going to be something we can do. I think once the lettuce comes in, or once we get some new grass work done, because at this time of year, grass work absolutely is a real money spinner for us. Let's push those on a little bit. So we should be able to make a decent amount from that. And the other reason why I'm selling the eggs is because, as we've been doing on all the other series on the channel, we're adding a little bit more realism in, and we're trying to sell perishable goods at least once a month. Full pallets of it, especially. I'm actually going to sell all of these eggs today. We've got a pallet there that isn't quite full, but it is full enough, I think. And as I said, we need the money. We need the money in order to plant the vines. So let's get this last pallet loaded up. And I've already checked out where our best place to sell all this today is. And that is going to be down at the bakery. Now, the bakery is located just in here, opposite the shop. So all of our eggs getting unpacked into the bakery and making us good amount. 51,300. That's brilliant. That pretty much means we're going to be able to plant all of the vines that we want to plant today. That's amazing. Right, back down to the farm. Let's see if we can get these vines planted. I'm going to park up over here. Turn that off. And yeah, let's get some vines planted. 51,000. I think we're going to be ever so shy of what we want. I think we want about 52,000 to do this. So let's go into here and into construction. Oh, this is going to be so close. Production and orchards and here, and it's about 13,000 to plant. Yeah, it's 12,915. Like that. We also need to extend this one out here slightly. So this is our second row, which is going to be another 12,000. What are you colliding with? I think I'm a little bit too close. Right, let's move the car as well. I want nothing in the way of getting these vines in. If we can finish off this field today, that is going to be exceptionally good. Right, there we go. That gets that out of the way. We'll stand back here. And then we can plant the rest of these. So, oh, come on. No. Escape that. Let's take it out from there. There we go. Have got, yeah, so it's basically, I've got 1 row, 2 rows left. Right, the last row would be there, and I think that is probably it does take it right up to the edge, right under the trees there. That's a little bit, I'd rather place the vines somewhere else, I think. So we're not going to do that, and we haven't got enough money to finish that row anyway. I am going to call that a nice full field. I don't mind leaving a little bit of space down the side there. I think that helps. And look at all this. All this needs mulching and cultivating. So we've got to get that done as well. We're left with 11,330. And so I'm going to be a little bit indulgent today. And we're going to head up to the shop and lease a piece of equipment. Because, as I said, I really, really want to try out a new tractor. So, what new tractor do I want to check out? Well, if you saw my video yesterday, you know that I have some nice early access to the Kubota Pack DLC. So this is out on Tuesday. As always, there is a link down in the description if you wish to purchase this pack. It's currently 8% off until it's released on Tuesday. And yeah, it contains all of these tractors, these 4 tractors, the front loader, the 2 skid steers, the 2 ATVs, and 2 front loaders. What we want to use on this series, and what I want to eventually buy, and we're going to be doing some contracts to get, is this. This is the M5. I want to put, I think we're going to put the Trelleborg tires on it. A little bit of a front weight. Yeah, I think that would do it. Engine setup. It's... Right, what can we do? We can do 92 horsepower or 106. Don't think we need more than 92 horsepower for the equipment we got. But that should do it for now. So we're going to lease this. It'll cost us 3,317 to try this out. That is absolutely fine. And if we head out of the shop, there it is. We're going to leave the landy up here until we return this later, because I don't want to hold onto this more than today. But yeah, we're going to try out the Kubota M5, because I think this is just going to be a great little tractor for us to have on the farm. It means we've got a nice sort of mix of things. Let me know in the comments what you guys think I should do. Do you think we should have this along with our other tractor, our Antonio Carrera one, or well, actually no, there is something the Antonio Carrera tractor does that this one doesn't, and that is a front hitch in order to do the defoliating. This does not have a front hitch on it. The only options are for the weights. So yeah, this one I think would be great for replacing the functionality that our methane tractor had, but for doing things like spraying and defoliating, I think we probably want to stick with the Antonio Carrera. So the first bit of kit we're going to hook this up to is going to be this. It's our really small little mulcher. We need to go through all of our vines and mulch, of course. So we're going to start off with these ones here. This hasn't grown up yet, so we're going to have to do that at a later date. At the moment, though, I want to get the rest of them. And look at that. That should work brilliantly. We're going to have to start down the other end here in order to get all of this. And, of course, we can't cultivate until we've mulched. We've found out on this. So it's a combination of the two. Really maneuverable because this is so thin. It's a very, very maneuverable tractor. And actually, I think... because it is so thin, and because it has such it's so contained, it's going to work really well for us in so far as getting all this mulched. The only trouble with this particular bit is that it's leaning in, and we found this in the top field, that as the tractor leans in, it does cause a little bit of issue. But this here seems to be working fairly well. And I'm quite happy with this. We don't have to get all of this done today, but obviously if we want to return this tractor, then it's going to be something we do have to do, is to get it cleared up. Otherwise, it is going to cost us a bit. I'm not getting quite as close as I would like with this mulcher in places. The slimness of this tractor really does let you get right up against the vines to get the mulching done. I do think it might actually benefit from a slightly wider mulcher, something that is, yeah, just is a little bit wider than the tractor. You wouldn't have to get the tractor quite so close to the vines. Although I don't think there's a huge issue with that, as long as you're, careful and you give a good look of things, and you can keep quite close. It works well. It's nice that it's so self-contained and so tight. I mean, that does work massively well for it. I'm trying to do the vines though in such a way that my turning around is a lot simpler. But this is pretty good. As with anything in the vineyard, it's quite a task to try and get as close to the vines as possible, but not catch the tractor on it. And I'm finding, unlike with the methane tractor, I'm catching things a lot less because my maneuverability is not quite as good as it was on the methane tractor. My slight changes and slight movements aren't suddenly throwing my equipment into the poles and getting me stuck and things like that. So it works pretty well from that point of view, so long as I'm getting close enough to the actual vines to do the mulching. But yeah, it's working really well, and I'm quite impressed with this tractor. It's perfect addition to a vineyard. Absolutely brilliant. Really does allow you to get up close this and keep moving very well. I got stuck so much with the methane tractor, and here this is just moving along nicely through these vines and mulching away. I think I said I was only going to keep this for today, but I'm really thinking that we're not going to get past the mulching today. We've got a lot of vines to mulch, and therefore I don't think we're going to really make it past that part of this process. But also, I just want to play with this tractor some more. It is working out really, really well for me in the vines. And the only reason I'm missing stuff and having to go back like that is because I'm being rubbish at keeping it close to the vines. It doesn't help, though, that these vines aren't perfectly at 180 degrees. They are ever so slightly off. They go slightly to the left. Yeah, slightly to the left here. And as a result, doing 180 degree or a 270 degree run will run you into the vines. It's something like 269 I think is when it runs down. So if I can get myself on that line, I'm pretty good. I do wonder if there's some way you could set up GPS to work with the vines. Yeah, we're moving away from it now. It's not a massive amount off the straight, but it is just enough to cause an issue. I know I talked earlier about having a mulcher that was maybe a little bit wider than the tractor, but to be perfectly honest, it makes it a little bit easier because you get the tractor as close up to the vines as you can, and then you know you're roughly in the right position to get this done. It's much easier than having to look back and down all the time and adjust from there. So I'm not actually having as much of a problem as I did earlier when doing this now. We're turning fairly easily, getting myself lined up. I am doing sort of every other row, and we are going to have to head back and get that row that I've sort of left half done a little bit later. But I'm now pretty sure of where to place the bonnet, where to align myself up, and with that and everything sort of running in the right place, it's all running fairly smoothly. And you know, we're mulching these rows really efficiently. Actually come to the conclusion doing this is easier in cab than it is out of cab. I am scraping up against the vines or getting too far away from the vines far more from this position than I am from this position, where I can line up my bonnet with where I want the poles of my vines to be and then just hit the spot every time. It's yeah, really good way to do it. And it's between that bump at the very front of the bonnet and the side of the bonnet. If I can line that up so the poles move through that area, I end up getting exactly where I want with my mulcher, which is great news. Oh, I forgot to drop the mulcher down, pick the mulcher up at the end of that last row. Never mind, all I did was mulch the grass, and we don't really care about that grass much. Here though, this is mulching perfectly. We've got a little bit of clear up. There are a couple of tufts here and there that need doing, but we're only a couple of rows really from the end of this. Yeah, it's about 269.3, 269.4 is the angle we want, and then that brings us nicely along the edge here and moving very smoothly. Oh, look at that. That is just absolutely beautiful. I love that. And that actually brings us to the end here. The bits that we've already planted. We've got two more rows to go doing this way, and then we've got one row going the other way. So we're going to finish down this end of the field on this one, and then on the next one we're probably going to go over and do field 1, I think. That's fairly small. Should be able to knock that out quite quickly. And then we've got field 5 to go and do as well, which is gonna be a bigger job. See, you want to get right in here, otherwise you get bits that are missed. A little bit further back. Come on, there we go. Yeah, right up against these vines, and then you can catch everything on both sides. Oh, sometimes it around the pole you can miss one. There we go. Right. So yeah, let's get this field finished. I was thinking as I was doing the last couple of rows, we've got just under 8,000 left. We know that that will give us just over half a row, and I don't want to go the whole way along that last row and put us in the tree line, but there is space at this top end of the field for this. Oh, look at all that. So what I think we might do is just plant the a little bit at the top end of the field, so as we've done on other ones. So let's head into the construction, and we'll go production, orchards, and yeah. So I don't want to do it right up to the corner there. I think we'll bring it a couple in here and just run it along the edge here until we start getting towards the tree line. So, because we could run it to about here-ish. I don't want to put it under the tree because that's going to cause havoc with our harvester. So I think about there is a good amount, and that way, yeah, we've got a nice little bit of extra down here, right up to the edge of the field here. And then as we start getting into the tree line and it starts getting difficult for the harvester and everything, we cut it off. And we can always extend further down there after this season if we want. But I think that is a good compromise for that row. So I'm just going to clean up a little bit around here, and then we're going to head over and get field 1 done. So with the old cow meadow done, we can shift over to here. And with the way this is set up, I think the best way for us to do is to start at the far end of the field here. And we can come in here nicely with this. Start it up. And yeah, so here we're mulching, but it looks cultivated already. So I don't know if we have to recultivate this. We're going to, just to try and make sure. But I don't know how much it will boost our yield. We are trying to boost the yield as much as possible this year, because with all of our extra vines, we're gonna go well over the hour for our hire of our harvester this year. So as a result, if we don't manage to get this so that we're in a position where we boost our yield and increase how much we get, we're gonna find it very difficult to recoup the cost of the harvester at the very least. The fact that we are able to grow the farm and have been able to grow the farm each year has been brilliant, but it is proving to be a little bit of an interesting conundrum with this, to make sure that we're making enough off these vines to make a good profit. I think we are making a good profit, but I want to make up for the fact that we're going to take a hit this year with the extra cost of renting the harvester. These vines are much easier to work, and it's mainly due to the fact that they do run fully east to west. They run fully north to south, sorry. And as a result, I'm able to keep a much straighter, much more even run along the side of them. And only when I stray from it, like I did just then at the end of this row, do I actually miss some stuff. But yeah, they are perfectly in line with the north-south direction. So we're either traveling 0 or 180 the whole way along. And we just need to line up at the start here, get as close in as we can, drop this down, and then if we can get ourselves on that 0 line, we should do absolutely fine. Get a little bit closer in. I think we need to be, yeah, we need to be a little bit closer in. As long as you get fairly close on one of the runs, you're actually fine overall. It will clear it out from both sides, but it's when you don't get, yeah, it's when you don't get close enough like that. That you might run into problems. I've left a couple of lines further up. That is just so it's easier for me to turn around at least one end, and so I don't have to do too much maneuvering. I want to get this as close in as I can. I'm getting better. Every time I do this, I'm getting better at this. I am kind of wondering, there must be a way to get this, though, to hit these lines really well with GPS. And I think when we eventually buy one of these tractors, we might actually try that, because that will be used exactly for this job in here. I like this tractor, I really do. It's a perfect little vineyard tractor for us on here. And I have no reservations in eventually picking one up for the farm. It is just a dream to use on here. And so, I keep comparing it to the tractor that we originally had for doing these jobs, which wasn't the Antonio Carrero. It was the methane tractor, that little tracked methane tractor. And I'm just having a better time doing this job with this tractor than I was with that other one. It just, yeah, it works better. I think this would work well as a tractor to do the carting for the grapes as well. I think Antonio Carrera tractor that we've got is going to be great for doing the defoliating. I think that's going to be the main job of that. Although, again, I wonder if that's something our G series could do. If we could get that defoliator on the front of the G series, could we do that job with that? So yeah, I'm intrigued to know your thoughts, what you think to this in here, and what the way forward might be. I certainly think that there's a place on our farm for this tractor. It just seems to fit what we do and how we're working on here so well. Something I want to check quickly is what is our yield bonus in here. So our yield bonus on here at the moment is 35%. This is well inside the area that needs to be mulched. And over here, well inside the area that has been mulched, it's still only 35%. So as per last time, I think that this does all need to be cultivated in order to get the yield bonus. It's not the mulching itself that does it. It's the fact that we need to mulch it before we can actually do any cultivating. And so that is going to be the job for next time, is going to be to get in here with a cultivator and get all these fields done, especially the new ones. I want to get the new vines cultivated because they never have been. And then after that, we do need to get a sprayer in here. Coming into, well, how grown are our vines? Let's have a look in here. So growing, yeah, looking at this, fairly well grown by the looks of things. So we're going to have to watch it. We're nowhere near the darker end of that. What is field 6? Oh, field 6 is oats. Yeah, we're going to have to watch soon because there's going to be some harvesting contracts coming up. But yeah, so it's nowhere near fully done yet, and this is pushing things back a bit. But we do need to get these cultivated and hopefully fertilized, and then we will be all good. It makes sense to get all of that done now, and I don't think we've left this too late. Sadly, this grass didn't grow up until recently, so yeah, I think it's something that definitely we can do, and try and get that fertilization up and get the yield up pretty high to make the most of our grapes, which we haven't done yet. This is going very, very well. We are only about a couple of rows away from finishing. Yeah, in fact, this is going to be our last row this way from here. We're going to have to go down the other end to do the rest and pick up those other two. Down here. There we go. And then we're going to be all done. It has just gone 5 o'clock, so we're actually not getting all of this done today. We're going to have to, yeah, I think we're going to have to pick up some of this next time as well, because our upper field still needs to be mulched. But it is coming towards the end of the day. Hopefully we'll be okay. We're in a position where we're looking at having this, yeah, all done today, I think. Well, I think we'll have all of this done by the end of the next day. It's going to take us a little while to get field 5 done, but otherwise, I think we're all good. Right, let's bring that around there. And, oh, I'm going to have to go to the other end of the field now. We've only got 2 rows left down this end. So let's bring this round. And then our 2 rows are up here. There we go. Down we go. In we go. And that has got it. Look at that. Yeah, we have to drive a long way now to get these done. Final row, and then that is field 1 done. But it is 5:45 in the evening. So, yeah, I think we might end up just picking this up. In fact, I know what I'll do. I will get the field 5 done off camera so that we can sort of not repeat ourselves next game day. We are today going to be sorting out our grapevines, finishing them off with doing some cultivating. However, looking over this way here, you can see that our new vines that we planted last time have now grown up their grass. So before we can go through and cultivate these, we're going to need to get those mulched and sorted. I did go through and finish off the mulching up on field 5. So that is all done and finished. So I'm not going to spend too long on this this morning. I'm just going to go through, get this done, and then we'll be in a position where we can get our cultivator out and try that with this tractor instead. So let's line ourselves up with our slightly awkwardly angled ones here. Turn that on, drop it down, and yep, away we go. And there we go. After about an hour's worth, or an hour and a half's worth of work, we have nicely cleared up the grass, or mulched all the grass that's grown up around our vines. That should let us very easily now cultivate this whole field, which will be brilliant. Got a little bit missed at the end of the row here, so we'll just see if we can get a bit closer and clean that up. Yeah, there we go. Right, that has sorted all of this field. So we'll drop the mulcher off the back of this and then crack on with the rest. I hope we got some fuel in our fuel tank, because you might notice we are very, very low on fuel in this tractor. So this tractor has cost us a bit. We've gone well over an hour with it. We're probably going to go even further over. I think we're probably going to go into a couple hours. But I really did want to give this M5 a good test out. Something that we might be able to get later in the year. And I think would be a very useful tractor. There's actually something that's come up in the shop that would be useful as well. And we have got the new mod on here. That should mean I can refuel this tractor. There we go. I don't want to buy... We've only got 47 litres in here. How do I refuel this? Let's have a look. Maybe we need to get it closer. Oh no, I thought I had the mod in here that means I had to refuel from outside, but apparently not. So I'll have to get that sorted for next time, because I want to add that for the realism in these series. Now this field here, I am very sure is going to need cultivating. It has never been cultivated, and as a result, yeah, could do with the boost to its yield. let's just have a quick look. If I go and stand in the middle, we can have a look at what the yield boost currently is. So we have a 95% yield bonus on these at the moment. That is actually astounding. Is that because they're the new ones that have been planted? Yeah, we're down to an 82, 80, yeah. So we do need to see if we can get this yield up a bit more. How well are these fertilized? Let's take a quick look at that. Everything needs rolling, but fertilization. There we go. Fertilization. Yeah, this whole field is very well fertilized, whereas fields 1 and 5 aren't. So, yeah, we need to go through and do those. I'm not quite sure why this field is so well fertilized, especially considering we actually did harvest this field last year. So I don't know what we've done differently, chat. Let me know in the comments. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. We want to get right up beside this to cultivate this properly. And it's going to be a little bit annoying because these rows, as I said last time, are not completely straight. So, or are not completely north-south, so, or east-west, sorry. So they tend to end up being a little bit of a pain to drive down and get really close to. Although this little tractor seems to be doing a grand job of it. As with the mulching, this seems to be one of those jobs, especially in this tractor, that's easier to do from in the cab. I'm able to line part of my bonnet up, get my angles right, and looking through the middle of it. This is a really, really small cultivator. You have to get right up to the side with this in order to actually do it. And if you don't, you then, yeah, you really don't get up to doing the middle of the field. And that's a big problem with how it is at the moment. Because I need to get those center sections of these done. And I don't know if it's because I've gone too wide on the other side. In fact, no, it is. It is because I've gone too wide on the other side, and therefore I'm not got close enough on there in order to complete this and get it done. So let's bring that down and see if we can't get a bit closer. And yeah, look at that. That is now cleaning that up. So yeah, you really do with this little cultivator have to get as close as you possibly can. And there's a fair amount of going back and sorting it again. It's really close work. This is only 1.5 meters, I think. How big is this? Oh, look at that. TTR 7600 Infinity from the Antonio Carrera pack is how much off? 52% off. That would be a cracking little tractor. Although it's a little bit wide for what we're doing on here. That's not what I was looking at, though. What I was looking at was the width of our subsoiler, which is only 1.2 meters. And I don't think either of our tractors here... Yeah, it doesn't tell me what the width of these are. But, yeah. It's a very, very thin cultivator, this. Or subsoiler. We could do with something a little bit wider. The trouble is that it's also not very expensive, this one, which is why we have it. I think we need to go and do a whole load of baling contracts in July, probably, after we have got all of this work with our vines done and made sure we have the highest amount that we can yield-wise from them. Gonna be really fiddly, but it's gonna be worth it. I think this little cultivator or this little subsoiler worked great on the back of the methane tractor. I think we have the opposite problem with this than compared to the mulcher, in that it's just ever so marginally thinner than the tractor. So actually getting it into the space is proving to be really difficult and really fiddly. Let's have a look in here. It's not actually increasing our yield bonus either. I'm kind of thinking, okay, maybe this isn't worth the time that we're putting in to actually try and get this done. Because, yeah, I go to here, our yield bonus is 71%. I go to here and our yield bonus is 85%. I think our time would actually be much better spent, from the looks of things, on actually going and getting this fertilized instead. Now the question is, do we have any money for fertilizer? Do you know what? I do want to run a quick test. We've done all that mulching on all of our grapevines, and is it actually going to make any difference to do these two jobs? Or am I going to... Because this here seems like it's still all cultivated. And that is making zero difference in there either. So yeah, I don't think we need to cultivate any of this. And this is a lot of wasted time trying to get it done. Instead, I think we can spend our time much more wisely trying to get, well, to get our other parts fertilized if we can. So let's have a look over here. Let's drop this off. It might be time to return the M5, simply because we're at 1.8 hours with it, and I wasn't planning on using it to do the other job. The only downside is that I've just put a lot of fuel into this with the expectation we were going to do a load of stuff with it today. Let's hook it up to our fertilizer spreader and just have a look how much fertilizer we got in there. Have we got enough to go and do our fields, or am I going to have to go and sell some lettuce or something like that, which we do need to do by the end of the month? We have, okay, we've got a little bit of fertilizer in here. Let's go and have a look and see if we can't put some of this on our fields at the top and get the fertilizer state up a bit before these go and grow another level again. So let's bring this into here. Now, as per last time, we discovered that we need to fertilize every single row. Otherwise, our field is not fully fertilized. So on with that, and away we go. I don't think this goes down very quickly. I think we're pretty good on this. But yeah, it doesn't do every single row unless we actually do every single row. You can see it. Yeah, it just kind of reaches between the two. So I'm going to start off doing every other row and getting it done like that. And then we should be in a position after that we can go and do our field down at the front, do field 1, and that will get both of them done. Beyond doing the cultivating in those fields, I really don't know what we can do to raise our yield more in those grapevines on the cow meadow. They are fully fertilized. The ones at the end, they are cultivated and done, and that doesn't seem to have had any effect. We can't put any more fertilizer on there. We don't need to weed them. The only thing I can think is the fact that they need rolling, but there is no roller we have that is of a width that will do that. So yeah, it's a little bit odd that neither the mulching nor the cultivating is having any effect, unless we're doing it at the wrong time of year. That's the only thing I can think of why we're not getting the kind of boost we're expecting. Is that it's just just not working. It's just not doing what it's supposed to. So I'm going to have to look into that. If you have any suggestions or any notes, please feel free to put them into the comments. Always welcome if you want to point me in the right direction. Yeah, I'm going to do my own research, because I think there's a lot of people who will be going through and doing the cultivating and doing the mulching and expecting it to boost their yield of their grape crop, and finding that actually it's doing nothing. So I'm up at the top end of the field. I'm just doing this top row here, but then I want to show you guys something, because well, it's fairly important in how you fertilize your grapes. As I said, you do need to go and do every row, because we discovered this last time, and I'll show you how that presents itself on the map. So we've currently done every other row on field 5, and you can see that while we have these thin strips down here, we haven't covered the whole field, and so we need to get this whole field fertilized. So what I'm going to do is I've gone and done the end row. We're now going to turn around, and you can actually see that the dark patches where it says fertilized, although it does include the grapevines, doesn't cover the whole field. So yeah, we're going to go through, and I think the thought to it is that you then spray and fertilize the leaves on this side, I'm guessing. I'm not 100% certain on that, but certainly from what we saw last time, it's a kind of necessary thing to do, and I'll demonstrate that at the end of this row, because as we've got a full fertilization now on these top rows, you can just jump out here and jump into here, and you can see we've got a 58% yield bonus. Yeah, 58% yield bonus. Whereas if I go a couple of rows over to one of the ones that's incomplete, you can see that yield bonus is only showing at 52 on that row, and yeah, back up to about 50. No, only showing about 52, 53. So yeah, we need to do every row to get the maximum yield bonus across the whole field. We've been charged for a second hour's use on the Kubota, so our money has gone down again. I have enjoyed using this tractor. It has been really, really useful on here, and I think we will buy one. I don't think we're going to have a use of this beyond today. I wanted to just try it out with the DLC coming out today. It made sense to give these a try and see how well it works, and it does work well. For the mulcher, it's been brilliant. For spraying, it's been brilliant. We've had a harder time with that little cultivator subsoiler, but it's okay. I think something a little bit wider, it will work fine. So something in sort of the maybe 2 meters, 2.4 meter bracket would do better. So I need to have a little look and see how possible that is. But for this spraying, it's been brilliant, and has worked really, really well. So yeah, and it's good to spread the load with our Antonio Carrera tractor as well a little bit too. So yeah, I'm liking this a lot, this little Kubota. Let's finish that there. Right, so field 5 should now be completely done. We do need to do another stage of fertilization on there, so we'll be looking to put that on in July. Harvest time for grapes kicks off in September, so I'm hoping that we're going to be able to harvest in September. If we can do that, then we're going to have a good July to get it sprayed, and sort of July, August, maybe to get some baling contracts done. I think I need to get some water into our lettuce greenhouses as well. Those are looking a little bit parched, and we need them to keep producing stuff, because they are a good source of money for us as well. The other thing we need to keep an eye on, of course, is the progress of our wool and our factory there, just to see how well that's doing. What is our yield bonus here? Is 35% at the moment. So let's boost that and again get that going. And yeah, this is not using fertilizer very fast. I think this is probably going to take us through to next month very nicely. Coming to the end of the field, ready to turn around and go back on every other row. And it's gone quite well. The maneuverability of this tractor is quite good, so it helps to be able to turn around and get ourselves lined back up. But it's, yeah, it's, I don't know what it is. There's something a little bit annoying, I think, that's eating at me about the fact that the cultivating and the mulching seems to have had zero effect. I don't know if it's something that has to be done in order to get the most from the fertilizing, and that's why it's not making any difference over on the other field. But even then, it's a case of I don't quite know how that other field is fully fertilized. Yes, we did make sure that when we cut the grass and then planted, we'd rolled and everything to try and give us a full fertilization state on the grass before it planted. But I don't know why that's held over to this year on there, and how that's had such a positive effect. I mean, I probably shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, but I would really like to know, because why can't I then apply that to these fields? That would be really, really good and make a massive difference to us. As I was saying over the last few videos, how much we managed to boost this yield this year is going to be of huge importance, simply because we have more grapes, or more vines to harvest. It's going to take us more time to do it, and as a result we are going to get charged more for our harvesters use this year for the lease of that. We're likely to go over the hour. I think this will probably take us a couple of days to harvest these this year. And so, yeah, very, very important for us to get the most out of the grapes to make up for that extra cost we're expecting to have this year. But just not 100% sure exactly what it is that boosts our yield enough. There we go. So we are now up to a full first stage fertilizing. Yeah, see, there we go. That should make a difference. Right there. Those don't need ploughing. Those do. And in fact, yes, it all needs ploughing. That is what is going on here. So that is what the difference that the cultivator or the subsoiler we've got is making. Is it removes the ploughing requirement. So it should make a difference. It absolutely should make a difference. And I think we might have to grab a wider subsoiler in future in order to do that. But yeah, needs ploughing, it needs rolling. And if I come over here, needs rolling. So yeah, that's the difference that it makes. It removes the ploughing state and should increase. So we've got a 95% yield bonus over here, and we've got a 95% yield bonus over here. Why is our yield bonus? No, it is. Look, needs ploughing. Yield bonus is 72%. So if I come up here, I think we're going to find that we now have, where we don't need ploughing, a better time of it up here. 86%. That is what it is. We need to plough these in order to get our yield bonus. And so that is why we've got to get that subsoiler out. and get it working. So yeah, the places where it does need it doing, we need to do it. And it's going to boost our yield in these fields as well, which is currently sitting down at 62%. So yeah, need to get that jobbed. So it may not show any difference on the ground, but a difference is being made. So knowing that, what I'm going to do is hook this back up, and we're going to get this field here finished for its subsoiling as much as we need to clear the needs plowing state across here. It's not very many rows, and we won't have to do the whole of this field. We are going to have to do the whole of the next one, next two though, in order to solve this problem and get everything doing. I don't think, looking at this, that we need to be right up everywhere, but we just need to clear the vast majority of this out. So I'm not overly worried about getting right under our vines. I just want to clear as much of this area though as I possibly can. This is the last row and should clear this up on this field. So the rest of this field, yeah, does not need doing at the moment. It is all in a state that's plowed. And there we go. This row it's not too bad. We've got a few bits here. This is why I think I need a slightly wider subsoiler. I think if we have a look in here, subsoilers, that is 1.5 meters for that one, 1.2, 1.5. So that is slightly wider and would probably do us a little bit better for this job. It is 5,000 though. Yeah. And then we're starting to get up to 3 meters, which is too wide. So I think 1.5 meters for that. I might also have a look and see what we've got in the mod hub. See if there's a mod that goes well that would work. What I think we need to do, though, at this point is probably return this tractor. And I think we'll see if we can sell some stuff next time and get things going. Pop that off. But yeah, this tractor is has been pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Actually, seeing as we're trying to use the fuel up on it a bit, let's go get some water for our greenhouses with it, because our greenhouses are really quite dry at the moment. Yeah, I think that's what's wrong with the greenhouses. Let's go have a look. They're looking very dead in here. Yeah, it is water. That's exactly what our problem is. We need water for both. Once we're out of seeds, we are going to be moving these as well, getting them down into the lower part of the farm, because we have space down there for them, and it'll help us to expand the farm up here. So yeah, how's this work on the water trailer? This actually works pretty well on the water trailer. I'm liking that. I mean, the G series would work great on this before, as others have said. But yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking this as a good all-round tractor on the farm. It would be a very nice addition. 2 tanks of water into each greenhouse should cover us for now, especially as the seed amount is dwindling. And yeah, this will be the last of the lettuce that we get out of here. Have a quick look at this. There we go. Yeah, so we've got 10,000 litres of water in this one, 12,000 in the other, so we will hit 12,000, yeah, in here too. We've got enough seeds for a little bit, so 3 seeds produces 48 lettuce. So yeah, we got plenty to keep going. And yeah, we use twice as much fertilizer as we do seeds, so we're not too bad. We're actually going to run out of fertilizer then before we run out of seeds in both of these. So yeah, when we get down to that point and down to sort of last 100 litres of seeds, We might be able to put a couple of 100 litres of fertilizer in here. But I don't think we need to do much more than that to clear these out and get the last of the lettuce out of those before, as I said, we move them down into the yard to make way for some grapevines come the next year on here. But this, I think, is the end of the road for the Kubota. It's been great using it over the last couple of days. I think it's a tractor that we are looking to get on here. We are certainly going to be getting some... probably getting some contracts to try and afford some extra stuff, and this will definitely be in there. It'd be really nice if it came up for sale because, yeah, 64,500, which is not bad at all, actually. Would be a great little addition to the farm. The only thing it doesn't have that would be quite useful is a front 3-point, but yeah, not an option on this. So that is the reason to keep our other tractor about. Today, we're going to have another go at trying to cultivate, subsoil between our rows. We're going to take our little Antonio Carrera out to do it this time, which is a little bit closer than or a little bit smaller than the Kubota tractor was, and therefore we should be able to get a little bit closer to the vines. Now, looking at our setup here, we had quite a bit of stuff that requires plowing, needs plowing. So we got the extra bits over there. We left a few bits, and I might see if I can go back at the end and get those. But certainly up here, fields 1 and fields 5, both fully need plowing, and I think that is what happens here, and that is what we need doing. Now, lots of people have said that they don't think that rolling between the vines is needed because there isn't really a base game roller that would fit, and that definitely seems to be the case, but we don't seem to be able to get more than a 95% increase in our yield, or 95% boost to our yield without doing the rolling. So it's a little bit odd from that point of view. But let's get this up here and down with this. And yeah, the biggest issue I've got is that it's very difficult to see with this if I miss a bit. So we're going close, we're getting down the side, but you can see here that we are getting rid of this needs plowing, and as far as I can tell, this happens after every year's worth of working on vines. We need to get this done every year. So, plan going forwards is that this little subsoiler was great when we had the small tractor. Worked really well with that. With what we have now, it's a much it's much worse. It's not wider than our tractors. We are managing to get the whole row, but if it's not showing up on these rows here, that is going to make it much harder for us to get this job done in future. So I've got a few downloaded and a few possible just over 2 meter ones, because this one here, if we have a look at it under the subsoil, so this is only 1.2 meters. We do have a few subsoilers now that would fit. So I've got this one here for 9,800. That would work fairly well for us, I think. And has, yeah, a good set of color selections as well. The other ones we've got the base gate AgroVation. This one is perfect for olive and grape farming. So this is a 1.5 meter, so it's only marginally wider than our existing one. And I kind of want, yeah, something around a 2 to 2.5 meter. So there are a few options out there. Trying to get something that can get up to the sides of the vines really is what we want. And yeah, I think at least 1.5 is what we're going to need. So we're going to have to invest in a new subsoiler, I think, before we go into the next year's harvest. And maybe at the same time is when we look at investing in a Kubota to join us on the farm as well. So we've got a few rows under our belt now. And just going to bring this up and out here. Because I want to see if we go 3 rows down. So here, nice in the middle. Our yield bonus here at the moment is 58%. Let's see if we go into the middle of this lot here. Our yield bonus is up to 72%. So yeah, this is definitely having a positive effect on the yield bonus for these. So this is very, very necessary and has been one of those learning curves actually over the last few videos that has shown us that it's not all as it seems always. And yeah, I'm quite happy now that this is something that we need to do and something that is effective on our farm. And yeah, somebody said in the last video, it's not time dependent. It absolutely is just something that we need to do between each harvest of grapes. And with any luck, we can get both these and the ones up in field 5 up to a high yield before we harvest this year. Because if we can do that, that is more than going to make up for the fact that we're going to have to run the harvester for longer as well. As I move across this field, you can see why I want the wider subsoiler on here. While we're getting the majority of the areas we need to, we are leaving some fairly large bits that still need doing. So yeah, it's a larger subsoiler that is going to make this whole job easier is something that we very much need to get. Our tractor is ever so slightly wider than this subsoiler, and we're in minus 4,000. So we're not in a position where we can go in and go and buy one and do one. I think that is definitely at the top of my upgrades for the year, is a better subsoiler for here, along with possibly a new tractor. Of course, if I can buy a harvester, I very much would like to. And I was originally planning to spend the summer on here earning money from going and doing silage bales and silage contracts. But at the moment, getting these grapes up to scratch and the highest yield we can from these is our priority. Without doing that, it's going to be much harder to get where we want to be at the end of the year. 22:11, and we're coming down the second to last row we've got to do. Just trying to get close enough to these without actually catching them, which is not as easy as it looks, especially as with the width of this cultivator, as I was saying, or this subsoiler. We are just in a position where we've got to get as close as possible. You can see there's a good, well, it's probably a 1.5 1.5 subsoiler would do this better than our 1.2 meter subsoiler that we got here at the moment. So yeah, it's all a little bit tight, but I think we've not done too badly. So yeah, a few little bits left, but in general we should be up to the mid 70s. Yeah, 73% bonus here, which is good. What about over here-ish? Yeah, so we're up to 73% on most of this field, which is great. Exactly what we are after. So we can go and do the same up at field 5 and get that done as well, which means that will be really good. Before we go and do that, though, I do need to take a quick break because we need to feed our animals. They are all in need of it. If we have a look in here, yeah, our sheep are completely out there, non-productive. They're not producing any wool. And the same goes for the chickens. So let's hop in our tally truck quickly and grab some feed for those and get that all sorted. I'm not sure we actually have any feed for our chickens at the moment, which just means our chickens won't be producing eggs for the foreseeable. Let's drop that off there. Pick up the spike up the top. And that's something I really want to do something about this year. I really want to get us a contract that will give us some sort of grains out of it. Something that will allow us to feed the chickens, because it is a failing we have all the time at the moment, that there just isn't the feed here for the chickens. Right, what have we got in the shed? So we're down to just one of those bales, one of these bales, and then we've got all of our doubles. So let's use up these square bales first. Into there and pick that up. Wonder if we can pick up this one and the bigger one that we have as well at the same time. I think I had to back this all the way out of the shed to do that though. So we have got storage over here, which is quite good with these bale, or this bale shed, especially once we've removed all these various types of square bales out of here. We are then purely onto our round bales, and those are all ones. I think those are all ones from our own fields. Yes, we sold everything that was available with the contracts. So yeah, those are all ones off just the grass that we cut around here. Should be plenty to keep us going. Whereas over here, drop those down. That should then put all of those in. Yeah, top bale's gone. Let's see if we can get the bottom bale as well. There we go. How much of that to go in? Has that fully fed them? I think that might fully fed our sheep. Yeah, look at the... So we're now up to 100 sheep. We started with 25. You can see our oldest ones here are at 30 months. We've got some 18 months, some 8 months, and some 13 months. And yeah, 3 of those sets are now working their way through actually reproducing. And I don't know how many we can hold in here total. It's going to be quite a few. But this bale, yeah, this bale is at 57%. So... actually, I can leave that in there. We'll leave that in there, and that will continue doing the feed for the sheep. We're not looking to remove any of the wool yet, but we will want to soon. I think our production still very much has wool going through it. So fabric wool, yeah. So we could take that up there, and we might do that. We're near to 1,000 litres of fabric, though, which is great news. Unfortunately, as we have no feed for the chickens at the moment, we're going to have to leave them. And yeah, they won't be producing any eggs for a while. Hopefully, we can get the lettuce sold soon. And when we get the lettuce sold, we'll be able to get a bit of money in. And as I said, we're looking to try and get some contracts done once we've got the work on our farm out the way. We need to get this sprayed. We know we got enough liquid fertilizer to spray these fields, so yeah, we need to get all of our fields sprayed again to get it up. The cow meadow's actually okay. We're fully fertilized on there, but this field and field 1 both will need a fresh injection of liquid fertilizer in order to get them up to scratch and boost that yield again. And hopefully at the end of next game day, we should be in the 95% yield bonus range on these 2 fields. And if that's the case, we're going to nearly double the yield of these 2 fields from last year, and that is going to make a big difference. Looking a little bit closer at the way this is set up, there is a slightly darker tinge to the areas that we have that we haven't done yet, that we haven't run over with the cultivator or with our subsoiler. And I think that's because we went over here with the sprayer and did the fertilizing last time. So a really good indication to where you've been and where you haven't. It appears to be to run the sprayer over first, get that bit of it done, and then run the cultivator or the subsoiler over it. And yeah, that makes it much easier to see your progress across this field. We are making good progress. It is now 20 to 2 in the afternoon, but we did take that small break to get the animals fed, or at least the sheep fed, because we can't feed chickens at the moment. We need to do something about that. I do need to sell off lettuce as well. That is produce, and we have said that we're going to try and sell off produce every month. So that is high on our list of things to do. If not today, then it will be next game day, which should work out fairly well for us, because we can then run the sprayer over these after that. Yeah, we are making good progress on this. It is having an effect, and we are going to end up with more grapes because of it. I think I've worked out how to get GPS to work with grapevines as well. We don't have it on this tractor, but I think if I set it to be the width of the vines and then use the offset to position the tractor as close to the vine as possible, that will probably work. And then as you go from each end, it means that you end up changing the offset, and the offset switches sides as it would with a plow. So yeah, it should work, I think. Or actually, no, we don't need the offset to change sides. We want the offset to stay the same. And then if it stays the same, that should mean that as we turn around, we end up on the other side of the row doing that. So yeah, I think once we get a tractor with GPS on and a slightly wider subsoiler, that is definitely going to be something to test, because that will make doing the vines and the grapes and everything so much easier than it is now, where we're just clipping these posts all the time as we try and get as close as we can to cover as much of this field as we can. Not far to go now. We're on our last 3 rows, just moving along and getting this all done and dusted. And we're a little bit further out there. As we have on the other field, I think we're going to have various strips and bits where it's missed. But that's not the end of the world. This will just sort of raise the yield overall fairly well, I think, and we'll end up with certainly with more grapes than we had last year, which is always a good thing. And then we can get a load of grape juice out for the end of the year, beginning of next, which is normally where we end up with that. We do have nearly 2 full rows of lettuce. I think that will probably be that way by the end of next game day. So that's good. We can load up our trailer, get in some cash, deal with this deficit we're in at the moment, because that does need dealing with. And then be able to maybe afford a couple of other bits and pieces. As I said, I do want to get at least one silage bale contract done, because silage bale contracts are worth a lot of money, and shouldn't be too much for us to pick 1 or 2 of those up, get them run, and go from there. Especially if I could get follow me running on one of them, we could really zip through a few of those with a hired worker following behind our harvester or behind the mower doing some baling. If we can get the right equipment to do all of that. So yeah, all good, I think. Now, last row, and then we'll check out how well we've done on here. But I think we've done pretty well, all things considered. With the equipment we've got and everything, I think this is going to be a fairly good coverage. Wow. Actually, that's a better coverage we've had on that field than we've had on field 1. I'm quite pleased with my work there. I'm getting better at doing this with this piece of kit. A little bit wider bit of kit, and I think we'll be doing even better. Right, before we go any further, what is the water and seed and fertilizer status on here? Made a mistake last time. We actually have, wow, a lot of solid fertilizer. No, there we go. So yeah, we need, it's 6 of these to 3 of those. So 200 of these. So yeah, it's a 2 ratio. It's only going to require about 100 solid fertilizer. So we have massive amounts more solid fertilizer than we need on here at the moment. And yeah, plenty of water as well. So that will keep producing our lettuce. And we've got a bit of space yet around here. So that is all good. We need to get some more fertilizer on that field next time as well. That will then help us do that. And I think it's end of the year that we're looking to sell. It's either end of this year or early next year that we're looking to sell our fabric to the clothing factory to then attempt to buy that. So yeah, there's a lot still to go on here. But for once, we're actually fairly well done for the day. So I'm just going to park this in here and stop that. And there we go. We'll leave the tally truck where it is. Today, we've got a few jobs to get done on the farm. First up, we need to get our vines in fields 1 and 5 sprayed with their final dose of fertilizer. So we're going to hook that up to our Antonio Carrera tractor here. We need to get the chickens fed, but we're out of money, so we need to raise a bit of money as well. So plan with that is to go and sell off a whole load of lettuce. We need to be selling lettuce on a monthly basis anyway, and we've got a good collection of it over there. So yeah, we're going to be doing that. And then we are, yeah, as I said, we're then going to feed the chicken. That should keep us fairly busy for today. If we can pick up and start off a contract for some silage, yeah, a silage bale contract would be great. So if we can kick that off today as well, that would be brilliant. But as it stands, we are probably not going to get to that today, I don't think. We're going around every row on here, getting these all done. I don't think we can control... No, we can't control this to only do one side. So, yeah, we're going to spray both. We're going down every row, and we should end up with this field fully fertilized then. Can I get round here? Yeah, we're going to do every other row and then come back again. So this should give us full fertilization on all of these rows and end up with a fully fertilized set of vines, giving us the maximum boost to the yield on it. I really like how little fertilizer this actually uses. It means that we get a nice full tank in here. It does us for a good long while, and we end up saving quite a whack of money. I mean, it is really low usage that we have on here. Skipping a row and bringing it back down here. There we go. And yeah, we're getting the same sort of pattern as we had before. So you can see the streaks, the lines that we got down here. We're doing every other row as it is at the moment, and then we're going to go back over where we've been and do the other alternate rows. That will give us a full set of fertilization on here, and this will be the best crop of grapes that we've got off the farm so far. We do still have the issue that we've had with this tractor since the start on visibility. It is just, yeah, it's not that easy to see out of the back of this. And I'm looking forwards to getting a tractor that we can use on here that has a better set of visibility and will allow us to properly be able to see behind us. For now, it's doing all right. I mean, it's nicely covered and works well. So we are doing pretty well with it. We are up to 8 hours on this tractor. Oh, I think I've caught my back wheel. Yeah, I have. There we go. So we're up to nearly 9 hours on this tractor. So it's been a very useful one to have on the farm. But I very much want to grab something new in the form of a Kubota tractor. The one we had before would be so useful on here. And just to see whether that would be more helpful for the jobs that we're doing. All right, bring this round. We've got one more row to do. I don't think we need to do the outer row, to be honest, normally. I did at the start of here, and I'm not sure it is actually that required. Because, as you can see, we easily cover the vines from that last row. So let's turn around in here. And, yeah, we have every other row to get on the way back. Because if we look here, that is now nicely filling in. We're down to 24% in our tank. This really is not using this very fast at all. I'm very, very happy with its rate of fertilizer usage. From 3 fields, we're going to get quite a lot of grapes off of here. And it is going to be really, really good. Want to check I'm in the right row, which I am. That's brilliant. And yeah, this field is going to be up to full fertilization by the end of this, which is even better. And yeah, just nice to see that we're not having to get rid of this bit of debt that we've got in order to get the grapes finished, ready for harvest. We obviously need to get rid of it in order to actually harvest them, because we have no harvester at the moment. And looking at the shop, there's a Massey Ferguson in there for 30,000, which would be quite good, possibly. But it's not really thin enough. And yeah, everything else is sort of a Fent and Fent combine and a very large seeder, which would be completely useless to us, and a header trailer. So yeah, not really useful stuff. That should be this field done though. Yeah, there we go. So nicely fertilized. We just need to head down and sort out field 1 now. This is the first field I did with grapes in it on this map, and it's still the one that I set up the best. It has plenty of grass area at either end that makes it very easy for us to turn any equipment round and get at the vines really easily. It is just enough space to do it. And yeah, the rows are nice and straight, and it just works as a vineyard. I think the one that it has probably come out least well is the one in the cow pasture. It's not quite straight and does cause me issues every time I go to work it. But it does have a lot of grapevines in there. I mean, between these 3 fields, it's a really nice sized vineyard that we've created on here. So this year is due to be our best harvest so far, and we'll see where it ends up taking us. Now, as I said last time, I don't need to do that end row, so what we want to do is spin right round, hopefully not hit any of the vines, get back in, and yep, we should be filling things in. Perfect. You get into a kind of rhythm doing this, where you know roughly where you need to turn, roughly where you need to end up, and it just starts coming a little bit naturally as to exactly how far you need to turn and how far you need to come back, activating and deactivating bits. It's just, yeah, it just works. and works very nicely. I mean, if I come out of here, you can see that we are going between rows that have tire tracks and just, yeah, filling in the gaps where we need to, keeping it out of the pond. And last row, you do sometimes happen to catch a pole if you're not careful. Right, let's try and bring that back in. See, I don't cut my mistakes. I like to bring them in if I'm doing bits like that, because yeah, we all make mistakes and we all clip a tire from time to time. But that has got our field finished. So yeah, let's look in here. And so I've not fertilized the grass bits at the end. I have managed to fertilize all of my vines in the middle. Same on field 5 and on our field down there, the cow meadow. So that is all good and we're all set up. So let's go drop this off. And I think we need to hook up the flatbed to the landy, get that up the top and start loading up some lettuce. We also have 4 pallets of wool at the moment sitting in the sheep pen, so I'd like to try and get those delivered to our spinnery today if I can. It's good that that is nice and full. I should really stop production while I'm loading this up. It would cause me a lot fewer headaches in the long run. Right, let's line this up right at the top edge if we can, because we've got a gap in these, so we want to make sure we are as close to the end as possible. Happy with that. Right. And yeah, I think we will stop the production on these. I just need to remember to turn it back on later. So deactivate and deactivate, so that while I'm loading these up, we don't get any spawning in the way of us to load them up. And then I can get it restarted later, and that should help us all out. I think the lettuce has been an integral part of our success here on this farm. Without it, we wouldn't have made as much money or progressed as far as we have, as quickly as we have. Having said that, the contracts, the grass contracts we've done have also played a big part in that, and we're going to be doing those. Well, we're going to be taking on some of those, I think, next game day. We're looking to get some good money in before our grapes are ready to harvest. We're looking at a harvest on those. Where are our grapes? Yeah, next month. So August, we may start... No, sorry, September, we may start harvesting grapes. So if we're lucky and I can pick it up, we may get some normal harvest in. So see if we can pick up a couple of harvesting contracts, because... we could really do with those in August to try and get some grains in for our animals. I may have to get those selected at like midnight, because of the issues, the ongoing issues that I seem to be having with contracts in general in Farm Sim. They disappear. So lots of contracts disappear at sort of 6-7 a.m. which is when I tend to start my recordings for videos. And as a result, lots of good harvesting contracts and things get missed. So I think for some games, I'm going to have to start pre-selecting contracts before I start recording. And I'll just cover what I've pre-selected and how I've done it in the video. Otherwise, we are just not going to get the best contracts, which is incredibly annoying. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. If we can get some harvesting contracts in August, that would be great. And then, yeah, build up as much cash as we can before we hit September and hit our harvest for our grapes. Would just be grand. Would just make a massive difference. Maybe if our contracts are as successful as we've had in previous years, we might even be able to buy a harvester, especially if it turns up in the sales just before the grapes are harvested. That would be perfect. Last double to come out of here. Our other greenhouse is finished from those, so yeah, two. In fact, if you have a full set from 2 greenhouses here, it's enough to fill this trailer to be 2 stacks high, which is pretty awesome, to be honest. Very happy with that. Now, I think I've got my second row positioned ever so slightly wrong, because I am overlapping a little bit at the front. But, oh no, there we go. That sort of shimmied everything into place. So now I just need to get the singles that we got left onto the back here. So just bring my forks in a little bit. Down onto there. Look at that. Perfect. Right. And onto here. So this should clear the negative money that we're in. It should also give us enough cash to get some chicken feed as well. We need to buy a fair whack of chicken feed. I want to keep them going for a little while. And yeah, it's going to take a fair few bags to do that. So that is all good. And yeah, that is going to set us up fairly well for a while. We probably need to get some more water into these. We'll have a look at that in a moment too. Then we might need some more seeds in for both. We use twice as many seeds as we do fertilizer. So if I can work out how much seed we need to use in these to get the fertilizer finished off, that would be great. So into here. And yeah, so we need twice as much fertilizer as we have seeds. We have... oh, hang on. Yep. So let's activate that and activate that. We need 1,000 liters of fertilizer of seeds in one and about 1,000 liters of fertilizer in the other. So that is pretty perfect. We can get 2 bags of fertilizer as well and get that loaded into here. So I'm going to leave this here for now because we're going to want to load this up in a minute. For now, let's go and get this lettuce sold. And where's our best place for that? That is going to be the restaurant is where we're going today. So we'll tag that, find it with our Skybeam, which is just there. And head on over and get this sold. The restaurant is right next to the next production I want to purchase, which is the Needle and Stitch. That is where we're going to be taking fabric to in the near future. Are you still selling stuff from the front? Yeah, there we go. So let's get this all sold, see how much we make. We're fairly close. 22,647 with a little bit more to keep the trailer in. Yeah, and a couple of bits at the back that have been missed too. So another 2,900, 3,000 for that, plus another 32 on the back. How much is that in total that we've sold today? Sold products, 25,613 off a trailer full of that. That is absolutely brilliant. So I am very, very happy with the way the lettuce is going. That's actually enough money for us to hire a harvester for the grapes if we wanted. But we're not going to go that way because we do need to head down to the shop now and go and grab some chicken feed and a couple of bags of seeds. Went a little bit of a long way round, but we're coming into the back entrance of the shop. Yeah, I think this is the back entrance of the shop. Up here. Right, and then we can park this just here, knowing that we're going to be trying to fill the trailer in a bit. And in actual fact, don't have anything up here to load these bags with. So I think we might have to do something about that as well. So first thing we need is a couple of 1,000-litre bags of seeds. This will finish off our greenhouses. Means that once these are done and we've got and they've worked their way through, we'll have no fertilizer, no seed in there, or at least negligible amounts, and we'll be able to then go and do be able to then move our greenhouses. And then we also need some chicken feed. This is the expensive bit. I am gonna get 8 bags of this because we need a lot of chicken feed. It's going to cost me 11,200. So buy that. And then I need to do something about getting this all loaded up because we got rid of our other bits. So let's see how much it would hire. It would cost to hire. Although, okay, people have said to me that you really at the shop should have its own load things. So we've had it multiple times. I'm gonna add that in, and we'll sort that out and get things loaded once we've got that added in. So now with that added in, we can head up here, and I felt it was only right that we should get a nice new Kubota one for the shop up here. So that's what they're running, is a nice Kubota front loader, and we can have that sitting up here. I have put the license plate does say shop only on here so that I don't end up using it for something else. It is owned by the shop. I probably could have made it shop only. Instead of shop only, I could have gone with shop owned. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to go with this. So let's load this onto here. And once these are all loaded up, we'll head back down to the farm and get the rest of it sorted. This is really stable, though. What a cracking front loader. Final bag to load up. We'll grab this one of seeds and plonk it on the back bit over here. Yeah, this is a really, really stable front loader. I'm very pleased with it. I think that it would work really, really well, this, with the double bag loader. We could have done this job a little bit quicker had the shop had that. We've only bought this version for the shop. And yeah, this is not worth anything towards us. This is completely owned by the shop. So I think it's one of those things where people have said to me multiple times, yes, there should be something at the shop to load stuff up. It shouldn't be owned by your farm, and it should just be something you can use. So yeah, I like that. I think that's the way we'll go with that going forwards. We really need to wash this landy. But first, we can now get some feed into our chickens and get the final set of seeds into our greenhouses. First up, though, is feeding our chickens. We'll park this here. I actually left the forklift up here. Okay, grabbed that. So now we should be able to take this off 2 at a time. As I said before, the visibility on this telly truck is brilliant. Allows us to see so much, and it's really good at being able to pick up multiple heavy items as well. Whether I can pick up 4 bags of chicken feed with this, I don't know. We're going to give it a go, though. I want to adjust those out a little bit more. There we go. Right. So we are all the way in. That is 4 full bags. Oh wow, look at the front of that. That is just really sinking in. But look at it. That's just brilliant. It's not happy, but oh no, that's really not happy. Okay, yeah, that is pushing it a bit too far. That's okay. We'll just take these 2 And then we can come back for the others. Because, yeah, it's even not happy about this. That is quite a lot of weight down the front. But it will make it there, and we will be able to empty this. So, round we go. And in. And then I think we have to lift it up a little bit. Yeah, and the chicken feed goes in. First one loaded in. We're just going to grab the second. But before I go any further, I want to see how much of our chickens feed that sorted. Okay. So, I think that has done not quite a quarter, maybe a fifth. So, I think they take 10,000 litres of feed to these chickens. So, yeah, it's gonna be a difficult one to get unless we get from several contracts. We get 10,000 litres. It is going to be difficult to keep the chickens fed. Without spending a lot of money like we are at the moment. Last set of bags. And yeah, all I can see at the moment is organic chicken feed. Let's bring it round. Oh, this is not happy with this much weight on the front. But it is handling it. We're not rocking forwards, which is great. Look at the way those bags shrink. And the way the weight reduces as you are putting feed like this in. There we go. Chickens are all fed and should now be fairly happy. Oh, in actual fact, no. 8 bags is perfect. That is just enough to fill the chickens. That will keep them going for a while. That'll get their health back up and their productivity back up. Should be absolutely brilliant. So all we need to do now is get these 2 bags off and take them up to the top and get our 2 greenhouses back up to full whack and yeah, get their last set of seeds and fertilizer in before the big move, which is gonna be probably after this year's grape harvest. Moving it down here and trying then to prepare that top area for replanting and expanding up there next spring. So what I'm gonna do is just drop one of these here. Don't want to get too close because I don't want to start emptying seeds in. Pick up the other one. And then we'll put 1,000 litres of seeds into each. And that will sort it all. So unload that into there. Perfect. And yeah, then we want to unload the other 1,000 litres into the other one. And that will just keep them going. And I might just go and top up their water while we're at it. Water doesn't cost us anything, so worth keeping it going and keeping it topped up. So I'll probably do a couple of runs of water. But otherwise, I think we're fairly good for today. Not bad at 4:30. So chickens are looking good, sheep are looking good, and our production here, yeah, we've got 64 water to every 6 and 3 of that. So yeah, we'll need to keep the water topped up in these 2. How is our fabric doing? We have 836 litres of fabric in there. I reckon we've got at least a couple of sets of pallets of fabric sitting outside as well, which will be great. So we want to get that sorted soon. All in all, though, I'm pretty happy with that. The only thing I think left to do is to have a quick look and see what we have in the way of contracts. Is there anything we can pick up ready for next day? So we've got a couple of cultivating contracts. We're not going to touch those. We have a lot of baling contracts, though, and I want to really grab 3 baling contracts that are for silage bales. So that's hay, that's silage, so we can grab that, and actually that one has the nice big equipment for it. So let's have a look and see what else we got. What's this one in field 48? That is also the same. So I reckon 38 and 48 are two good choices. And 43, that is wrapping for silage as well. That is slightly smaller equipment. 491 for renting the equipment on that. 508. Slight difference between them, but this comes with the nice big mower. So we will borrow the items for that contract. We will also grab this contract. So we'll accept that one. And we will accept the silage contract. Yep, I think that's the next biggest silage contract. Yes, it is. Because the silage bales will pay more, which is why we want it. So we'll accept that contract as well. And that means that next time we will be hitting the silage hard and trying to make as much money as we can from that. Today, we are actually doing something a little bit of an emergency because I had a phone call from the shop this morning. They have something in for me that I'm really, really excited about. And so we've got to do a little bit of stuff in order to afford it. Go into here. Look at this. Under the used vehicle sales, they have a Kubota M5 series for us. We absolutely want this for the farm. It is 29,258 and we only have 6,483. So what we're going to do is we've loaded up our JCB onto the back here. We're going to take this down to the spinnery where we do have some fabric, and with any luck, it's going to be just enough for us to be able to purchase this new tractor and get it added to the farm. So that's why we have loaded up the little telly truck and brought it down here. Yeah, look at that. There is plenty down here. Let's get this turned around so that I can get easy access to my trailer. And we'll pop out here. We will back that up to there and open it up like so. Let's unhook the teletruck, start it up and back it off. Yeah, the quicker we can get all of this loaded on here today and taken somewhere where we can sell it, the better, because that will help us just to ensure that we get this as quickly as possible. Let's take the sides down on our trailer. Look at that. It's a well-oiled machine we are here. And then with our forks a little bit in, we can start looking at getting these all loaded up. And yeah, it means we're going to be a little bit delayed getting the tailors, but it's going to be worth it to get the tractor that we really, really want to get on here. So we've got 5 pallets in total here, and they are going to be, well, they're worth about £5,000 each. So we're pretty much spot on for what we need to buy the tractor. It is all sort of coming together quite nicely from that point of view. It is slightly disappointing that we're not going to be able to use this fabric eventually to help buy the tailor shop, but the whole process of that is quite long, and we do know that we're going to get plenty of, let's turn that off, plenty of wool from our sheep as time goes on. So let's close that up. Where are we going to sell this? Fabric is here. Farmer's market, actually tailor shop is a good place to drop it off. It takes a while to process through it, and it is £5,080 at the moment. Also, bonuses, it's just across the road. So we're going to take this straight up here, out of here. And is this where our tailor shop drop off is as well? Yes, it is. So bringing this over here, In goes the fabric. And there we are. 31,000. We have enough to get the new tractor. So let's head back to the spinnery, and then we can get our tele-truck back to the farm, and then I'm going to head up to the shop and see if we can pick up this tractor. So here we are at 8:32 in the morning. We're just bringing the Landy in, and we're going to pop into the shop and see if they still have it for us. And there it is, our Kubota M5 series that we can, well, we can get the basic setup right now. If I want to take it up an engine size to 106, I can, but it's more than we have at the moment. So we can always come in, get everything's upgraded later. Vredestein or Trelleborg are the wheels with no difference between them. Front weight, I don't think we're in need of that. And yeah, if I can get the base tractor now, we can always add upgrades and things later. GPS would be really cool on it, but it's 15,000. So yep, none of that really available to us. What we do need to do is get a number plate for it. And as per my recent setup, what we're going to do is go to, where is it? Do we have a... No, I'll have to go here. And we're going to put the a number plate from somebody on the Patreon on here. And today, I'm going to go with FarmCat GR. So, FARMCAT GR fits on here very nicely. So yeah, FarmCat GR, congratulations. Your name is going on our brand new M5 series Kubota. And there you go, on the front and the back. In fact, it actually passes fairly nice. So brilliant. Let's get that purchased. As I said, we can always upgrade this tractor later. But right now, we need to crack on with this. And look, here is our job that we'd originally planned for today. Is to get cracking on all of that. So, what we're going to do is we're going to get this back down to the farm. And then come back up here and get cracking on all of the grass work that we need to do. So nice and easily back down to our farm. In fact, what I'm going to do is park this in our workshop over here. It's going to need a little bit of repairs. So we want to get that done at some point. So we'll just leave this in here for now, and then we can do those later. So yeah, now it's back up to the shop. Out this way, like so. And we're going to go and get this grass work started and hopefully get us some more money. Now, one of the nice things about this setup is we shouldn't need the rower at all. We should just be able to go with this and, yeah, and row up and then straight round with the tractor doing the silage. So we've got 2 fields, I think, to do today. No, we've got 3 fields to do today. We have field 38, 43, and 48. So we'll head over there. I'm going to do all 3 fields before I start going and getting them all rowed up. So let's have a look at where these fields are on the map. Which is our closest? Oh, come on. Stay there. There we go. Our closest is 43. Then we can go nicely out to 38 and then finish on 48. Or, yeah, there's an easy way to do all 3, really. So let's head out there. I don't know if they're all going to the same place. I do see only 1 exclamation mark, and it's all going down to the animal marketplace. So we'll head down, get these cut nice and quickly with this big M. And rowed up or baled up and delivered. And here is field 43. Let's unfold our piece of equipment. Right, now we need to make sure our straw swaths are correct. So if we bring up the help menu, what have we got? We've got wide spreading as our work mode, so let's change that. Swath dropping, left swath, right swath, wide spreading. Yeah, swath dropping is what we want. I want to get myself positioned in the field a little bit first. We're going to do 2 headlands round this, and then after that, we're going to go and do 2... Going to drop the back ones. There we go. We can then start going up and down the field, and we might start employing the GPS at that point, and just make things a little bit easier on us. But I think this is going to probably be a fairly quick job to get around this field. As I said, if we can get all 3 fields cut today, that would be perfect. It should be fairly easy to get all of these jobs done with this, which is even better. Like 42, the shape of 43 doesn't easily lend itself to having a straight GPS setup on it. But we should be all right, because I think we can sort of do it along the back edge over there. I think it'll work fairly well along that. So I'm just going to finish off this second headland and do that there. It's a fairly even shaped field, actually. I'm half tempted to not use the GPS at all and instead go for doing it just following the edge along, because I think that might work as well. There we are, out of there. Looking at the shape across there especially, I think that'll be the case. So yeah, we're not going to use GPS on here, on this field. We will come back around here and we'll go and use the far edge there as our setup. And what we can do then is just follow that round and hopefully stick to that and get some nice long runs to get down there with our tractor and the baler. Yeah, that's a nice long cut going all the way around the field. It should stay fairly good as far as the rows go. I think we're going to end up with a fairly even number of rows, especially if I can keep things nice and contained. So we can get to the end of this now, and it will mean that we can move on to the next field and get everything on here. Well, it's only 11 in the morning, and yeah, we're looking at hitting all 3 of these today. I'm really quite pleased with that. That would be a real turnout, because this is going to make us a ton of money doing these 3 contracts. And yeah, should make a massive difference to us. A bit like that tractor. Actually being able to get that Kubota is pretty amazing. I am absolutely over the moon things have gone our way like that. Without being able to grab that, I think it would have been taken, well, we'd have missed the opportunity had the fabric not been there. And yes, it wasn't what I originally had planned for that, but I think actually the money from these contracts will probably let us buy the tailor shop anyway. So we should be good from there. To be perfectly honest though, if we get the money from this and it allows us to buy the harvester, I'm very tempted to go with that instead and grab us the grape harvester. Yes, the tailor shop will make us money in the long run, but in the long run we're planning to get that anyway, and it's not going to be a massive difference, especially now that we've sold the initial batch of fabric we had. It's not going to make a difference whether we buy that now or buy that in a little bit. We obviously don't. I want to buy it when I've got another set of fabric ready to go in there, so that we can make the maximum amount of money we want. So that needs to be weighted towards that. So if we get the money that we need from this to buy the harvester, then I think that is absolutely the way to go. Second field in field 38. We have cut this one before and done this one before. So I think we'll just crack on with this and see exactly how much we can get out of it. Ooh, can we get a bit of extra grass on here? Will that let me do it? Yeah, look at that. Nice little bit of extra grass on this side of that field. Perfect. So I'm doing very much the same thing as I did on the last field with the rows inside it. I'm following the line of the field. Don't really need the GPS because it's not a straight line that we're doing on here. It's slightly kinked, but we are getting longer cuts as a result. Doing it from this side of the field, though, with this one, means that we're not getting the really big bit of the kink of the field into it, and should make it much easier to get bales along here, baled and collected as well. So yeah, we're trying to keep things a little bit simple, but at the same time make sure that we get the largest amount of field in which we can. And yeah, look at that, we're already onto a section. That means we get the whole lot in and get this all done, but it gets a little bit wider a little bit further down. So there are going to be a couple of runs along the side of the field here, but this should be fairly clean all in all. And with this field just about done, yeah, we can bring this round. A couple of little tufts, but I'm not too worried about those. We are all good. Right, on to our last field, up to field 48, which is just over here. So let's unfold again. And just want to get myself, I find that if I start myself a little bit along the side, it's much easier to get everything to connect up. I think with this field, we're going to find we have, wow, a lot of bales and maybe a lot of extra space to go. So, oh, let's turn it on. No. Turn it on. Drop it down. There we go. That's better. We've actually got it started now, and we should get a decent amount off this field. Interesting that I'm having trouble doing the top end of this field here. It wouldn't let me go beyond, well, it must have been a fairly massive overlap. It looks like the top edge of the field is around here-ish. Yeah, wow, that is not letting me cut very far outside at all. So the field definition up here is it's not quite as far out as I was hoping. There's all that grass. There's actually part of this field that we can't get at, which is slightly odd, but hopefully won't make a difference to us delivering bales to complete this. There we go. That's got the first headland done. So as I was saying when I started this, I like to go into the field and make them connect rather nicely. So we do that, come down, and yeah, get the second headland started. And hopefully this will run better than the first one did. Right, with the second headland finished, what I want to do now is actually set up the GPS. We can use it on this field. This is a pretty big field. Which is going to be the best way to use it? I think it might be the longer edge. The longer edge is going to be up this side. So let's maneuver this here. Position ourselves along this edge here. And yeah, this is also a nice straight edge, whereas everything else is a little bit bumpy. So get myself aligned there. Down with that. Down. Bring it in. It's Mr. Small tuft of grass. Right, there we go. Turn it on, set my first waypoint, and then straight up this side like this. Try and keep the same angle the whole way. Set, and away. And ooh, actually, that's a little bit off, but that'll do. We'll clear up that little bit at the end here before we go any further. And yeah, stick on that line there. It's not perfect, but it'll get the job done. GPS is making this job nice and easy. Look at that. Nice straight rows of grass. And our crone just going along and cutting and swathing and taking an entire stage of work out of this contract, which is just brilliant. Just makes all the difference to be able to get this straight swathed up and ready to bale. And with our baler that is a one-step baler as well, it means it's gonna bale and wrap it in one go. We'll have to stop it often because it is a round baler and does need unloading, but that's not the end of the world. It's just gonna work out pretty well for us. This is a good day. This is a really good day for us on the Old Stream Farm. We are going to make a ton of money. We are going to get set up for our summer harvest, and we have all the equipment that we could want for now. It's wonderful. Into the last part of this field, and I think I'm going to have to cut it this way across from how we have been doing it, simply because it's just sort of this spiky little bit sticking out into the bottom end of the field. Doesn't make much difference to us to do it this way over doing it the other way. It just means that we get to clear this section up without doing lots of turns if we do it like this. And then just want to make sure we get that bit in. There we go. Right, that is our mower all done and dusted. So I am going to head back up to the shop and grab the tractor and the baler. It's just gone 3:30 and it's a little bit later in the day than I would have liked to have got started on this. Hopefully we can get these done fairly quickly. Baler is out. And we'll see how well this does. Does this have... I don't know if this has a pre-chamber that we're able to get the... well, where it's able to keep going while it's unloading. We'll find out. No is the answer to that. It does need to stop when it's full. It does get full fairly quickly, so it's going to be a little bit stop-starty, this job. But at the end of it, we should have a good number of bales. Let's unload that. And then next bale comes out. Yeah, this is all a little bit close. These are some big, big piles of grass here. And it does mean that we're going to quite quickly hit the amount that we've got. And just need to remember to unload each time. Because, yeah, by the time I've unloaded one, the next one is coming out. I'm finding at the moment this is a very, very stop-start sort of setup for this. I'm having to stop twice, and I actually think what I want to do is wait till I have a full, yeah, there we go, full chamber like this, back off, unload the one from the back, and that should then, yeah, trigger the bale coming out, and then we can continue on. Otherwise, I'm finding that I'm stopping twice. I'm stopping once to unload the bale, because if I keep going, I end up with a bale that is sitting there when I'm trying to do the other anyway. Or I end up overshooting and causing myself issues. So I'm just cleaning up a little bit that I had at the top end of the field here. There we go. And then I can continue on with this headland. We've got a decent number of bales off here. We're getting a lot of bales off here, actually. Which is brilliant because it means that the excess number of bales is going to be huge. And this is where the money really comes in these silage bale contracts. Is that the number of extra bales you end up with tends to be a pretty big number, all things considered. And yeah, you end up selling them for a really good price. Last time we did it, we were doing it in November, which is when the bale price is at its highest. We're of course not doing that this time, but we should still make a really good amount of money off these. And as I said, it could even be in the range of getting ourselves a grape harvester. So it's worth just sort of plugging on. I think, though, this is probably going to be a case of doing this field today with the baler and then picking up the other two with it next time, so that we can spread this over a couple of days and make sure that we get the job done in a reasonable amount of time. Up to the last row of grass, and yeah, we are at 32 bales and counting at the moment. There we go, under the shade of the tree. So that would make it 33 bales, which is absolutely brilliant. I mean, we might even end up with... We're definitely going to have 34. We might end up with 35 at the rate that this goes. Unload that. No, I think it's going to be 34. There isn't an entire extra bale left on this field. But we will grab the rest of this grass, though, because obviously we've got 2 more fields worth of grass to do and get them all baled up and wrapped as well. But all in all, that is pretty good. What, we've got another half a bale kicking around here, and I know I've got 1 patch of grass just in here. There we go. I think that's the only big patch I missed. There's a couple of little patches like this down here, but none of these are that significant. They're yeah, just bits that are sort of missed at the edges as we've gone around the corner. Otherwise, this has been pretty successful. Means that we are going to move on to field 38 and 48 next time. Both of those will produce a nice amount of bales for us. Well, if this one's anything to go by, we're going to have a lot of bales by the end of this. And that does mean that we're going to be in a really good position to, as I said, make lots of money and get ourselves set up for the summer. We are heading over to field 38. We have a whole load of grass to get baled up. And a very good point was made in the comments after the last video, which I completely forgot. So we're going to have a look at this on here. We are currently doing 125 centimeter bales in here. What I want to do is up that. So we should be able to do, yeah, we could do 150 centimeter bales. I don't think the 180 centimeter bales wrap. So we're going to do the larger ones. We're going to end up with 1 bale on here that is at the 125. But after that, that should speed everything else up because we are going to be doing the bigger bales. We're going to be getting more grass into each one, and it should be fine. Now, we are mixing the bales a little bit. We will end up with a with 1 bale to pick off this field of the smaller size, but going forward all of our bales now should be the larger ones. So we're going to have a little bit less time on here, or a little bit more time saving on here, to get all these bales done, which will be good. I mean, we want to blast through this job pretty quickly today. Let's back this up. One nice thing about the bales coming off the wrapper, or going into the wrapper, is that if I get a full load on here, it doesn't automatically drop the bales. What happens is that it means that we're able to maneuver a little bit better. Did that drop the bale off? So what I'm going to do is take it up to 100%. We then back off, make sure that we have a little bit of space, drop the wrapped bale. That will then release the new one. And once that's closed, we can continue on. And I like that. That works well. We normally end up with a nice fully wrapped bale by the time the chamber gets full and it wants to release. So it works pretty well for us, and it just means that we get that little bit more control over everything. I think this is working even better with these larger bales than before, because the larger bales wrap at about 40-50% full on the baler, which means we're able to drop those wrapped bales off a lot earlier than if we were using the smaller bales, which rarely wrapped before we got a full chamber of grass. So it is working much more efficiently. We are having to stop, of course, when we get a full chamber, but yeah, look at that. 38% full, and then I can drop that bale off the back. So this is definitely a much more efficient way of doing it, and thank you to everybody who suggested it in the chat. It is going to make a massive difference to how we do these baling contracts. Knowing that I have a wrapped bale around the 50% mark means I'm able to get the bales dropped off the back fairly early. As long as I keep a good eye on things, it tends to be okay, and I tend to not end up causing any issues. Like just then when I forgot to drop the bale and got it a little bit late. It was a bit close to the back, but still was all right. Still worked okay. I want to drop that one there. And yeah, dropping it while it's going along tends to work out really well for us like that. And if I look back, yeah, we've got another one dropped off here. The 150 centimeter bales are perfect. They are doing a really nice size for us to actually be getting on with this with. And we'll drop another one off. We haven't already. Oh yeah, there's not one on the back, so yeah, we dropped it off before. So this is just going to work out really well for us. Will allow us to do everything quicker transport, quicker baling, the works. We should be through all of this by about midday, I think, which will be utterly fantastic. From the look of how much grass I've got left on here, I think we might get one more bale off here after this one. Or it's at least going to be fairly close to being one more bale off here. There's quite a long row left. Yeah, and then drop that one off. And wow, this is going to be close. It's either going to be a new bale. Actually, it's going to be a new bale. Look at that, 100% well before the end of this row. And not enough to get another full bale off here. But we do have one more field to bale up. So plenty of grass to finish us off. Plus, there's a little bit kicking around this field. We've got a couple of patches that just as we come through and head back, we will grab. So there's one here. Yeah, there we go. There's a little bit over here. And if I wasn't going down the field anyway, I probably wouldn't bother with these. Because, yeah, that is not a huge amount of grass. We are down to 29%. I will grab these little bits down here. And, yeah, we've got this one small bale at the entrance to the field that we will need to deal with. And we'll need to go and get that picked up with the others of its size. The rest, though, we should be able to get all on one. And how many bales have we created? 23. So that's 22 tonight. Which is one full trailer and 8 more. So, yeah. Another 6 bales off here will be another full trailer. And then anything more than that. And, yeah, we'll go on to a 3rd trailer. So that'll be good. That's a very nice amount of grass and silage. And, in fact, yeah, look at this. This is going to be fantastic. So much grass on field 48. And this is our biggest field. We are going to be creating a lot of silage bales off here. And I think we're going to make a lot of money. Beyond the price of the contract itself, I think we're going to make a packet. So this is our 8th bale coming off this field. So we're over the 2nd trailer full off these 2 with the larger bales. There is just so much grass here on field 48. I think we're going to complete contracts just by getting the grass off here. It's quite something. And yeah, based on previous grass contracts, previous silage bale contracts, this should pay out really, really well at the end of it. We'll see where we get to, but I think we're not going to be short of money by the time we finish getting these bales delivered. Nearly done on the headlands, and that is 41 bales created today. So that's 40 of the larger ones. In fact, let's make that 41 of the larger ones, with 42 in total. So that is that's a huge number of bales, and we aren't into the other bit yet. The main body of the field, the rows that we've got up and down here. But it's just going to be a massive number that we get to play with and deliver. And in fact, we've run out of wool, space for the wool at the sheep. So I think the afternoon job, after we have dropped all these off, is definitely going to be to head back down to our farm, get our little skid steer loader out, and our little teletruck out, and get the wool loaded up so that we can come and get that down to our factory, get that processing, and get more fabric out, because last time we used all the fabric to make sure that we could buy our brand new used tractor, and that's something that we need to get replenished if we're eventually going to buy the clothing factory. We're up to 57, 58 bales now, and yeah, I think we're going to be over 60, very easily over 60 here. Not many more to go. Only 3 more rows of grass. And they're getting shorter each time, but they are still producing 1 to 2 bales each row. So let's bring this in here. Yeah, there we go. It's quite a good system with this baler. It's not quite as good as the fast bale, but then the fast bale is a hard piece of kit to match. This one, though, is pretty cool. I am very much liking the wrap setup on it, and how easy it is to keep going, and how little it stops what you're doing to get this done. It's only when you need to get that bale out of the chamber. No pre-chamber on this. just makes it that little bit harder, but not so much harder that I'm not able to handle it and get through it and you know, this be the job for the day. I am, as I said earlier, very thankful for all of you guys who put in the comment, oh, you should use the bigger bale sizes. Yeah, this is making this job a lot easier and a lot more efficient. So thank you very much for that. I've just realized that in the right-hand rear view mirror here, I can see when a bale is being wrapped. And then as it finishes being wrapped, I can see when the wrapper stops, and at that point I can then tell that I need to drop the bale off. I can see the bale being dropped off in the back there, and yeah, it means that I actually see what's going on. Whether it's in the left-hand mirror or the right-hand mirror, there is just enough of the rear of that baler to be able to see what's happening and basically be able to control the baler and know when to do things. So that stopped wrapping again. What I want to do is bring this round here, and then we will drop that off. I can see it doing it, and it's perfect. Coming up on the last little section, but I don't think we're going to get another full bale out of this. It's a tiny bit we need to go into here, but that's also a tiny row. I'm going to try it. I'm going to see how much it makes it, but I don't think, even with the few bits we've got hanging around the field, we'll be able to get anywhere near a full bale. In fact, no, there we go. 41% that we have there. Right, and we'll just grab these few extra bits so that we can drop this off. But basically, that is that. We can get this now back to the shop, switch round, and we'll start collecting up the bales. I'm going to start with the smaller ones and get rid of those first. So I have switched over to the bale trailer. We can now come in here, and yeah, we have a massive field of small marshmallows here to get picked up. The quicker we can just shoot around this field, get these picked up, the better. They're fairly small and there are lots of them, and it's going to take us a couple of trips, but never mind. I didn't know better at the time, and now I do, and we are going to be able to clear these up fairly swiftly, I think, and go and get them dropped off. For some reason, I thought this could only hold 14. Turns out it holds 24, which is actually really good. It's going to make this job so much quicker to get done and complete. We're still going to have 2 sets of bales off here. That is our full 24. Let's close that up. We'll head up to the animal market now and get these unloaded. I might pick up the single bale that we've got down here on the way back. Just that little one 25 centimeter that we got here in field 38. And then that's cleared and out of the way. I can either do it on the way back or on the way to drop off the next load, because I don't think there are 28 bales left in that field. The interesting thing for me here is going to be how much this completes a contract and which field it completes the contract on. That is going to be a very big eye-opener. Right, let's send these into the barn. Ready for completion. Drops down and up. Check that I'm within my target. Don't know if I am. I think I'm on the line. Oh, no, I'm well within. No, I'm not. Right, let's get within our target then. Yeah, there's our target. Right. And away we go. Field 38, this is completing. And it's done 66%. There we go, 70%. for 83%, 97. Field 38's contract is complete with just those first bales. That's pretty cool. So that is one contract done and 3% transported for 48. So we're going to go and head back up here. I'm going to grab this single bale that's sitting on 38. This single small bale, which is over here. So open you up. And yep, that is the small bale. Grab that. And then we're going to head back to field 43 and collect up the rest of those bales. Last bale picked up from field 43. And I'm not sure if you can mix and match bales. I'm fairly sure you can't, but I want to give it a try. I want to see if we can actually pick up one of these 123 centimeter, 150 centimeter bales with this. They're going to do it? Yeah, bale loader only allows one bale size at a time. That's fine. That is field 43 cleared of bales. So I'm going to go and tip these at our animal market and see how far that takes us through field 48's contract. Into the market we come. Round with our trailer. Let's get it unfolding so that we can just back it up. And up it goes. And in it goes. Like that. 17%, 24%, 29%. It might take a moment to catch up. No, I think 29% is where we're going to be at. So that's good. We're up to about 30% of the way through this. And now we've still got 2 full fields worth of silage bales to collect up and deliver, which is utterly fantastic. I am so pleased with how well this is going, because this is just going to give us a massive boost to our money situation. And yeah, I don't know how many bales are on this field, but we're going to be close to just emptying this field in one try. We're up to 19 bales on this field. In fact, 20 with this. Space for 4 more bales, and I've only got 2. Which means every single bale from this field has been picked up. That's brilliant. That is absolutely fantastic. Definitely more efficient to do larger bales like this. And it does mean that we need to go and pick up 2 bales off of field 48 as well. So we'll pop into this field and just grab a couple on the way past. Pick up down. Yeah, like this. So I fully expect this actually to complete field 48 and maybe get us started on field 43 as well. There we go. Bring this into here. And we're going to swing this round. And as I do it, I might actually get it to start getting into unload position. Like so. Back it up. And then just push all of our bales in. Some of them like to just fall off the top because the ones below them get taken away. 73% transport. 85. 96. And contract on field 48 finished. And then 43. Wow, we've got 37% transported for 43. This is going to be quite a lot of money then from this, because this is going to finish the next contract. Just filling this trailer, and there's more than a single trailer's worth of bales on this field. Very easily more. One more to get on this load, and still a fair few bales on here. Thing is that I don't think that's a full trailer's worth still on here. But we are well over 40% complete on the contract on field 43, which is the last one to complete. So I think we're going to have a fair whack of bales left over that are going to give us cash. Let's swing this around though, get these unloaded, see how far this gets us. It's been a long old day getting these baled and delivered. I mean, I haven't dealt with anything we've got on our own farm yet. There we go. There we go. Contract on 43 finished. We are just raking in the cash now. Wow, we're already up to 25,000. That's awesome. That is brilliant. And we've got bales left on the field, and we've got the contracts to get the money from doing them. That is absolutely wonderful. It's going to make a massive difference. As I say, it's going to make a massive difference going into this year's harvest. We are very easily going to be able to hire our harvester. And yeah, we might even end up with a large amount of cash. All depending on how many more bales we need to collect off here. Yeah, this is not going to be a full trailer. We've only got another 6 bales left on here to get picked up. Yeah, so 15 bales it's in total, it looks like. It is going to still be full sort of section, but it's only about 2/3 of the trailer. Still going to be a decent amount of cash. I think it's probably about 2/3 of the trailer that we sold last time. There we go. So yeah, a good solid run across these 3 contracts. Lots of money coming in, which is going to make a big difference. I mean, it costs us 20,000 to hire the grape harvester each year, and this contract has covered the hire of the grape harvester, which is great. I want to replace my cultivator or my subsoiler for my grapes. The current one we have is not great for the new tractor, so that needs doing. Also want to look at the mulcher. I think we can do better with the mulcher as well. Let's unload this though, and this time we'll come at it from this angle, and you guys can see these bales get unloaded. And wow, just all sort of disappear at once. 22,889 for that. And 47,000 overall. That is brilliant. It's going to make a big difference to us, that. And yeah, let's head back to the shop. We can pick up the landy, complete the contracts, and head back to our farm. There we go, all done on the contracts. Back into the shop, and we'll just park this over here, and then we can complete these contracts. Didn't use the windrower at all on this, and there are our 3 completed contracts: 12,500, 12,294, and 15,000. Little bit of cost on using the equipment on 38, but otherwise all good. Lots and lots of baling contracts, no harvesting contracts as it stands at the moment. So yeah, and nothing over. There's a 15,001, and that is tedding. Yeah, so there's 2 hay contracts there, which we don't need to do at the moment. So I'm going to go and jump in the landy, and we're going to head back down to the farm because we do have one last job to get done today. And that is sorting out our wool. We've got an abundance of it in our shed. And what I'm going to do... Oh, actually, yeah, we've got this trailer here. It's only 6 pallets. All of them need transporting down to our spinnery. So let's hook this up, and then we'll head round here. And yeah, it'll be easier just to load them straight on the trailer from the shed, rather than load them off somewhere else and then load them, well, then have to just reload them next day. Should be able to get 2 at a time out of here, especially with our tele truck. I love the maneuverability of this little tele truck. It just allows us to get in there, get these pallets, and put them straight on a stack of 2. We have 8 pallets in here, so this is going to be a lot of fun. Getting around this first corner is always the fun bit for these 2 pallets here, but we can just drive under here, get that one on, get the second one on, and yeah, taking 2 pallets at a time is definitely gonna make this so much more efficient. And yeah, we should fit all 8 pallets on here, I hope. Otherwise, we might get 6 on here, go drop those off, and then do the other 2 next game day. Okay, so only 6 will fit on this trailer at a time. Well, on one layer of this trailer at a time. My chickens are all over my load again. Let's just plonk this down here. That's quite a lot of weight on this trailer. I'm a little bit worried about it. What we are going to do, though, is I can probably spread the load of the last 2 fairly well. And look, this is the problem we've had today, is that it has been needing to generate some more wool. We've got lots in here because of that. And yeah, getting all 8 pallets out of here would be a really good idea. So let's see if we can get that in there. And next to this, it's quite a difficult one to get, these ones at the end. There we are. And then we're going to straighten this up, pop into here, and got it. Perfect. And we just need to keep them on. Now, what I want to do, I think, is probably take these and do them as single ones. So this one here, first one, we're going to put it in the middle across these 4 to make that all a little bit more stable. And then this one here, we're going to put on the one next, or we're going to put next to it, so it's across those ones. And that should work. Yeah. And then strap that down. Okay. I think that's going to be all right. All loaded up, and a late delivery down to the spinnery. Look at that. That is pretty highly done up there. And in fact, yeah, place we want to drop off is at the end of the building over there. So let's back these up. And there we go. All going into the spinnery and all done. Drop the straps. And that's great. Let's have a look at the spinnery itself. There we go. So 20,000 litres of wool. We got more fabric now going. We've got lots of money to process it. And yeah, we should start making some more cash out of that again. We are into August. We've still got a couple of months really until our grapes are ready. And we need to do something about our new Kubota here. It needs some repairs. I think if we have a look, yeah, it's about halfway down. We've got the money to do it at the moment, so we're going to repair our new Kubota first off today. Oh, and actually, yeah, we've parked it in the workshop, but the repair area is just outside. So just go back it up a little bit. And we're not going to be using this little tractor today. I just want to get it up to scratch, because when we come to do the grape harvest, we'll probably use this to do the carting. So there we go. 1,187 gets this little tractor repaired, which is great. And now we can go and have it join all of our other tractors in our barn, which I really love. So we've got to... actually, no, we're going to use this for something quickly this morning. I'm not going to use this for our main job today, but we might as well use it to get the water for our greenhouses. And we need to top that up a little bit. We're getting very close to the greenhouses being ready to be emptied and moved. So we've got that planned over the next couple of months. We need a little bit more water in there because I don't think it's quite got enough water to finish off for the move, and it's that little bit left that we want to clear out. We've still got space for the lettuce there as well. We're probably going to do a sell-off next time with the lettuce at the beginning of September and get that done then, and a little bit more money in before we do the grape harvest. We're going to be holding off on the grape harvest until October, and the reason for that is while most of our grapes will be ready actually in September and are getting very close, the new ones that we planted in the cow meadow, those aren't looking like they're going to be ready until the next month. In fact, if we have a look in here, you can see at the moment that we've got this big lighter patch here. These are all very, very close, and yeah, that lighter patch there means that those aren't going to be ready about the same time. I want to hire the harvester and have it done and get it all done as quickly as we can in one go. So it's going to need to be in October that we do that harvest, but that's fine. That gives us a couple of days after today to do some other bits and pieces. We need to get the lettuce done and hopefully get these moved, and you never know, we might get a good we might get a harvester turn up in the used equipment. So if that happens, we need to make sure we've got enough money together and ready. If that's half off, we're looking at needing about 125,000 to do that. So maybe if we're lucky and we can keep the lettuce going in here, we might end up with enough cash to actually grab a harvester should it turn up. I'm not holding out hope. It would be one hell of a stroke of luck for that to happen. But you never know. It might. And that would be quite a stroke of luck if it did. I mean, we've been wanting this tractor on this farm ever since the Kubota pack came out, and it appeared. It just turned up used in the shop, and we managed to get it. So yeah, very, very pleased to have this piece of kit on here, and it's working out well for us. There we go, all filled up. Let's push the forward and get this out and send this back up to the top. So we'll check on the water levels. Our chickens are okay at the moment. They've got enough feed. Our sheep are also okay. Still having lots of problems with the contracts. I did a little bit of a test before I started today's video. I jumped forward a couple of days just to see if we could get some contracts, get some of this stuff running. And yeah, the contracts, the harvesting contracts are still disappearing as soon as they are brought up. So it's really bad. I am going to be at FarmCon next weekend. I'm at TwitchCon today, and I don't think anybody's there from the actual development team or the testers, so I probably won't get to talk to anyone from Giants today and over this weekend. But next weekend at FarmCon, I'm definitely gonna speak to them and see if they know what's going on with that. So yeah, there we go. 7,733 water in there, 7,784 in there. That should be fine. It's 64 water to every 6 seeds and 3 fertilizer. So that should cover what we need now in order to get these finished and get these emptied. I'm going to let these, as I said, we're going to let these go for another day, and then we will sell off this, but I don't think that will finish everything off here. So, yeah, it should be that we get to move these out of here. And that means that next year we will reshape this top area of this farm and get the grapevines that we have up here going all the way almost to the rest of the farm. And we'll move our greenhouses here down to the bottom and into the main farmyard, so that we've got that big area of space that we are currently not really using. And therefore, it's not an awful... Yeah, I mean, we've got space there. We've got space here. There's just space all over this farmyard we could take advantage of. And that we're not at the moment. And this is one of the big things about this farm, is that we've always had just a massive amount of area that we're not taking full advantage of. And I think we can use this a bit better, bring in some extra money, and really keep this farm going. Now, the reason why we're not going to be able to use this going forward today is because it does not have a front 3-point. And I do want to get a new piece of kit. So we're going to be getting our G Series Vulture out. And we need to pop up to the shop, because I want to get something that I think is going to be very useful to us in general. And that is going to be a front mower. Now, yeah, we do have a windrower. Oh, I do want to get a little windrower as well. But if we have a look in here, the one set of contracts we do have, and that are just continually coming in, are baling contracts. We have a massive amount of them. We have 3 small fields up by our farm. So what I want to do is we are going to accept the ones on 11, 12, and 14. All of those are silage bale contracts, so they're the ones that are worth the most money. And if we get a mower for the front of this, we can probably get through them fairly quickly. Now, there are 2 ways of doing this. With silage bale contracts, I could actually get a front mower for this and stick the baler on the back and just mow around the field and bale. But what I think, I don't know if that will be... That's probably actually going to be the quicker way to do it. My idea originally was to get a front mower and a rear mower, to go with our rear mower and do it that way. But, to be honest, I think we'd be a lot quicker if we just stuck a front mower on this and kept going. What is the horsepower of our tractor? Where is it? Small tractors. So, the horsepower on this is 110. Yeah, it is our biggest horsepower tractor. So 110 horsepower on the Vulture. We then have on our baler a requirement of 90 horsepower. So yes, that is not going to be possible. We are going to have to do it with the mower setup. So just having a quick check, our mower currently takes 60 horsepower. If we can get a 50 horsepower front mower or something along those lines, we should be fairly good. So into here, front mowers. Oh, there's nothing on sale. No, the telly truck is, but otherwise, yeah, nothing on sale. So what we'll do is we'll have a look at the front mowers. We got the Sepnutzel. That is only 40 horsepower. Would go on there nicely. 70 horsepower. That is too much. Yeah, it is gonna be this one then. Oh yeah, the Kuhn is. Well, that's only 60. What's the width on that? 3.1. 2.4. I think we'll be fine with this one. I think this will go well on there. So we are going to buy that for 12,000. Yes, we are reducing our money a little bit. We should easily make more than 12,000 across these contracts. In fact, I think the contracts themselves are worth more than 12,000. So it should work out fairly well for us. Let's hook that up to the front. And it is just wider than the front of our tractor. So, yeah, let's get back down to the farm, hook our other mower up, and then we can head up to probably field 11. Yes, field 11 or field 14 will be a good place to start. Field 12 is right in the middle of the two. I love how the material on these mowers in FS22 flaps about as you're driving. That is just absolutely wonderful. Just such a nice little touch, and makes a massive difference to the realism side of things. Right, let's connect up this little Potinger. I have a feeling that there might be a little windrower that's been released that will be better for us than the one we have on here at the moment. Right, let's bring this here. I think I've got the refill mod on here, so we have to turn the engine off, step out, and yep, there we go. So refill this. We've got plenty in the tank that will do this tractor. And it will be a case of just whipping around these fields really quickly, hopefully. And as I said, if I do have a windrower available on the mod hub, we might go grab that quickly before we go and try and row these up, because those dual windrowers are so much nicer than the one we're running on here at the moment. Up to field 11. And yeah, not a massive little field. Right, unfold that. Oh, I don't know. Better way to go is probably around the edge here. Like that. Right, and unfold that. Start you up. Oh, we're not. Nope. No PTO. There. There we go. And there. And then down. And away. Perfect. Right. We should be able to, as I said, knock this field out quite quickly. And then we can just run around and get the other two done. Now, I think I could do with a little bit of feedback from you guys as to what we want to be doing going forwards over the next couple of months. We've got, obviously, a lot of baling contracts that we could be doing on here. And as a result, I don't know whether it's wise for us to do so much grass work over the next couple of months on here. But at the same time, with that many contracts, with the amount of money we can make from that many contracts, we could really set ourselves up well. So I want to know from you guys, what do you think? Would you be okay with lots of grass work, lots of contracts that we can go and do? Maybe varying the size a little bit like we are here, whereas last time we did some really big ones. This time we're trying to get some smaller ones done in the time. What do you think? Should we be doing all of that grass work and maybe peppering it with a little bit of our productions stuff? Or do you think we should just head over to October and get started on the grape harvest and see what happens in the meantime? I am very much open to what you guys think we should be doing. Let me know in the comments, and yeah, we'll see where we go over the summer. That is field 11 done and dusted. So off and fold. Oh, no, fold. Off and fold. Right, we need to get to field 12, which is... that is a one-way system. So we need to go back down to our farm and head up and out the other side of our vines on field 5 to get field 11 done. Or field 12 done, sorry. And field 12 is just up the top here. One of the fields, actually, I think this is just, oh, actually, it's just the other side of the road. Oh, one-way system, and we had to go all that way around. Right, let's bring this into here. Yeah, so field 11 would be a good little part of our farm. Field 12 would actually fit into the area, but I think I'd want 13 and 14 first. Probably 4 and 6 and 7. And yeah, lots of fields I want to get before I get those. Let's unfold that. And turn it on. As soon as it's down, there we go. Lower them both. And yeah, round we go. So again, field 12 here. This should not take very long to cut. It is not a very large field. After what we discovered last Wednesday, I think it was, from production chains and not actually having any being affected at all. If you put goods from your from a contract into a production chain you own, no longer being filling your production chain. I think silage contracts now still the most lucrative contracts in the game. You can make so much from them that it's a little bit ridiculous. And I very much think it's as I was saying actually in Wednesday's video on I Hope Better On, that it's one of those really great ways to do start from scratch is to go and do some silage baling contracts, because you will make money. You'll get a great little start. Okay, you won't make as much as I thought you would have from those other ones, from the putting something into your own production chain, but you will still make quite a bit of money. I'm expecting to make a lot more than, I think it is about the 16,000 we're expecting off here. We're gonna sell several bales. Chaining 3 together like this will produce a whole load of extra bales that we can then sell, and as a result we will do pretty well out of some fairly swift work that we're going to be doing today. Let's unfold that. Back to the front one. Put it down. Turn on the back one and put it down. And away we go again. So this is the one that's going to take us the most time. But it shouldn't take us too long, I think. Now that we have this dual mower set up, it is cutting down the time for mowing these contracts by quite a way. This kind of work is exactly why I got this G series on this map. It is a brilliant little tractor, especially for a full small farm like this, and it means that we are able to do a dual mower setup like this. We are requiring about 100 horsepower, I think. Yeah, 60 for the rear one and 40 for the front one. So still well within the 110 horsepower that this little tractor gives us. And yeah, our other true tractors we've got on here just are not capable of doing the doing this job like this. And it just makes sense to have something on here to earn the extra cash like this. I mean, to be able to buy this front mower and it to be fully funded by these 3 contracts we're doing today just makes a massive difference. It's basically not costing us anything to get some extra workout and extra stuff for the farm, which is brilliant. I am so happy to have that ability to do this and expand things and not to have to worry about it, and it to be a good investment going forwards. I mean, this is going to make things so much easier doing the smaller grass contracts, and yeah, not eating into the profits that we would get from those by having to lease any of the equipment. Almost finished. We are gonna only need, I think, actually either the front mower or the back mower for this. So I'm gonna switch off our front mower and fold it up. Switch over to our rear one. Place it down. Yeah. And because I've gone with that because it's ever so slightly wider, and as a result we don't need to worry too much about the full width of this last row, and will save us a little bit getting it done this way. But that has cleared up this. I think what we'll do is we will come back with this tractor and do the baling a bit later on. But I want to vary things a little bit. And we're going to hook the windrower up to the Kubota and give that a try. Yeah, I didn't expect to be able to get to use this M5 today, but it has seemed to turn out that there is a possibility, and we can do. Now, I can probably half my workload here if I just try and pull one row of this into the other and then not worry about it beyond that. So we'll unfold this, see how, yeah, I think we can get far enough over to do that. So the rear mower, that already is doing a bit of swathing. So if we can get the lot from the front mower pulled in, I don't think it's going to work that well. No, it's going to be very difficult to get this to do what I want it to do. So yeah, we're going to have to go around and just try and swath stuff in and go from there. Otherwise, we're just going to try and chase. I think we're probably going to go on a wild goose chase if we try and do it any other way. Does mean it's going to take a little bit longer, but yeah, that's sometimes the way the cookie crumbles. I've gone round twice clockwise, twice anti-clockwise, just to sort of pull in a couple of headlands. I think I might need to go round the outer one a little bit on the inside again. There's a couple of patches that have some pretty wide areas, a bit like here, so we can just pull round here, pull these in a little bit more, make these some properly road areas, and then we can just row up the middle of this field. I could have baled it as it was, to be honest. It would work fine. We might be able to bunch these up a bit easier though in the field, so come over here, grab that, and yeah, just row those together, and you can see how that we should be able to just row pairs of rows together here and create some fairly quick quick rows to bale up. Yeah, this is gonna be easier, just going along like that and rowing 2 rows up like that. I think our baler is wide enough to get both of those like that. So yeah, we're just now following how the mower did it in creating its rows, and as a result we should have some fairly neat and easy rows to get baled up fairly quickly. Last couple of rows, and that will get this field done and dusted. And we can head up to field 12 and get that road up as well. Perfect. So turn that off, fold it up. And no, it's a little too far to nip around on that. And I do kind of need to follow the traffic laws. Round we go up to the road. And yeah, looking at, I think the rows on this are a little bit neater. So unfold, like so. So you know what? I'm going to go counterclockwise and pull the front mower into the rear mower's windrow. And hopefully that will be a little bit clearer for us on here. Same again on the second row, and yeah. Nice and cleaned up and easy to roll with. In fact, let's pull that in a little bit closer on here. Like that. There we go. Right, now to head up and down the field here. Bring these rows together and we can go and clear up field 14. There we go. Fold that up and head down here. This is a really good little tractor, this M5. I'm impressed. It's working really well. I mean, we were happy with it when we got a leased version of this, but I think I'm even more happy with it now with this version. Let's unfold this again then. Come on. There you go. Turn it on. And away we go. This is fairly swift, but the one thing I should note is that this field, once this is Windroad, we are only halfway through these fields, and yeah, it is already 20 past 2 in the afternoon. That's the headlands all done. So now we just need to go back and get the rest of the field done in the middle. And how it is shooting through this. I mean, it is so much faster than I expected. I mean, I think we could have been a little bit faster with a dual comb one of these. And as I said, I want to go and check out the mod hub. I think the Potinger from the Alpine DLC in FS19 has now been released for FS22. So I want to check that out, see if we can add that in, because that is a really useful little bit of equipment. In the meantime, though, this one, used right, can make a big difference and can be quite a quick way to do things. In cab with it, as I always like to make these suggestions, I would say line the middle up with the edge of the row you're trying to bring in. Seems to work pretty well in keeping these together and keeping these in place. So yeah, I think that's probably the best way to go. If we have a look at the row behind us, it's doing a pretty good job of it. It's not perfect, but hopefully the width of our baler should be enough to pick all of that up. Yeah, in places it likes to create double peak, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But it is doing okay. We might be able to move over a little bit. Yeah, if you can pick it all up, it will actually do really, really nicely. But it does tend to try and pick some up from that other row if you're not careful. And that is the reason why we're getting that double peak. So I've completed this field, but I'm looking at the way these rows in the middle have worked out. And what I'm actually going to do is just pull these together. It's going to make some fairly big rows, but it'll also reduce the amount of work we have to do. I'm hoping the baler can handle it. I think it probably can. But it'll just neaten things up a little bit and make everything that little bit tidier. And it means we have to do one less row back and forth with the baler. Oh, that's not picked up. There we go. So much for keeping things neater. But, yeah, it'll also get rid of the double mounds that we've got. We'll unify everything and make the whole lot just a little bit easier. And we will only do it with one more row. I don't think we need to do it with two more rows. That top row there is separate to the main one outside. So, or the main headland one anyway. Yeah, bring that down and round and in. And it's 3:45. We should get the baler round here today. And if then all we have to do is wrap and stack, that's going to leave us in a pretty good position for moving forward into September. And that is this field rowed up. And this field being the last one means that they are all rowed up. I think both our baler and our tractor could do with some repairs. Both are under 50%. It's not going to play out really that well for them. I think we've got hay in here at the moment, but that has switched to grass as we head in. And yeah, we are going to... oh, wow, we're going to get around here fairly quickly. 8 miles an hour is good. So, not too bad at all. And there is our first bale. The pickup on this baler is pretty good and very wide. It's handled everything I've thrown at it so far. And managed to accomplish it really well. I know that. Everything getting picked up. We've got a few patches around the field. I don't think they're going to make a massive difference. It's more rows like this where we've got quite a wide amount to pick up, and you can see it's missing very little of it, even on rows that are this wide. The little bit it missed at the start was me not quite positioning myself right. So I'm very happy with this. How many bales are we getting off here? 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe, by the looks of this. We're up to 80%, and we've got a little bit left. If we, you know, only need a very small amount to finish this off, then we can probably get it from around this field. Where are we up to? 90%. Okay, we've got a little bit we missed there. We've got some we missed here. A load we missed over here. Is this going to be enough to finish off a bale? It's going to be close. That's quite a lot to have from very little on here. But the advantage is we have 2 other fields to help make this up. Yeah, there's not going to be enough left here. Let's just go and get this larger pile in the corner. And I think we'll turn everything off and head up to field 12. I'm quite pleased. We've accomplished a lot today. To get through this much is really quite good. That is not on. There we go. I want to drop a bale at the bottom of this hill, not on this hill. There should be fine. And open that up. So yeah, we're going to get through this field. We will get through field 14, baling it. And then we will we'll pick up getting these wrapped and turned in next time. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff with flatbed. As I said, I want to get the lettuce sold next time as well. See how much we end up with from that. And with all of that taken into account, I think we should be into a fairly decent place money-wise. And maybe we'll be able to, if we not have a used harvester, then we might at least be able to get some new kit to go with the Kubota, because we need a wider cultivator, we need a wider mulcher, and that will make everything more efficient with our grapevines. 4 more bales off this field. I don't think we're going to get any more than that. I've missed a little bit, so I want to place this off to the side so we can come in and get that. But yeah, we are in pretty good shape. 8 bales so far today, and that means that I think we only have to deliver 3 of them from each of these fields. It's going to be an interesting conundrum to see where we are with this and how well we do. But this is just about done, this field. Few bits of grass left here and there, nothing very significant. Let's turn this off, and we've got 1 field left, and that is field 14, which should be fairly simple and fairly quick. We don't have many in the middle here. We've got a couple of rounds to go around the outside, but yeah, I don't know. We may get 8 bales off this field, which would be the interesting thing. If this field truly is twice the size of the other 2, which is what I think it is, then we should get 8 bales off here, which will be very, very good. Will add to our tally very nicely. And yeah, should be a good end to it. All the way through this field, and I had this sudden horrible thought that maybe the bales we were doing were too big to get wrapped, but they are 150 centimeters, so we should be okay. I think it's the 180s that won't wrap, so yeah, I'm feeling a bit lucky at the moment. One thing I haven't checked, and that we might need to do, is hire a bale wrapper. which of course for 3 contracts is never a good idea straight up. So that would certainly answer the question of, do we need to do more contracts? Because if we have to hire one of those, then yes, unfortunately, we will have to do more contracts just to deal with the price of hiring that. Let's have a quick look what we got in here. Yeah, that's what I feared. I don't have a bale wrapper. And I took these contracts on thinking that I did. So let's have a look for 22,000. I think I'm going to have to go and have a look at a bale wrapper as well, because leasing this will be 1,122. Yeah, we may have to see if we can find an alternative bale wrapper, because at the moment that is prohibitively expensive. Sun is setting. We are coming up to is probably our last bale. There's enough of a row here for me to see if I can get any more. But to be perfectly honest, I don't think we really can. It hasn't been as much grass in these rows as I expected. That is, well, we'll see how many bales we got. We know we got 4 off each of the first 2. So that would be 8 in total off those 2. I think we might end up with more than that overall. But yeah, there is not enough grass in this last row to get this. So that is this field complete. There are little bits of grass all over the place, but we're at 58%. And there just isn't enough grass left on this field to do this. So, how many bales do we have in total? Can't tell, because of course contract bales don't come in here. And just a quick whip around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there any down here? I thought there was one here. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8. I think there might even be a 9th in the far corner, if I remember correctly. And yeah, 9. Oh, 10. So 10 bales off this field, even more than I was expecting, which is absolutely brilliant. So we're going to have to get these wrapped. I'm going to have to find a bale wrapper to get these wrapped up. We are headed up to the shop in our G Series Vulture here, because we have contract to finish off. We need to finish off the contracts, in fact, in fields. I think it's 11, 12, and 14 from last time. We got all of the bales. Well, we got all of the grass cut and baled. What we didn't manage to do is get it wrapped up. So we are going to pop up to the shop now and grab ourselves a bale wrapper. Let's see what we got options here. We got anything? No, nothing in there. It'd be fairly good to buy one, but we're not going to be doing that at the moment. What I want to do is find a bale wrapper. Now, I went looking for some bale wrappers and cannot find any modded bale wrappers out there, which is weird, because I was fairly sure that there had been one kicking about. But what we're going to do is we're going to lease this. Now, we actually have a new mod on here, which is the lease to buy mod. So if we hold on to this, we'll be able to, after a time, and when we get extra money in, be able to actually buy it. I'm going to put blue bale wrap on here. And I think I'm going to go with the Vicon setup. We are going to be stabbing these bales, I think, to get them sold, because they'll automatically get done. And I am not actually going to put a license plate on this at all, because it's leased. If we eventually buy it, I will put a license plate on it and put somebody from the Patreon on there at that point. But yeah, no license plate for now on here. So let's lease this. So this is going to cost us £220 a day. Yes. And 1,222 is the initial leasing cost. That should be fine. We should easily make that just off a single bale here, pretty much. So let's bring this up here. Our lettuces are nearly full. We're not got too long until those are filled up. In fact, let's have a quick look at our productions here. So, yeah, we still got plenty of water, seeds, and solid fertilizer. Yeah, so this should finish off the seeds and solid fertilizer. Might leave us with a little bit because it is a 2-to-1. And yeah, I'm expecting to have a few seeds left in that one. And similarly, less seeds left in that. I think we're going to have about 7 litres left there. So we've got enough water to complete both of those. But as I say before, we want to get those emptied. Because if we can do that, then we're going to be able to get our... we're going to be able to move our greenhouses. We want to move them down to the main part of the farm because we have a lot of space down there. And that will actually free some space up on existing land for us to put in more grapevines. So that will be very good news. But that, of course, is something that is a little way off at the moment. We need to head around this field. And wow, we actually left, when it got dark at the end of last time, a fair amount of grass around here. We're not going to worry about it. It isn't an entire bale's worth, as we discovered. We have got some rain that's turned up, though. So we want to get these wrapped. We don't want to get too much moisture into these for these contracts. But yeah, today's job is basically get these bales wrapped, and then once we've got that job done and dusted, we can come up here with our trailer and get these all delivered to their final destination, which is going to be where? That is going to be animal dealer, and the biogas plant. So Field 14 we're on at the moment. These need delivering to the biogas plant. These ones here on 11 and 12 both need to go to the animal dealer, and which is interesting because those two contracts are paying more despite the fact that those two fields result in fewer bales. That is a very, very interesting conundrum. But yeah, what we'll do is we will load up a trailer for here first, I think. Get these delivered, and well, I don't know actually. It's one of those conundrums. Which is paying more out of the biogas plant and the animal dealer? The answer for that, for silage, is very much the animal dealer. So yeah, we want to get some bales delivered to the biogas plant and clear that out first. If we have a look at our contract, we don't have the better contract mods on here, so we can't tell exactly how many liters we need to deliver to each of them. Final bale we need off here is up on this top corner, so we'll zoom up here. I'm going to pull this back towards the center of the field, which is why I dropped my last bale off before I came and grabbed this one. Gets them all in a bit of a smaller area for us to drop them off, and there we go. So how many bales do we have on here? I think we worked out it was 10 bales at the end of the last video. Unfortunately, the end of the last video was a little bit blurred because of an editing issue. So let's have a look and see what we've got. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There a 10th? I thought we had 10 on here. Maybe not. Or either that or I've missed wrapping them. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, because there's 2 there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, there are only 9 on this field. So yeah. I thought we had a 10th, but apparently not. I might have to go and have a look around for it. But yeah, only 9 bales on here. So 80% of that is going to be all but one of them by the looks of things. Next up, we have field 12 over here. And yeah, this has only 4 bales on it. So delivering all of these to the animal husbandry, or the animal market, sorry, is going to be what we want to do. We'll put them all roughly, or try and put them all roughly in the same area of the field. Where I am now is fairly flat, so a good choice. And of course, we've not got the bale turner on this to put them on their ends. So that's makes it a little bit harder. But not overly so. There we go. And down. So we'll grab the last 2 of these and then get the ones on field 11 wrapped up as well. Rain has stopped as we are heading over field 11, and look at those grapevines. They are all looking ready to harvest. The one area that isn't ready is the last vines we planted. We planted them fairly late, and you can see over here the rest of our vines have a pretty healthy set of grapes on, ready to harvest. And then we've got a whole section of vines planted really late here that don't yet. So I want to wait till they're ready. Means we'll be doing the harvest in October. The other vines should be fine at that time, and means we maximize the use of the harvester, which is the big worry, because of course the more we use it, the more days or the more hours it gets on it, the more it costs us. Now, I need to look into, I was talking about this earlier, this new lease to buy mod. It reduces the cost to buy a mod or buy a piece of equipment by the number of days you have it. So if you have it for 5 days, it will reduce the price of the mod by the cost for 5 days. What it doesn't do, from as far as I can tell, is reduce the price of the mod by the number of hours you use it for. So if you use a piece of equipment a lot and you use this mod, it will still cost you extra overall, because you will still have that number of hours that you've used it. If you have something that you use occasionally, like we have with this, we're not looking to use it for lots and lots of hours, just every so often, you know, to make a whole load of money off some silage bales like this. It should be a fairly good piece of kit to have and to kick around. So I can show you this at the moment by going and having a look at this mod, or this piece of equipment. Keep calling it a mod. It's not a mod. This is base game. So we have here the bale wrappers, and no, I don't want to return it. That's interesting. I don't know where this is then. I need to look into this a bit more. I think I've got this mod. You know what? I may not have turned the mod on. I did. I've come into this save game a couple of times. But yeah, it is a mod I am really interested in having and using, and it looks like I've forgotten to turn it on this time I loaded into the game. So yeah, we will cover that later. We're probably going to be using it on pretty much every save game, and it should be a pretty brilliant mod to use, I think. Right, we only had 3 bales off that field. We had another 4 off field 12, and then, as I said, we had a lot off the last field. Can't believe that we've got double the bales on field 14, and the contract is worth so much less money, which begs the question, have I done the right thing? Was that a hay making contract? Because that would be hilarious. So let's just double check this. Mowing, baling, wrapping it on field 11, wrapping it on field 12, wrapping it on field 14. So yeah, no, it is all okay. That is the right setup. So I want to go and get our flatbed trailer over here. We need to go and put that onto this tractor. And yeah, get this up to the field, and then we'll get the little JCB up there as well. And the plan will be to go and load up probably 8 bales off of field 14, get them delivered to the biogas plant, and then once we, yeah, so we've got 16 bales. So we'll put 8 to the biogas plant, and then 8 to the animal husbandry or the animal market, and go from there. I still have no idea how I managed to count 10 bales on this field. I've done a complete walk around the field. I've checked and double checked, and yet there are only 9 bales on this field. So it's very, very weird that I'm unable to find a 10th bale. But yeah, we're gonna load 8 of these onto our trailer, and hopefully that will, oh, come on. Hopefully that will be enough to complete this contract. It should be 9 bales on here. That is working its way off. That is odd. Oh, that's why we've got an oddity with how this bale is on, and as a result, it's just weird. If you get them on wrong, if you get the collisions just wrong, it can cause all sorts of problems. So you want to get on these as straight as you can, and give it sort of about the same space either side, and try and get it at roughly the same angle. You basically want the first bale to skim across the floor as you pick up the second, and then with any luck they shouldn't interfere with each other too much. These two are, for some reason, it's a bit odd. I don't often have this problem when I am stacking bales, so yeah, don't quite know why they're doing that. And you can see it's moving back now. That is so weird. But yeah, we've easily got enough space for 8 bales on here. So we'll put these 8 bales on, and back off. And then yeah, we should be able to put 8 bales on the second lot as well. These bales definitely don't seem to like being on this fork together. That's really weird. I've never really had this much trouble with stacking round bales before, and then moving about this much. It's a very odd issue that I'm having. I don't think it's not this bale, not this forklift, because yeah, as I said, we've done a lot of stacking with this, and it's not this bale spike, because this is the base game bale spike. And again, not had this kind of issue. I think it must be the size of bales. We've not really tried doing this size of bales before on here, I don't think, for this kind of job. So yeah, maybe it is just the bale size that's causing the issue. We will find out soon enough, though. I am gonna grab the last 2 bales from over this side. They're quite far apart, so might as well grab them separately. It's going to put more spikes through the bales, but never mind. So, like that. And up. And yeah, look at that. So I did mention last video that things might get a bit repetitive if we're doing lots and lots of this type of job. And me not wanting it to get too repetitive. Thank you to everybody who basically said, but yeah, that's farming. That's what happens. Sometimes things are a little bit repetitive, which is fair enough. I absolutely take that on board. But I think if we do baling contract after baling contract after baling contract, while I might really enjoy it, because I do enjoy doing these, I think you guys may not so much. We only have one more episode to go, though, either way, as to what before we get into our grape harvest. So there is at least that positive item. But yeah, what I'm going to do the next game day, actually I do know what I'm going to do the next game day. We're going to have the lettuce ready. We're going to be earning money, and if we're lucky, we're going to get a grape harvester that we'll be able to rent, with the view to eventually getting it purchased. So yeah, should be all good. I dropped our tully truck off at the up at field 12, so that we could very easily go and grab then 5 bales from there. I think this here is where we need to drop these off. Oh, preferably without hitting this. Now, I have managed to drop them off here before, but I don't know if this is going to work this time. If not, I do have an idea to drop them into place. We might have a look at the capture or the actual space. If not, yeah, those aren't dropping off, are they? Right. So. Oh, wow, those aren't moving at all either. That's great. I may have to... oh, no, there we go. And roll into... Yeah, there we are. So, accelerate. Oh, this might take a while. I've managed to roll most of them off. I've missed with one, and it's actually been quite lucky because I'm at 98%. There's the last one. There we go. Right, so based on this, we only need to deliver 7. That's fine. I do have one left over here, so I will get that picked up. And yeah, we'll get that picked up on our way past. It's not too far away. We are going to head back up to field 12, though. Grab the bales we got over there, and then everything, we're going to sell that down at the animal market, which is a much easier place to sell these bales. Oh, that was a real chore. And yes, apologies for that not being overly realistic. I think if we're going to be selling stuff there in future, might be wise to put a front loader on this G Series Vultra. We've come round to field 12, and yeah, we got our little pallet truck waiting here with the single bale it drove over with. So let's spin this around and load up these 5 bales, which is probably enough, to be honest, to complete this contract, and may even be enough to complete the contract on field 11 as well. Because the thing is, partial bales will go towards completing both contracts, because it's now an amount of liters that you have to deliver, not a number of bales. And the reason behind that, of course, is that you could deliver larger bales like we are, or smaller bales, depending on how you feel. So you stay there, please. I managed to get round that, but that is not the best bit of stacking ever. So yeah, we'll get these loaded up. We'll head over to field 11, and then I'll go and grab that last remaining bale that is sitting down at the BGA, because we can get a better price for it down at the animal market, and therefore we want to make as much money off this as we possibly can. These are not very well stacked on here, but that's okay. We've not got we've only got to fit 9 bales on, so they should all fit on this level, even with some bad stacking like this. So yeah, now I need to get this over to field 11, and we will then follow it up with the G Series in a moment. These silage bales are actually huge. We've got 27,500 litres on just 5 bales on the back here. That is quite a lot of silage. And it's why we have not got many bales off these fields, because we use this larger bale size to do this. It has meant that we've got less bales off here, less to transport, and an easier time of it to do it. So yeah, we'll get these last couple of bales on here, and we've just then got that 1 bale to go and get from the BGA. Take this up to 9 bales and take it all down to the animal market. Having these bales staggered around here has actually been a little bit useful. It's allowed us to lock bales down one at a time without causing too much hassle as we've gone on. It might cause us a bit of problem when we come to put this final bale on in a moment. But we'll find out when we come to put it on. It might fit on the back of here, it might not. But yeah, that is on there. Is there enough? There should be enough bale space to get a bale on the back there. So yeah, let's get this down to the BGA, not very far from here, and then we can do the same again with our tractor. And this time, yeah, I'm just going to load it up, and we will get down to the animal market. All 9 bales loaded up and down to the animal market we go with them. We've still got the best price for these bales down here, so this is why we've taken all the remaining bales down to this point. And now I think these will just unload from the trailer here. At least I'm hoping that they will. Actually, we might just need to unstrap everything. So let's see if unstrapping a bale does it. Yeah, there we go. So let's unstrap all of these. Ah, there we go. 9,803 in sold bales. I was worried for a moment our contract wasn't going to finish then. Wasn't going to finish and wasn't going to give us a load of money. So that is all 3 contracts completed. We didn't rent any equipment for any of them. So let's collect on all of those. Wrapping 1 bale was all it took for us to repay what we'd spent on the wrapper. So yeah, worth having that wrapper and holding on to it, I think. But as I was saying before, we now just have a pile of these baling contracts left to do on here, and some of them are fairly big, like that one, although that's a tedding contract, so the bales won't be worth quite so much. And yeah, still, yeah, most of these are not silage, they're for hay bales, whereas over on field 21 and field 35, we've got a couple of really small weeding contracts. Yeah, I think we'll be leaving those as well. Today, we've got a little bit of stuff to do to get ready for the grape harvest. But it's mainly factory stuff we've got to do. The chief one amongst them being our greenhouses. Now, our greenhouses up here, I'm glad to drive back down to get the trailer in a moment, are now completely full of lettuce. Yeah, we can't have any more on the outside. We still are producing lettuce in here, and I think there's a little bit more to get out. If we have a look here, yeah, we're now storing a bit, seeds and solid fertilizer. In fact, I think our lettuce production is just about done looking at this. Yeah, we're kind of out of enough seeds and fertilizer to really get much more out of here. So, in fact, what I'm going to do is shut down the production of the lettuce in both of these now, because we are going to unload everything we have on here and get them done. I think we had... yeah, we've got 500 litres of lettuce left there and 500 left here. So we're going to get at least 1 more pallet out each from here. And that is going to be really useful. That's going to be a massive amount of lettuce that we have today. So chief job to do today is to get all of this lettuce collected up and loaded onto our trailer and get the money in for it. We hook that up, we can bring this round, and then we can go and get our little telly truck, load all of this up, and yeah, we're probably going to be stacking this quite high today, but this is going to be a massive windfall for us. There's probably about 60,000 here, maybe at least 30,000. So if we could hit 150,000 here today from this, that would be amazing. Before I get started on that, though, look at the state of my JCB. We're using this on the fields to go and stack bales, and it is looking so mucky now, it's ridiculous. The other thing we need to do actually before we get started, and this is just because I already have the bale spikes on, is get the sheep fed. They are running very, very low on hay. So we'll grab a couple of bales from here. Well, this is why we just sell everything when we're doing the contracts, because we have a large amount of hay sitting here. It's lasting our sheep for a very long time, and it's all good. I also need to check on exactly how much wool we have in here, and we've got 4 pallets of wool in here, so we're gonna want to get those delivered as well. Wow, they took all of that. But yeah, that will be enough for them for today. Look at all. So we've got 100 sheep now. We've got 11 months, 21 months, 33 months, and 16 months. So yeah, age of our sheep is all good, and we're producing some good wool. Somebody said to me a little while ago that there's an age I should be selling the sheep at. Oh, we need to go and get the forks. And I can't remember what it was. So if there's an age, if you guys can think of what the age I should be selling the sheep at, where they start producing, or being less efficient at producing wool, please let me know in the comments. That would be very, very helpful. Right, we are heading up the top to our lettuce, and we're going to go and get that all loaded in now as well. So like before, the plan here is to grab these 2 at a time. I'm expecting a single pallet to spawn once we pick these up, because as I said, there's just over 500 litres being stored in there. It's okay. Yeah, in fact, there we go. The single pallet has spawned. Let's grab the first 2 pallets off here, and then we can even things up by grabbing a pallet out of this side and a pallet out of the other side as well. These are the 4 hardest pallets to get onto this trailer because of the end. So once we get these on, that makes things so much easier. And now I just need to go and grab this one from over here, the other one from the other side, and that then will mean that we can go straight in and start picking up doubles from both sides. End of the first row of lettuce going onto the trailer. Get that nicely lined up, and on the back here, there we are. And perfect. Look at that. And that hasn't made that big a dent in here. We've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 10 pallets on that side. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 on that side. And we can fit 1, 2, 3, 4 on a level. So we should fill another level of this. And then after that, we'll have 2 pallets left over. Those can go on top. And yeah, that will be a nice full trailer of this. What is the current price lettuce like? It's on the down. Restaurant is 1,637. 4,000 litres on one side. 8,000 litres. 16,000 litres. 17,000 litres, I think, in total on here. So that is going to be sort of 36,000. That is huge. That is a massive amount of money we're going to get to play with on here. Now, because I don't want my lettuce production down for too long, I think what we're going to do is that as soon as we have got this all loaded up, I want to demolish these greenhouses. I don't want them kicking around too much longer. And then we need to get some more fertilizer and some more seeds for them. So we're going to have to pop up to the shop and grab those. I want to drop off the wool at our spinnery as well today. We've got 4 pallets of wool. They will very nicely go onto our other trailer. And we can go and drop that lot off at the spinnery, because we need to keep that spinnery producing fabric And once we got a lot of fabric come the new year, we should be able to get to the textile shop as well. Last 2 pallets up onto here. Let's see if this will get in there. Nope, not quite. Little bit back. There we go. And then we can just strap those 2 down on top. And that is a huge amount of lettuce. Best price for lettuce right now is the farmer's market, which I think is this building here. So let's pull in. It's unloading. And there we go. Another 1,572. What is the total? 27,853, which surprises me a little bit because I thought I was going to be closer to sort of 35,000. Now, though, I need to switch trailers. So we'll hook this onto the back of here. And this is much more realistically a car trailer as well. I'm not sure where my pressure washer is, or even if I actually have a pressure washer on here. I thought I had one near to my fuel tank, but it doesn't seem to be there. Right, let's pop into here, and it's so tight in this space to get these bales out. I have to be a little bit careful. There we go. We actually now have 5 full pallets of bales, which I think 6 is our maximum for this trailer. And it's much better to load these up from this angle than it is from the other. I kind of wish they did spawn in such a way that you could drive in those other double doors and pick them up like this. And not have to pick them up from the side if you came in that way. But I can, at least with this teletruck, maneuver around enough to get them. It is just that sometimes everything is just that little bit fiddly. I wonder how much stuff we've got created on here, because we did sell a load of stuff to buy that Kubota tractor a little while ago. Those are nicely unloading. Yep, there we go. That is all unloaded. How much? We've got 3,000 litres of fabric up here. And how is this progressing? We've got 21,000 litres of wool in here currently processing. And it's a 2-to-1, so 11,000 litres of wool-ish, of fabric-ish, to come out of here. With those 2 jobs done, we can go and put our trailer back and out of the way. I think it's time to look at how we're going to reshape this yard. We've got £127,599. And yeah, where we're going to spend that now is of the biggest interest to me. We do need enough money to be able to get a harvester. Right, we have a very large area of yard here that is unused. We are going to put, I think, this is the thing. It's a very large area that's unused there. We also have a large area that's unused over here. What I want to do, I think, is fill in this patch. And then we can extend this vineyard out into this space. So we're going to have to move this barn. We're going to have to move these as well. So let's do that first and work out exactly where the best place to put our greenhouses is. So under production, greenhouses, we have, yeah, these ones. These are the ones we're using. Now, ideally, we want to make access to them as easy as possible. We don't want to block off that. So I could do it one here, because the access I need is actually at the sides. as we've discovered. We could do a lot better if we had access to them from the sides. So we could go there and there. But doing that, I actually think... I look at this and go, look at all this space we have up here. We could put in 2 greenhouses. One here and then one here. And that space worked really well for us. Especially as this space is very flat. And then we can pull this area here out and make that a lot flatter. So first thing I'm going to do is demolish this. We're going to take that out. Yes. Okay. I am then going to spin around and we will demolish these because we don't need either of these. 4,023 each for our 2 greenhouses. Perfect. Right, so that then means what I want to do is level this land out here and bring this across. And the reason I'm doing this before I put the greenhouses in is because I want to see exactly how much space I have to put the greenhouses in. So I want level terrain, please. And we want a fairly large bit. And I think we probably want to change our shape. I don't think we can. Okay. So we're going to take it leveled from here. How much is this going to cost us? A lot of money. An awful lot of money. And it's not bringing up that corner. So I've had a little look around and a little bit of an experiment and discovered that these plants all the way along here and here are what's causing my issue. Now, what I've done is I've gone and grabbed the Place and Terraform Anywhere mod, and that should solve my problem. So let's take it from here and just pull out. And is it going to lift this? Yes. Yes, that is. So that's good news. We'll be able to fill this area in. Now, you can see, though, it is going to cost us a lot of money to do this. I think that's about 3,000. Yeah, it's been about 3,000. So really what I want to do is pull it out to this point here, I think, so that it's nice and in line. And when we come to add our grapevines in here and sort that out, we'll be able to do that. And I think that will work fairly well. But if I try and do it any further, that's going to cause a bit of an issue. Let's just bring this bit back so that that goes into that corner like that. Perfect. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm happy enough with that. But yeah, we're going to have to get a lot more money in before we can fully do that. And then I think looking at this, the place where I want to put the greenhouses is probably along the front here. So we'll go production, greenhouses, and these. So I can fit one of these greenhouses here very nicely, and it really fits in that space well. So yeah, let's do that. I need to move myself out of the way. We'll go stand under this barn. Purchase that again. Production, greenhouses. So I could I think I can get 3 greenhouses in here. Now I can put one over here. I think. Yeah, we could stick one here. We could stick one here, definitely. So I'm gonna put one in this space over here, trying to line it up as best I can, and in. I'm going to put the second one in a line with it here. Now, we do have a bush at this corner here, so this might cause us an issue. But no, because we've got the painted terraform anywhere, it's worked. And then I think we're going to put a third one so that we're not just moving our greenhouses, but we're increasing our greenhouses there. There we go. I think that's brilliant. So that now increases our greenhouse output. We know that we can get... Oh, actually, that's quite a ridge coming onto there. We know that we will get a row on the trailer for each one of these. And I think actually I'm going to paint the ground so that it matches this pattern all along here. I think that would be quite a good way to go as well. And maybe smooth this area out here as well. So purchase, landscape, painting. That one is the color. I want to increase the size of it. And we'll go there, there. Need to move myself out the way. There we go. Construction. Landscaping. Perfect. Paint. And that. And then again increase the size. Like so. And then we should be able to decrease the size a bit. Take that down the side of here as well. And then our greenhouses are all sitting on that. And then switch over to this. Or on here. Nope, that's the wrong one. That one. Yeah, there we go. And that on there. And then I can add some grass up the top here like this. And we'll need to plant a bit of grass, I think, to do that. But now we should be able to get the our vineyard expanded out this way and round here with little problem. And exactly what I'm going to do with this space up here, I don't know yet. But there are definite options that we can have. In fact, I think if we put this down here like this, that is going to be grand. Trees and plants. Let's put some more bushes dotted around here. I think just make sure that's a sort of a rough area at the top here without spending too much money. And look at that. That is our new area for greenhouses. We need to refill those now with some... oh, actually, that needs to go out a bit further. But we need to refill these now with some seeds, some fertilizer, and some water. And then job is a good one. And we will then crack on with this. So yeah, I'm going to do a little bit more of this, and then we're going to head up to the shop, and we're going to get some fertilizer and some seeds, and we can sort the rest of this out. So for our greenhouses, I think we want 2 bags of fertilizer and seeds each. So actually parking here is not a good idea. I want to park it over here. That way, when we get the bags out, we can easily load them on pretty much as straight as possible. So let's head into the shop and grab some bags. So we want 6 bags of seeds. We can get 8 max, so 6 bags, so 2 in each. Buy those, okay. And 6 bags of fertilizer. Now, actually, what is the ratio? I think the ratio is actually 2 to 1, isn't it? So I want to activate that, and activate that. It is 2 seeds to 1 fertilizer for all of them as well. So yes, we want 2 bags of seeds, 1 bag of fertilizer each, and that's how we will start this off. All right, there we go. And that should get us going, and then we'll be able to buy more of these soon. We'll grab our Kubota front loader here. This little R640. Well, it's not our Kubota front loader. This belongs to the shop, of course. But this will be enough to get these started and to earn a bit of cash to load them all up. So, yeah, I'm going to get these loaded onto the trailer. And then we can then get back down to the farm with them. And, yeah, load up our brand new greenhouses and get them earning some money for us. last one that we need to get on this trailer and get back to the farm. Fairly full trailer, actually, with these 9 bags on here. But it's doing the job it should do. And there we go. This, as I was saying earlier, this Kubota, this R640, really stable, lovely bit of kit. It's like a mini wheel loader rather than an actual front loader. Just, yeah, it's very, very stable. And has a nice double wheel setup as well, if you want. So, yeah, works really nicely for that too. Right, strap all these up. Let's get these back down to the farm and get the greenhouses loaded up. Bring this around. Oh, that's got a little bit bumpy there. I might have to even things out a little bit more because, yeah, that's one hell of a slope. And we kind of want a bit of a more... Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, we want a more even area here. Let's grab the telehandler or the teletruck, which is just over here. Start her up. And we're going to take this over. And... Oi, there we are. And, yeah, 2 things of seed, 1 thing of fertilizer for each of these, and then we need to add some... Oh, this is so uneven. We need to add some water in here as well. Undo all of these. Like so. Bring this over here. I love the stability of this teletruck. It's absolutely wonderful. Especially considering how awful the stability of this ground is. So that round here like that. There we go. And then 2 things of seed, and that will get that one started. Over here. Oh, nope. Getting sort of 3D depth perception always been an issue in Farm Sim. But that's got it. Yeah, see, this will easily lift 2, this little teletruck, which is brilliant. Even if it is very, very uneven. The question now is, can I fit 3 of these on here and not have the whole thing go on sort of face plant? That would be great, because then I can get the last of these out and onto the last greenhouse. Push it forwards. Lift it up. Oh, it's not quite enough. Down. Out. And in. And we're off to the side. That's the trouble. That's why it's threatening to push that one over. Because, yeah, I'm not under it. There we go. Oh, that's struggling a little bit. We need to pull this back. But, no, look at that. How amazing is this little teletruck? That is utterly fantastic. And we can then go and put all 3 of these bags straight in. And there we go. You can see it raising up as it empties out. But we're not done yet. I need to go and get these out the way. And then we can grab one of our tractors and get some water into here to get things finished off. So to get the water, I'm going to use the little Antonio Carrera tractor that we've got. Just see if I can hook this up. I am thinking about the long-term or the longevity of this tractor on here. We cover most of what this tractor can do now with the Kubota. And to be perfectly honest, the thing I was concerned about before, the trimming with needing a front 3-point, we could probably do with the with our G Series Valtra. If not, somebody did say, oh, you can just attach it to the back, which, yeah, is not a bad shout. So I don't know. We've got nearly 10 hours on this tractor anyway. What do you guys think? Do you think we should hold on to this tractor, or do you think it should be something that we maybe look to move on and move to the next thing? Because yeah, we don't have anything in the shop. We worked that out earlier. I don't know if there is a massive need for this tractor still on this farm. It seems a little bit superfluous to me at the moment. I'm going to put a single tank's worth into each of these greenhouses, and we should then be able to get them up and running, and it'll work great from there. Let's unload that then, and brilliant. I am quite happy with how we're getting these set up. Let's get the next two done, and then we'll head back over and finish up. Final load of water for the third one of these. Let's empty that out into there, and then that should get all three of our new greenhouses up and running. Yep, we have happy lettuce in all of them, which is brilliant, because now we are gonna have more than enough lettuce for us to deal with. Let's have a quick look in here. Yeah, we're in the green for everything. We are going to be using twice as many seeds as we are fertilizer, so that's perfect. Water, we are going to have to put a lot more water in here, I think. But that's fine. We can do that over the coming days. All in all, I am very happy with how everything is going on here. Let me know in the comments, what do you think to our new setup for our greenhouses? Do you think this is a better position for them? And what should we do with the area of the yard, which we still have massively free and sort of open? I'm very much considering moving some of the sheds in a bit, and then seeing if we can create maybe another field out that way or something like that. We are into October, and you know what that means? That means that our grapes have come right. So what we're going to do is park up here, and it's time to go and pick up the grape harvester. Now, we're going to do something slightly different this year. We now have on here the lease and or lease to buy mod. So the longer we hold on to the grape harvester, the longer we or the less money we have to pay to buy it overall. It would have been awesome to have had this in year one, but of course we didn't. So 242,000. We don't have one in here, which would have been great. But yeah, so it's going to be this one. To lease this is going to cost us 12,000. It costs us 2,420 per day to have, but positive side of that is 2.5 grand per day we pay off actually having to buy it. We'll notice it less, and it'll come at a point where they'll come to a point where we just have enough money in to buy it outright. So we are going to lease this. What I do need to do is choose a member of the Patreon whose name is going to be going on our number plates. Do we have... Nope. We're going to do it on this one here. So, yeah, let me go pick a name, and we'll be right back. And the lucky person picked at random from the Patreon is Dan Madgin. Your name is going on the harvester. We will put it on... It's back only. We'll go with that. So, okay. There we go. And we're going to lease this... Yes, and as I said, we don't normally put a number plate on a leased piece of kit, but because we're doing lease to buy here, and because we're eventually looking to buy this, I am going to put it on there now. So there we go, and it has passed your name slightly differently, but yeah, you are on there. Right, let's crack on, get this back down to our farm. and get this year's grape harvest underway. It's going to be a bumper one this year because we have more grapes than we've ever had before. One of the things I love about this series and this map in general is the fact that we really have not bought much land in this series. We've bought fields. Well, let's have a quick look because I'm not sure exactly how much of this is bought together and how much is bought separately. So yeah, the main farm here we bought, and that's where we started with, and field 5, and that's it. We have bought no other land on here, and then we've just used the land that we've got to the best of our ability more and more, and I'm just really pleased with it, to the point where later in this video I actually want to go through my plans. I need to be straighter onto this. I actually want to go through my plans for what I want to do with that large patch of land that we now haven't put our unfold harvester, haven't put our greenhouses on, because that now opens that up to be used for something else. We could very, very easily put another set of grapevines on there, increase the number of grapevines we got on the farm. We could very easily put a grass field on there, somewhere to generate some hay, some hay for our sheep, without having to go and do contracts. Although, considering the number of contracts we have available on this map, I don't think that's ever going to be a problem. And just sort of increase the amount that we can do on this map and on this farmyard without actually ever having to buy any land, because we can just increase how much or how well we use our existing space. This is showing to be fairly difficult to line up this time. Right, let's try this again. And in. Sort of. There we go. I'm fairly sure I've bent a post. I remember what we learnt last year now, that the best way to use this harvester and avoid clacking into the poles at either end is to actually do every other row, and then we're able to get enough of a turning circle round to line ourselves up and get into the next row. I say as I clack into the pole at the other end, but that was more to do with me not quite lining it up than having an issue with everything and not doing so well at actually being able to turn far enough. It works. I mean, we're going across the field and then we'll head back. We are at 72% full, which is not bad at all. Gonna bring this round here. Helps if you can see the entry point for where your vines want to go in. All in all, it's working fairly well. I'm getting better at doing the grape harvests every year, and you can see here that it's working pretty well. We're gonna have about 3,000 liters of grapes off this half of the field, maybe 2,500 liters, I think, and then we should get about another 2.5 going back. So yeah, about 5,000 liters off this field is not a bad start, really. And this is the smallest of our fields. Both field 5 and the old cow meadow are both larger fields than this, and the more that we can get off here, the more that everything will pay off this year, and actually allow us to have this kicking around and slowly getting paid off by doing the lease to own. We are very nearly full here. There we go. 3,100 liters. It's the Kubota's first year on the farm, so let's get that out and let that do the carting this year. should work fairly well behind this trailer, actually. It being I was going to say grape tractor, but I suppose it's a vineyard tractor, this. But should work out fairly well with this. Yeah, in fact, I like that. That's really good. Let's unload this then. So back it up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. And unload. And there we are. And I think that's about a half full trailer. Yes. So we're expecting to get near enough a full trailer off this field, which is very good news. I'm just going to park this on the side over here. And what I want to do is try and make it so that when I'm getting fairly close to the end of a row, or sorry, fairly close to a full tank, I, at that point, start to empty, rather than get stuck in the middle of a row like I did just then, and start worrying about how I'm going to get in or out of the row in order to empty the tanks. Now, thanks to the sheer number of vines we have to harvest this year, this may be the first year that we end up going not only to a second hour using this hired piece of equipment, which is going to be very costly, but also a second day, which is why I kind of said, well, if that's going to happen, what we want to do is the whole lease to buy, looking to eventually buy this harvester. The biggest issue I can see is eventually it costing us a large amount of money because a harvester comes up for sale, and us having the money at the time to get it when it's on sale, and not yet being able to buy this, and that would be then a lot of money down the drain for us on just keeping this hanging around. Having said that, if we have don't have enough money to buy this, but have enough money to buy another harvester, that even then would save us money in the long run. So I'm quite happy to take that risk. I think it would work out fairly well for us either way. Let's position ourselves a little better. There we go. And okay, we're not going to have quite as much off this return run as I thought. We've only got one more row after this, and I think we're going to break 2,000 liters, but I don't think we're gonna get a full tank, which actually means I was right in my estimate, believe it or not. I said about 5,000 liters, and yeah, we are just shy of 5,000 liters on here at the moment. So yeah, 5,000 liters off this field, not bad at all. Very, very happy with that. I am not going to empty my trailer out. No, I am going to empty my trailer out before we go on to the next field, because it's very possible, being 65, 66% full, we might get a full load off the longer runs, and I don't really want to get caught out like that. 2,131 liters in total though off that field. That is not bad. Add that to what we already have in the trailer, and yeah, that's really good. Right, let's grab our tractor and trailer, pull this up behind, and we can empty again. And yeah, 3,100. So yeah, over 5,000 liters of grapes off that field. I am really, really pleased. That is going to go down wonders in our grape factory this year. And lots and lots and lots of grape juice is going to be created. Right, emptied out. Let's take this, and yeah, we've got the shorter rows from this side. I think we'll do what we did last year though, and start from the far end. We get to see now exactly how well adding this bit of extra space at this end, where I cut all of my vines back by a row, or by a section, how well that helps us to make our turning maneuvers and everything. Let's turn this back on. There we go. In. Line us up. Carefully line us up. And away we go. So I have realised that actually I do want to start from the other side because we're doing every other row and it would be useful to start from or finish the farm end of the field, which is why I originally went, oh, I'll start the other end. So I am just clearing out this little section at the end here. It is a slightly annoying section. It does work and it does give us a decent amount of grapes because we're gonna have probably about 1,000 liters of grapes off these few short rows at this end. But does give us an issue in that it's a lot of turning around, a lot of maneuvering. So I'm going to clear this area out. I'm then going to go back down to the other end and start doing alternate rows from there. And that way, with any luck, we should end up near the farm. That is never going to go in there. Back it up. Back it up. There we are. Yeah, it's really fiddly and really tight down this end, and we want to clear it out and get 1,000 liters of grapes out of it, and that will be great. In fact, I think what we'll do is this 1,000 liters of grapes would be perfect for finishing off the space that we have in the trailer and doing that. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to empty this out into that, and we can then go and tip our first load of grapes into our factory. So yeah, we don't have a massive amount of space in this trailer. I think it's a good idea to top it off and oh wow, I'm gonna have to reverse this trailer and top it off and go and take it all down there. I'm still deciding what to do with some of the space I've got around our new greenhouse area. I think I'm very tempted to raise the road and just sort of make it a little bit like there's a drop down to this area here. There's a nice wide area of grass. We could even things up here, get rid of all of our divots and everything, and sort of, yeah, just sort of level everything out, I think would be a good idea. Right, empty that out until our trailer is full. It's going to take all of it. Not quite. 322 litres left. So, yeah, time to go and tip this up at our grape factory, and then we can head back down here and continue with the harvest. There it is, straight ahead of us, sweet and sour raisins. Thread the needle into the yard, and we'll get this all started up. Actually, we wanna be producing the grape juice from the moment we get it tipped. It's actually really weird, the tipping point for this. So we'll tip that in there, and while that's tipping out, let's head over here, activate our grape juice, and yeah, with the grapes going in, we should get a 5-to-4 ratio on grapes. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's straight up raisins to grapes. And it's, yeah, 5 grapes to 4 litres of grape juice. But the grape juice sells sooner. Doing this series on here, I'm finding I'm really enjoying doing grapes. They are a very calming, very nice way of doing things, especially if you can line yourself up. I mean, I am spending an inordinate amount of time right now keeping my eye on where those posts go in relationship to my gear stick on the bottom right. If the posts sort of disappear midway through the grey section, or the darker grey section, I know I'm roughly on the right track, and that's where I'm lining myself up to at the moment on here. And it's really interesting trying to figure out those little ways of doing things, those bits and pieces that make things easier for you when you're doing jobs like this. And as a result, it actually makes it easier for me to harvest these in cab, because then I can do the lineup, I can get myself in position, and I can worry less about whether I'm going to start striking posts and getting stuck. Because I'm doing what every farmer does. I am sitting there and I'm lining myself up on whatever I can in my cab to make sure that I keep as straight a line doing my crop as possible. Now you can see that we are in the newer sections of this because the ground is still uncultivated, still unsubsoiled. A couple of rows over, you can see that starts to kick in. So it gives you a real idea of how much extra we planted this year, and therefore how much extra crop we should get off this. I realise what I should have done a minute ago is actually empty at the other end. So we're going to very carefully back out of this and hopefully keep it nice and straight all the way. There we go. Right, and then we can bring the tractor and trailer along the back. But yeah, as I was saying, we have a very large new area of grapes on here. We hadn't planted half this field last year, and this is why I was saying earlier that it looks like we're going to be taking not only a couple of hours or, you know, a second hour of having this machine to do this, but probably move into a second day as well. Because by the time we've used up the hour we're talking about, we're also going to have used up the rest of the day. We've got, yeah, we're only halfway through the new stuff, and we've got a full tank out of it. That is brilliant. I'm very, very pleased by that. Now, let's back this out the way over here. There we go. Yeah, so we are getting a lot of extra grapes off here this year. And that is going to mean an awful lot of extra grape juice. And that means a lot more money. And that means we can afford to have this harvester kicking around with a daily cost that is slowly going towards us purchasing it. Actually gonna empty out at this point. I can head back down, but we're doing about 20% a row, and allowing that for that, we're going to be at about 95% by the end of this row, and therefore would need to empty at the other end. I don't really want to have to run all that way to grab the tractor, so we'll just bring it down here. And in fact, we can position the tractor in such a way now that we drive back across the field with the tractor and empty when we get to rows here, which will be very, very useful. That is if I can get it to turn around, turn into the bushes and round. Yeah, there we go. Nice small tractor, does the job very well. Yeah, let's position that a little bit better. And this won't quite fill this. So we'll have to empty out possibly after another row or two. Up it goes into our trailer. And yeah, not gonna quite be a full trailer, I don't think. There we are. It's not far off though. Wow, we are gonna have to reverse it out. Because it's still in the way. But that's 90% full. So yeah, it won't take much more. I think what we'll do is we will get this row done, come back up, and then we'll empty into the trailer before we head back down again. Give ourselves a nice full trailer and make sure that we have enough space left to finish off this field. So about another 1,300 litres. In fact, another 1,352 litres off those two rows. So we'll make sure that we are lined up and into this next row. Like that. And then actually turn the harvester off for now. Although obviously not its engine off because we need to get it to we need to get it to empty into our trailer. Pull the trailer under the back. Like that. And then unload it. Excellent. Didn't take very much. So about half really of what we had in there. Turn the harvester off. And we'll run up to the factory. The sun is beginning to set. It is October. It is 3:10. And yes, the sun is beginning to set. So that's 12,000 litres of grapes already this year. That is huge. We are absolutely doing great on our vineyard this year. It's more than we're going to earn from anything else. Even the lettuce, even taking the new lettuce greenhouse into account, I think it's going to be more. So I am very, very pleased with this. And this trailer really does empty out quickly. That's awesome. We are looking at probably having another 12,000 litres. We've got a few more rows of this field to do. We've got all of field 5, which is bigger than field 1. So yeah, I think we could easily be in line for another 12,000 litres off here. 24,000 litres of grapes this year would be huge. That would be worth a lot of money to the farm. One of the nice things about harvesting grapes is it's completely unaffected by the rain. So the fact that we've got an October shower passing through is not going to affect our harvest at all. Absolutely brilliant. I am quite happy for it to be tipping down with rain. It will do everything else good. It'll do the ground good, and we'll be in a good place with it. We easily have another full harvester of grapes sitting here. I'm looking at this at the moment. We're up to 51%. I've got 2 more rows after this. I don't think I can get all the way down and back without emptying. I very much think we're not going to make it down and back without emptying, which I'm quite happy with. I'd rather be emptying lots of grapes than not emptying them often enough, and as a result having a small issue with the amount of money that we're spending versus the amount of money that we're getting. 67% quarter post, 68%. I think we got enough space actually for me to try and go down and back. It's gonna be a tight one, and we may find that if we're over 80% at the other end, we end up taking the tractor and trailer down the other end to empty out, because I don't want to have to keep backing out of the vines in order to empty. But at the same time, we only have 30% space left. We are at over 90% with most of this row to go. This is not a wise idea. Let's back this out of here, I think, and go and get our tractor and trailer, empty things out, because otherwise we're going to get most of the way down this row and going to need to empty. So the very thing I was trying to avoid earlier, I am having to do now, and that is get this all the way down to the other end of the field to empty it out. And worse, I had to run through the rain to get it. Let's bring this here and around and through. Not that bad. Although I'm going to have to then run it straight up, back up to the other end to empty when we get to the other end of the field. So there is that. But we will at least have a half full trailer finishing off here. which we'll leave in the trailer overnight. We'll park it in the barn. We obviously have a lot of rain kicking about. I don't want it getting too wet. I mean, it won't overly damage the crop, but at the same time, it's probably not wise leaving it sitting out in the rain like that. Back out over here, and I'm just going to park this under here for now, actually. We will come and get it in a minute. But first, I want to head back over here and sort this. Yeah, our last row done. It's really quite dark at the moment. But it is 4:30, so it's been a good day's work, and we've made a good amount of progress. As I said, we have managed to harvest and deliver 12,000 litres. It looks like by the end of today, we'll have harvested 15,000 litres. We won't have delivered it all because I'm not going to deliver the stuff that we've got in the trailer now until we've got a full trailer, and that will mean getting to work on field 5. We are fairly late in the day though, and I think field 5 will have to wait till tomorrow. Having said that, this has been really good. I am so pleased with our new grapes. And the fact that we went all out making sure we'd fertilized and done everything this year correctly. So it's an increase in yield as well that is making a difference to us. And this farm is just thriving now. We are in a position where it's very hard for us to fail. We'd have to do something really stupid, is basically what I'm saying. And is holding on to the hired harvester something stupid? Let me know down in the comments. I'm really intrigued. I think it's the best way to go, with the fact that we're now looking to lease to purchase. While we were just leasing, I don't think it was a good idea. If we're essentially slowly paying off buying the harvester by having it sit in our at our farm, I actually think that that's a really good way to go. Right, let's park this under this shed here. Should fit in. Yeah, there we go. Just going to put that under there. And we're going to do the same with the grapes and our trailer here. Spin this around and just park this under here. There we go. Lights off. Done. And then over here, I just want to have a look at these. Yeah, look. Three pallets of these already. That more than pays. Just this extra greenhouse more than pays for having that harvester kicking around and being paid off. So, worth having the third greenhouse. And it's going to be very, very useful for what we are doing on here. So I'm very happy with that. And yeah, we've got more to get next time. But as the thunder rumbles on, we are going to leave this here. So all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.